guys, I just want to remind you guys of look at what is happening in California. How California is becoming, you can steal all the way up to $900 worth of merchandise, legally. Like this is just, testing ground, for the rest of the country. Like British Columbia has been here in Canada a testing ground for safe supplies of drugs, and now we got Zombieland all over our major cities and our towns and such.
Zombieland, yeah.
Yeah, like you got to look next door sometimes to see what's going to come for you, right? And sometimes it's. Go ahead.
My brother. I have a gay brother. He's in his late 50s. He lives in San Francisco. He moved, probably 20 years to San Francisco, and back then it was beautiful. I went and visited him about 4 years ago, and it was. I mean, there was people sleeping on the steps. I mean, it was terrible. I didn't take my camera out to sightsee because I was afraid I'd get robbed. That was 4 years ago. Since then, my gay liberal lefty brother is now concealed carrying a gun. He's considering leaving. I don't think he's a Trumper yet, but he's getting there. So it's my eyewitness account 4 years ago was like apocalyptic. So it was, it's the way for him to say it's so bad that he's going to consider leaving. It's got to be, it's just out of control.
Hold on. I'm going to pause you a second. So we had a little bit of technical difficulties. I would enjoy if we were almost at 1,000 viewers and the stream dropped. So there's a new link up. I'm going to post it. We'll try to post it here in the chat. But for the live space, the space still up, but the live stream was resetted. So
it's back up there now, guys. Apparently, we've got some people that don't like what we're talking about here, right? So we went down. I don't know why. So we're back up, and we had almost 1,000 viewers. So man, we are raking it in, guys. So keep talking. We love you. Keep doing this.
Hard carbs. Sorry if I cut you off there. So we got hard carbs and then Ashley.
Yes, thank you. It's hardcore. I've known D for maybe going on 3 years now. I think he'd be a great asset to your show. That's just my 2 cents. That's it.
If he wants to, I like his input. Like he looks like pretty knowledgeable and have common sense behind his beard too. So that's the kind of people that we want. I like how this guy says, leftist brother. I'm not going to say the rest, but yeah, no. I would be more carried. I would be more worried to see someone screaming out of his lungs, that has a concealed carry, than someone that is composed and calm.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm glad it's a big gun. So.
Well, that doesn't make me feel good.
Well, no, my brother. He's carrying a concealed for his protection.
Yeah. But he's probably very good. But there's all those libs that are screaming out of their lungs as soon as they're unhappy.
Oh, it's terrible. I don't know why anybody would live in New York, Chicago, Denver, San Francisco, Seattle. They're all awful. Any videos you see, they're awful. Some beautiful spots, but that's it. And that's usually cleaned up for a photo op.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, Ashley, then Spencer, or I don't know which one had it in first.
Let me jump in here, guys, before you go on. Sorry about that stream interruption. We're back up. And I also just posted our link, which is my my appointment calendar. My appointment is basically decided by you out there. I decided a few weeks ago that whoever wants to talk to me, whoever wants to go live, whoever wants to record a show, whoever wants to do a podcast, you have the ability to do that. You don't have to wait 2 years and learn how to do all that shit, right? You just come talk to me. We will put your ass out there if you got something to say. So, right, go to @TruthSlingerX and you will see where we have my calendar up there, and just pick a slot, man, 1 hour at a time. Just say something to me, right?
Right on.
Well, yeah, you can go ahead, Ashley.
All right, I just wanted to jump in real quick and tell you guys, I don't like to get too personal with, a lot of people that I haven't really spoke with a lot. But as a domestic violence survivor, I've been kind of exposed to a lot of things that a lot of other people haven't, because what we did, like around the time of lockdowns and stuff like that, the abused women got together in these Facebook groups. So I already had experience of what was going on in Australia, and not so much in Canada, but more in the UK. And so I've seen a lot of this stuff, and it wasn't as bad then as it is now. But when I told my boyfriend, I was like, oh my God, honey, we need to move out of the United States. It's getting really bad here. And he said, no, you don't. And then we started looking around and noticing what else was going on in these other countries, and said, oh God, really? I think we're going to have to just stay here and fight. But as far as, someone mentioned earlier that they had a brother that was, homosexual, and, or whatever you guys say, gay. I don't know what guys do. But,
Whatever you want.
yeah, correct my pronoun. But, we had a guy that lived behind us, and he was actually a victim of a hate crime. Like, someone had just completely came up behind him and shot him in the back of the head. But it was crazy because this guy was one of the most amazing people I ever met. And it was such a miracle that he was still alive. And, it just goes to show you, number one, that you can't judge people by any sort of label. And number two, miracles can happen. But really, number three, I think that this is all we got, you guys, and we're going to have to fight for it, because I don't think there's anywhere else that.
Well, find Jesus. Everybody here, everybody listening needs Jesus. I'm telling you right now.
Let me tell you something. What you just said right now blew me away, man. I'm just absolutely blown away by what you said. I'm sorry. Just go on.
Well, I mean, it's just a true story, and it's really sad, but at the same time, it's a really, really fortunate thing that we have people here that are supportive and that hold on to each other, and we just carry each other through these hard times if we can. And I think everybody just needs to grab on and go.
Yeah. No, we got to all stay together, and that's the thing. We are becoming at a point where we are afraid to speak up about what's going on next door, in case of getting repercussion, being called names, being called racist. Like just that little comment earlier. Well, I didn't came here to listen about Canada. Well, I'm sorry, but like if you're offended, here's the door. Don't let it hit you on the way out.
Let me say something about labels, Kenny. Okay, because I sort of forgot what I was saying before. Okay, I have completely rejected labels. Fuck labels. Listen to me, every single one of you. Take your fucking labels and flush them down the toilet, because they are here to control you. Okay. Labels like black and white. What the hell does this black guy over here, who makes $150,000 a year, have anything to do with this guy over here who makes nothing and he's on welfare? Okay. As a matter of fact, that black guy over there has more in common than with the white guy in Hornwall, Tennessee, on meth, who doesn't have any fucking teeth. So listen to me here. The labels, they're killing us, and I have shed them. I I'm not a Republican anymore. Okay, I'm just not. Right? I support Donald Trump. That's what I support. But the rest of it, man, you can flush it down the toilet because these labels are killing us. This BLM and black, white, this, that, and the other thing. We can't talk to each other anymore, right? And I just desperately want to talk to each other, which is why we keep doing this, man. I didn't want to do this tonight. I'm telling you right now, I'm exhausted, right? This project is dragging me along into this. I would have much rather been sleeping tonight, but I'm here talking to you because I can't disengage. That's a cue for someone else to jump in, by the way.
Spencer, you got the floor.
I just heard a sermon at a church or something. Amen. I'm going back to mute.
Who's talking with a voice changer?
Did it change? I didn't know how to do that. I'm sorry. This is Rock.
Yeah, well, you sound like your balls got wet.
I apologize. What does it sound like?
Like your balls. Like your balls.
Can you mute that crap, please?
I just wanted to say what.
Stop.
Okay, I muted you, Rock. You got a voice changer or something. I don't know.
Yeah, thanks. So I just wanted to say I'm still not very convinced that there are, in fact, Hell's Angels moving toward Aurora. Is there any photographic proof of them within the last few days where I can see that they're wearing MC colors? You know, I don't see much in the way of cold, hard, unchallengeable evidence that they are in fact coming.
Yeah.
And I have to think to myself, why would they announce their arrival? And listen, other people can rebut, but I'd just say I think some of this is content creator hype. You're seeing it on TikTok, and I like to remain grounded in the facts and evidence. A lot of the videos I've seen don't show the MC colors. It looks more like a joined ride than anything else. And some of the videos have already been proven to be from past events. So I think this would, and I also think this would be all over the mainstream news if it was in fact happening, because they'd spend whatever money they have to in order to get viewership back, in order to break a story. So right. I just want to say I'm still not convinced, and I need to see more evidence.
All right. Well, first of all, I would respectfully say that I think if you were relying on the fact that you think mainstream media is following the dollar anymore, then you're not well informed. Because the mainstream fucking media is not following a goddamn dollar. It's following.
Yeah, but they want the chaos.
Hey,
check that link. Let him finish.
I've got the goddamn floor. Okay? The mainstream media is not fucking following your dollar. Do you understand? It is following someone else's dollar that's way fucking bigger than your dollar. Okay? And I understand what you're saying, and tomorrow we're gonna bring it, okay? Because I have seen there is a movement, and I'm not quite sure what it is, but we have people here that have testified to the fact that there is shit going on the ground. Now, we're not sure what that is. We don't know what that looks like, and that's part of what this news organization is. But just, I just have a little bit of a problem when you kind of come in here and go, well, I need to see fucking proof. We're showing you some proof. We're showing you things that are going on, okay? And things are developing. We're not sure. We're clearly saying, like clickbait. And besides that, who the fuck doesn't want more people involved talking about it? Fuck yes, I'm doing clickbait. So as far as that's concerned, kiss my ass. I'm growing a goddamn channel. What are you doing?
Yeah, and I'm going to add to this that this is exactly one of the reasons why we're doing this. We're hearing rumors, so we want to come up and not to do clickbait to get, this is what's going on. No, we want to come up here and we give you the chance to come and speak up and tell us, everybody, what you know or what you hear, whether it's false or not. Like, of course, we all have to be doubtful, because the first rule in life is do your own research. Don't gather at what everybody else is telling you. Otherwise you're just going to be fooled. You're going to be told that the sky is green and the water is blue, brown, whatever. You're going to be still bullshit all your life, and you will never be able to make a proper decision. Democracy is not about being lied to, is about sharing the truth. You need to know the truth to make an accurate decision. So, Christopher, what do you got for us?
I just wanted to direct TruthSlinger there. Check your DMs real quick, bro. I posted some proof there for you. As far as what we're going to be seeing tonight, and I think right now we're probably a good 2 or 3 hours ahead of actually any action or something to see. We're going to be hearing a lot of reports. We're going to be hearing a lot of secondhand information, and as Americans, we all get to talk about our constitutional right to be able to defend in a situation like this. And myself, like TruthSlinger, I have been a big advocate of removing the labels from the entire political process. Too many people are attached to the little r and the little d next to people's names. I think one of the biggest things that would shake up a primary or a presidential election is simply removing the R or D next to people's names. That would completely fuck all kinds of shit up.
How about remove their names entirely, and if you know who you're going to vote for, then you write it in. How about that?
That's the entire next step, and that is something that I don't know if we could ever get to pass, because I believe it has to pass 66% majority. But removing the R or the D next to the name, removing candidacy is something that could be done, because there are a lot of states that are already in support of it, and in Senate and Congress there are a lot of elected officials who are in favor of that already, and I think that would cause just an ungodly amount of turmoil to the voter rolls, because before an election happens, whether it's the RNC or the DNC, they can look at your county, they can look at the county I live in, and they know that 67% of the people who do turn out to vote are going to vote Republican. That is because of years and years and years of data collection. But if you remove the R and the D, that goes out the window, because if you go out on the street like I have and ask people, do you know about this candidate versus this candidate, without just disclosing their affiliation, they can't tell you shit. But if you tell them, what do you think about Congressman-elect who's a Republican, they'll be like, oh yeah, he stands for supporting the troops and making sure that we get more business in. They'll immediately hit all the party lines. But if you remove that, they are lost as cucumbers in oil. They have no idea of what to say.
Right, because they wear the labels, right? And then you say,
Exactly.
"Hey, I wear this label," and now I expect you to respond all the ways you should to that label that's on me, and that's the way
the tribalism, the tribalism that we're all stuck to. Yeah,
but it's even that Republican, democratic thing. What if everybody was just independent? You completely remove political party. Like, you go for what you stand for,
Then lobbyists wouldn't know who they're giving the money to.
Right? Like, well, that's just it, like, you just have, like, every people that goes there, then they build up their office. They don't have a big, like right now, it's two groups fighting each other. And, when I looked at the left, talking about something, they're never like speaking about solution. They're saying, "Oh, we're gonna do this," contrary to the other side that just wants to do this and this and this. While I look at the right, and they'll be like, "We want to do this, and this is how we're gonna do it," and then they'll be like, because the other side just want to do that. It's always an attack against the other, and one side brings solution, but one side doesn't.
One side is fear mongering, and the other side brings a solution that they know will never come to the table. That's the uniparty problem.
Yes.
In a lot of cases.
I'd like to remind people that if you are on the live space, you can come up and chat with us. We'll give you the mic. This is what we're here for. If you are watching through the live stream, you're gonna have to come into the space in order to take the mic. Of course, remind you to be respectful. Don't cut each other. Raise your hand if there's a heavy conversation going. So.
Yeah, and I would like everybody at this point to give a round of applause to my co-host Kenny Crow, who just manages the speakers like just amazing. He's great. I love him. And you know what? I just come to meet him like 2-3 days ago. So like we're going nuts over here, right? So
I've used Kenny on several of my spaces, and he is awesome. He's really great.
Yeah. Kenny is the bomb. And so anybody, like I said, if you don't like Canada, fuck off, right? So anybody who wants to take the mic, right?
Exactly. Like I am a French Canadian, right? I'm born in Quebec. I was born and raised in French, and when I turned 18 years old, I decided and I had enough of French people, and I wanted to learn English. And now, I've met so many people across the world. My best friend, and I have coffee every morning. Well, he's got tea. He's in the UK. I don't care which country you're from. Like, are you a human? Or are you a racist? That's how I see it.
You ever see the show Letterkenny?
No, a lot of people talk to me about it.
It's a great show. You got to see it. You're from Canada. You got to see it.
I know, but I'm not really I don't know, man. I give up on TV in 2020, man.
Yeah. I got like one that I might hook me for a season, and then I'm done.
Yeah. The last show I actually watched was Oppenheimer, just because I wanted to hear, the story. I wanted to see it, but I'm not even watching movies anymore, man. It's just that's one thing. It's too I go to work sometimes, or you go somewhere, and then you listen to these people. Oh, did you watch what happened in that TV show last week? And they're almost crying because their favorite actor died. And then you try to talk to them about politics or something, and they're like, I don't want to hear about it. And you're like, okay, so fantasy makes you emotional. But the shit that's gonna fucking stop you from buying food doesn't interest you. What fucking matrix do we live into?
Yeah, they put them all to sleep. And you know what I got to say right now is one of the coolest things about this space is that I don't have any friends. I didn't have any until about 3 days ago, and now I have a friend in Quebec. And just today, I set up a Discord server, and so now I have a friend in the UK. Right. So because of this amazing thing called the internet, I'm able to interface and have perspectives and share perspectives from people around the entire world. So anybody that's kind of xenophobic, if we want to use that word, which sucks balls anyway. But I mean, if we want to use that, that's exactly what happened here when people are like, well, he's Canadian. Well, you know what? I mean, I love the Aussies. Those people have better news coverage of our crazy political system than we do. Have you ever watched Australian television, Sky News TV, guys?
Sky News are awesome.
The moment that guy brought up, well, the news hasn't said it. I knew he was full of shit, so.
Well, hey, be nice, be nice. Look, I don't have any problem with people coming in here going, you're bringing the facts, right? The only thing I was saying is that this is a different news organization. We are not top down. We are a different sort of organic, we're all sort of like Bitcoin. We're like blockchain here.
Yeah, I shared a link though with the biker that's talking about it. That's in the convoy, so it's in the chat. So
yeah, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate people standing up and pushing back against, because we're gonna get the trolls, man, and we're going on Discord, right? We're not afraid. We're not afraid to fucking talk to people that have different opinions here, and push back on them. And so I invited some people in here. I invited a guy that was in BLM. And the George Floyd riots to come in this space, man. I'm trying to get people together and shed the labels and say, how do we help, I don't know, homeless people? And this would be a good time to tell you that you want to stay tuned to TruthSlinger News Network, because we are going to go, we just went to Bangor and we did a homeless investigation to see what's going on with the homeless people in Bangor, Maine. And guess what? My correspondent, he wants to go all across the entire state of Maine to all the major cities. So what am I saying right now? I'm saying that I have people that want to do this passion project and want to do news all over the place, right? All over the world, all over our state. But we do need your support. So seriously, man, I mean, I hate to be a salesman here, but, we operate, we hopefully entertain you. And hopefully that, if you have a little bit of extra change, you can send it to us so that we might continue doing this TruthSlinger project. So let's keep going with this conversation.
I was just going to say, we were talking about Hollywood movies for a second, news, or, the propaganda. And anymore, I can't really watch. I've always been a Christian. But anymore, I can't really watch any Hollywood movies or rap, or any mainstream songs without seeing the blatant, propaganda, seeing the mind control, basically.
The demonic activity. I hate to interject here, but there is clear demonic activity. I mean, just watch the pop music culture. Okay, this Doja Cat is not just pumping her own shit and putting up demonic symbols because she wants clicks. Okay, that's what they all want you to believe. It's really not real. We're just artistes. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Do I do that too much? Do I make a statement? I mean, I'm hoping you guys are going to come up to the speed on the drop. You understand the drop? Okay, this is when I just to toss, guys. This is when I toss it to somebody else. Come on, get with the fucking program, people.
Gotcha. Have you seen Keith Urban's stage set?
No, I haven't. Tell me about it.
Watch it. Pull up the most recent concert that he did, the North American tour, which was in 2023, and they actually have video cutouts of his stage set of the lighting and everything that goes on, and it is full blown cult of Satan. It is amazing.
We got Sam Smith too doing his fat boy jiggle on the stage in his devil outfit.
Yeah, and Pink, and I mean, the list goes on infinitum, guys. I mean,
Keith Urban is just a surprising name out of left field. I would not have suspected that, other than who he's married to.
Right.
Because her dad owns that clothing company that did the BDSM commercials with kids. But if it wasn't for that, I would not have ever suspected Keith Urban. But his
Balenciaga, my God! I mean, that was the whole. Remember the Target thing last year? Okay, holy shit!
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about there. And that if it wasn't for the fact that Keith Urban was married to her, I never would have suspected it. But whenever you see his the lighting on his stage and all the laser light show and everything, I mean, it's wall to wall nonstop for the whole 2 hours he's playing.
Yeah.
Well, Madonna did a full-out satanic ritual on her stage.
Yeah, and then the old gamer said, "Don't remember Nas X, guys?
The Olympics. The fucking Olympics.
Nas X. Remember Nas X? I mean, he was humping a sneaker, for God's sakes.
Yeah, Nas X was out of his mind, wasn't he?
Well, the Olympics. There was so much in the Olympics, down to the white horse. Had the Last Supper. With the kid, with the dude, with the his thing hanging out. Yeah, what the hell? And come on. It's just out in the open now. They don't even. What's scary is it's not even being hidden anymore. So now they don't care that we know.
Right.
They know we know, and they don't care that we know.
That's a scary place to be, guys.
People take it as theatrics and only theatrics, so they're like, oh, okay, cool, that was part of the show. For the most part, that's what you hear people say. They're like,
wow, so artsy.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that was so avant-garde. Well, no, avant-garde was fucking, dude painted a soup can. That was avant-garde. This shit is something else.
Yeah, how about the woman singing with her head in her hands? And the heavy metal with the flames come on. I mean, seriously, I saw that and I had to switch it real quick. It made me feel dirty.
Well, yeah.
Hey, you guys just cue me in when you want to know something more fun to watch.
You tell me. Come on, I'm curious.
Yeah, give it.
Because right now, the only movie that are sticking out right now is like Civil War, ISS, and stuff like that. It's just like trying to put in people's mind that the world's about to blow.
All right.
I'm telling you, if you guys are not learning.
Hang on. Blatant commercial interruption right here. Okay. TruthSlinger News Network is a network that is designed to bring programming, and we are aiming to bring it 24/7. And with the wonders of modern technology, I understood through Crow that people are awake and sleeping at different times on the planet, which means that we can actually run a 24/7 news network. So I want you to understand that is the goal of this thing, is to be doing this kind of stuff 24/7, 7 days a week, right? So if you want to be involved in this project, this is the time to get involved. This is the ground level opportunity. You get in now, and it's going to be something. So anyway, let's go on with the discussion.
Chris and I are totally with you on that. But one of the things that I really enjoy, it's called Great Courses Plus. And I forget what it used to be called, but it's called the Great Courses Plus, and there is all kinds of really awesome information, like about constitutional law and astrology. I mean, really healing, psychology, anything that you could possibly think of. The Great Courses Plus. If it was like $150 or something for the entire year. But instead of just like staring at really depressing TV, if you're actually learning about something that's going to add value to your life, the Great Courses Plus, I really think if you believe in the Constitution and you want the Constitution to stay, I do think that's something that you should definitely watch and learn about, because when you know your rights, you're able to stand up for yourself. I was in a situation I didn't understand my rights, and I got really, really screwed. So I wish that I would have known about constitutional law before it was too late.
Probably be the best $140 you spent, right?
Yeah, not only I need to also say that Hillsdale College also has courses for free. And so if you're looking for Christian and constitutional information, Hillsdale College is the place to go, because, you know, I have not yet availed myself to those courses as well. But yes, there's stuff out there that is free, and you guys need to know about that, man, and check it out and definitely learn about it.
Let us know more about that for sure.
I'm not getting a lot of a mic up update here. If anybody wants to come up and speak with us, ladies, Canadians, Japanese, anybody, Koreans, Brazilian, especially if you are here, Brazil, we want to hear from you.
Yeah, Simon, I haven't heard much from Simon Godek. I've been watching for him. I think he's still tweeting. Let me look him up.
It's all about freedom of speech. So you want to come up and you got something to say, come and say it.
Does anyone else know what's going on in Brazil?
No.
I'm looking at a prominent page now, trying to see if he's posted something.
Well,
they're trying to entrap Elon. They're trying to trick him into coming down there.
Let's just all hope that what happens in Brazil doesn't happen here, because this is golden what's going on right now.
And also, it is also the same kind of situation as, I don't know how many people know about what's going on with the kids here. Kind of a subject we don't really talk about, but either way, it's the same thing that's going on in Brazil. There's a lot of domestic violence. There's a lot of pedophilia, and the people are not okay with it. And they said something about some bank or something like having a lot to do with it. So it's pretty interesting, but I mean, in order for you to really figure out what's going on down there, you have to stalk the people that are in Brazil and then translate it from Portuguese. Unless you know someone that'll tell you. Go ahead.
The IMF and the World Bank has a big hand in what's going on down there. They have a celebration of Christ parade that they do every year. And this year they decided to turn it upside down on its head and do a whole lot of anti-Christian satanic imagery during the parade. And within 24 hours after the parade was over, you know, the big statue that overlooks
Rio de Janeiro
got struck by lightning, and they had multiple sinkholes.
I remember that, man. I posted that shit a couple of years ago, man, a year and a half ago, man. And
it was 2 years ago that festival happened, and God spoke. It struck down the streets that the parade was on. It struck the statue itself. It even burnt down a church within 24 hours of the parade being over. So speak at your own risk whenever it comes to that stuff. It's not to be taken lightly.
Yeah. Hey, guys, listen. Christopher's been sending me some stuff because we had some people in here questioning whether or not anybody's rolling against Aurora, Colorado. And I know we don't have video here on Spaces, but we do have audio. So let's listen to what it sounds like to have some motorcycles, like a lot of motorcycles pass by in about 46 seconds, and see if you guys can hear this.
Can't really hear it.
If you could put it up on the Jumbotron, everybody would be able to see it.
Well, it's on the live stream. We can see it in the background.
Yeah, I sent him a couple that are live proof of what's going on.
It's a lot of motorcycles, and they're whizzing by a car going the other direction. And apparently, it's a column of about 46 seconds. And I can't imagine this going on for 12 minutes, guys. Okay, that's a lot of bikes. That's the truth. Okay, it's a lot of damn bikes.
Is it the one where the guy's in the car filming it?
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the vibe that I got. Okay, the vibe that I got is like Canadian Freedom Convoy 2.0, like American style.
I'm feeling that. That's what I'm feeling. That's exactly what I'm feeling, man. Is
So
the
that's why I
Canadian
say,
Convoy
I'm sorry
2.0,
for the
yeah.
person that got offended that you heard about Canada. Well, fuck you, man. Like, we all patriot in our own manners.
Yeah, I think it's the Freedom Truckers 2.0, but maybe with a little bit of an edge to it because they're coming to a specific area for a specific reason to free citizens from this occupation. So I think it's the same message. I just think they're coming with a little bit more vigor, to say the least.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not going to be a family reunion like the Freedom Convoy, that's for sure.
I just posted a link of a video I just saw. So
Where'd you post that?
You posted it in the space chat, but I can't.
in the chat, yeah.
Yeah, I gotta have to copy and paste it, so I don't know.
I think
right.
that's
All right, yeah, it's righteous indignation. I got you.
Again, I'm inviting anybody. If you want to come and speak, you got something to say, you got a question, request the mic, and I'll bring you up. But Ashley, that still has something. Ashley, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Well, I got two things to say, of course. You know, me, I'm always a talker. But, anyone who sees Chris and I mean, I think that, Kenny, you've heard people in spaces, they're like, oh my gosh, I am so inspired about how you guys work together as a team. I think that you were in there that one time that this guy came into this space and was like talking mean to me. And
yeah, I even fucking stood up for you and I said, man, if you want to come into space and cut me off from a conversation and be mean to the fucking lady, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I was like, you know what? Let him go. Let's see what he has to say.
I was like, no, man, you respect the ladies. Like, man, I don't care who you are.
Let's just toy with him for a second and laugh at him. But, the thing is, like, my man will stand up for me and has saved my life. And, that's my man. And there are actually other men like that. And it's unfortunate that most of the women out in the world right now are scared to death. So you men, you think there's no good girls out there. Right now, they're just kind of hiding. But they are there. They are there. And the only reason that Chris and I got back together, after, 22 years is because I moved back home. And I mean, if it wasn't for that, like, I wouldn't have ever talked to him after what I've been through, because women right now are not doing good. Okay. They're not doing good. But, another thing that I wanted to say, as far as anyone who speaks ill about any American, any other country, any of that, you know what? Your heart is not really, you do not have a patriot heart if you speak ill against any other country, because this is the United States of America. It's called the United States of America for a reason. And we have people from all countries living here in unity. And before I had PTSD 5 years ago, like, I had nothing was like it is now. This is not the country that I grew up in. Hold on just a second. I have friends from all countries, all walks of life, and they all have all these different, like, accents and so on and so forth. So when anyone has anything ill to say about anyone else, no matter what country it is, I ask them, how many languages do you speak? Gets me every time.
I wanna just point out for everybody that's listening, now, without trying to speak about your personal life, Ashley, but just so people understand, and you're not talking through your hat, that if you wouldn't, like, you are one of those lucky ones that are still alive, correct? Like, with what you lived, like a lot of people are dead through that, right?
I
So,
escaped jail because of
yeah.
COVID, under false accusations. I fought it. I understand lawfare better than anyone. Well, I'm sure there's a lot of women that also understand lawfare, but I understand all those things. And I don't know why in Florida you couldn't dial out of the area code for the 10 days that I was walking. But yes, thank goodness I am a survivor, and I slept in fan palms, and I lit fires with, like wet palms above it just to keep the bugs away from me with the smoke. And I lived on coconut oil and 39-cent slushy sodas from gas stations.
Wow. Yeah. I know what you. I've been through some sort of like that. We got a new speaker
you
of
know what?
Marcus. Hello, Marcus.
Hey, wait a minute. Hang on. I gotta make a
Oh, you're
comment.
back.
I gotta make a comment. I don't understand that kind of homelessness. I've never been that homeless. I've never been that desperate. I've never been that alone as you must have felt. And I am so sorry for you. And that is why we are here. That is why TNN is going to Bangor to talk to people that are homeless, that have to go to a church and sleep on a floor for 5 months out of the year. And thank God there's a church, Mansion Church, that provides a warm place to sleep every night. But, we got to get to the point where it's just not somebody across the goddamn country that's just somebody that I don't know about, that I'm sleeping in my bed and it's like I don't think about it, and I'm just trying to figure out how to get there, guys.
Man, you have no idea how many women right now, like what I went through, the ordeal that I had to fight through for 4 years battling PTSD. I mean, I was brain dead while you guys were in lockdown, so I guess we were kind of in the same place, right?
Well, bless you.
But, now there are these women that are going through PTSD, and you would be so amazed if they could just see a man that is an actual man and believe that all men are not there to just destroy them. It's really remarkable, and
You mean that patriarchy might be useful? I'm sorry, I just couldn't resist. But we need strong men. Okay,
We do.
because people don't understand complementarianism. All right, in this world, they don't understand different but equal. Okay, and I think we desperately need that back. It's okay to be different but equal.
Yin and the yang.
Very, very well said.
She and I have common ground that we both lived in the woods on our own I did for about a year. She did for the period of time that she did. And then somehow or another, knowing each other 20 years prior, and then somehow or another the universe brought us back together with these common stories, gives us something to laugh about and talk about that we have in common that the average people are not going to fucking have. I can promise you that. We could talk about stuff that most people would just be like, what huh? How did you survive that? And we'd be like, oh, you just do this, you do this, you do
let me tell you something, my new friends, okay? God uses broken people. Stay close to us at TruthSlinger News, please. God uses broken people.
Well, Chris will definitely have to be talking to you about, he's one of them that have been deplatformed from Facebook and Google and YouTube. And I don't know if you guys have had that conversation, but
we haven't. Nope.
We will definitely be hanging out.
We'll definitely talk because I've been through the ringer. Sounds like you similar to what you have with media and everything, and having an enemy of the state packet and all that good stuff. I still only care about reporting the truth, and I could easily be biased, but I don't. I just look at the people in the story, and that's all I focus on.
I haven't even begun to be an enemy of the state yet. I'm just getting started.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
shit.
where I'm at.
Wait till you get one. It's awesome. Wait till
I'm
you
a,
get a packet.
Hey,
you know,
hey,
I'm
it seems like you got some trolls on the Discord, on the YouTube chat there. Tim, just gonna point it out there. Like, if you think we don't see what you see, what you're writing, like, I'm just gonna ask you, what is the purpose of trolling? What do you really gotta go
to
to
drain
sleep?
energy.
All right,
To
so
drain
Yeah, but
energy. Don't give them your energy.
So
when they go to
Hey,
sleep at night, do they actually feel better about themselves?
well, and
hey,
hey,
I
hang
was
on a
just
second.
having a conversation about this earlier. Let me remind you about it in a minute.
All right, this morning I had church, right? And I'm just gonna let the stream go. I'm not even monitoring YouTube. I get like 2-3 people there, right? So let this guy piss his I don't care, man. Just let him burn himself out. Fuck him. He came in this morning. I was in church, and I'm doing church, and you know what? He's like, well, I'm the only one watching you on YouTube. I said, well, that's good. It's no big fucking loss. I'm going to cut the fucking feed to YouTube, dickhead. I got 1,000 people fucking watching me on X. Suck my dick. Okay?
It's small-minded energy. That's all it
And
is.
I'm just gonna say it out loud. Like people can try to be really mean and text and be keyboard warriors. I will kindly invite you to come into this space and come, have a chat with us.
That's right.
Well, they're energy vampires. That's it. That's it.
Absolutely.
That's all they are.
What 100% about
Negative
not being
energy.
willing to come
Actually,
up and chat on spaces. I can't tell you how many times I've tried to get, whether it's a troll or somebody who, I'm having a political disagreement with.
Energy will only
step up
eat to
to the mic.
revive. Spend your energy on
Don't do
remedies that'll keep you in stride. Have a little pride. Rise up, wise up, at least try. Sorry.
I like that. Yeah.
Well, I guess I can kind
Percent
of
on
agree with
the-
that.
'cause
A little
we were talking
random,
about
but,
sharing
okay.
One at a time.
Basically, F the trolls.
Yeah. You have to. And I've been talking about all this because, look, trolls come in, and what they want you to do is they want you to lose your damn mind. I mean, here I am in church, and he's talking about, his scrotum hairs up against my chin. I'm like, ha ha, ha ha ha. It is very funny, and I am very upset with you. And come on. It's like, what do you think you're shutting down over here, right? But the thing is that they get you into a conversation, and then you say something stupid, and now you're sitting on the sidelines for a week, right? Now, what good can you do for a week? You can't do shit for a week.
We're doing it now, though, Truth.
I just came off a suspension, a week suspension.
Right.
We're doing it now, though. Can we switch this page? What were we talking about before this? I was listening, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interject, but
Well, I was going to try to say.
whatever they
I was
was,
gonna.
whatever
Hold on.
on the fucking.
Hold on. I was gonna try. I'm gonna mute everyone. I was gonna try to say in the chat, but because if people gonna keep an eye on the space live stream chat, I will be releasing the Discord channel, and I'm only letting it available for 50 people for the OG spot. So the 51st person that jumped in the Discord channel, well, you're gonna have the OG.
Yeah, well, and I really appreciate that. And can you hear me? Yeah, I can, because guess what? I fucking own this space. So, Roca, calm down a little bit, right? If you can't fucking hold your liquor or your cocaine or whatever the fuck you're doing over there, then fucking drop out of the space. But if you can, be cool. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ashley.
So I actually started doing a spaces today because I noticed that a lot of the illegals are using Facebook to find homes that are vacant and move around to try to steal the election. And I realized, if you think about it, Patriots, we have our channels, right? We have to have our underground channels. And we know about ours, but it's so weird how Facebook, YouTube, and Google, they have all their scams. But oh my gosh, if you watch these people on Facebook, like, you can totally tell they're criminals. and that they're trying to find a place to go to steal the election. I'll have Chris drop that screenshot for you guys. But also, one of the funnest things in the world is to troll the trolls.
There you go. There you
Those
go.
guys that are dropping stuff in YouTube, they're either teenagers or illegals or cracked out traffickers. But either way, they are so super fun to watch. So when you get a chance, you know, even if you just want to like grab all the comments from the YouTube or whatever, yeah,
Hey,
that'll be fun.
listen to me. Seriously. You know the GIF function. It's a little button that you have in your X, and just go laughing. Every time they say something, just type in GIF laughing, okay?
Oh,
and
no,
just
you'd be
laugh,
amazed what I found.
and laugh at them. Every time they say something, laugh at them. They lose their frickin' minds, guys. It's awesome. Seriously, try it. You just try it. It's an experiment. Try it.
I will
Have
do
you
that.
gotten somebody who, you know, have you had a good discussion with somebody, say, on the far left on Spaces? Have you actually been able to enter into that dialogue?
Not yet. Not myself.
Hey,
They're
I
awful.
got hope.
Anyone?
I got
They're
hope.
awful.
Listen, I got hope. I got a guy named David Patrick. And yes, I'm calling you up by name, David Patrick, you fucking communist. Because you called me today after I told you to fuck off about 3 or 4 days ago because you've been jerking me off for 3 weeks and you won't come on my fucking show, and everybody else has the balls to come on my fucking goddamn show a day after I talk to them. But no, it's fine. You're still feeling me out. That's fine, David. So I told you, okay, if you're a pussy, you don't want to come on the fucking camera, just come on Spaces, man, if you're camera shy. But guess what? David Patrick's not here tonight. I sent him a fucking... an invitation, and he's with BLM and all that stuff. And I'm not saying that labels mean anything, and he's black, and I'm not saying labels mean anything, but he's a social justice warrior and DE&I, all that stuff. And I'm kind of like, why are you tickling my balls today? I'm like, come on with Spaces tonight. And I'm disappointed. David. You're not here. Okay. Just saying.
All right.
That's
If your
okay.
ideas are good, then you should be able to come into a room and defend them. I mean, I don't understand.
No, they can't. They can't. That's the problem. They can't. It's empty. They're empty. They're morals. They have none. There's everything they stand on. They have nothing to stand on, so their arguments fall apart. You beat them with logic and lots of mocking. That's how you do it.
Yes,
Everybody,
and mocking
it's,
is the clue. The question
hurry
is,
up.
the
Hold on. The Discord link is up in the live stream that has 700 people right now. So there's 50 spot available for the OG spot.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for that, man. We're back up on X, just to let you know. Unfortunately, we had a little bit of a... And you know what? I'm not going to blame it on, the whole, world algorithm and troll and the shit that's got to... I think I might have hit the wrong button when we lost that last time.
I think you just hit the wrong button.
I hit the wrong goddamn button. So
I think it was an
sorry.
18-inch issue.
I'm new at this shit. I'm trying, man. You have no idea. I'm sweating through my t-shirt over here. You're like, well, thank you very much for that wonderful Spaces you're hosting for us. Jesus Christ, I'm shitting myself before I get this stuff going. You have any idea what me and Crow have to go through to do this?
2 showers after the one last night?
I mean, my God, man, we're busting our ass over here. This ain't easy to do. This is scary shit. I got to come up here. I got to be a fucking host of a meeting and shit, and people got to come up here, and I got to manage it and stuff. And this is what I'm trying to tell you people, man. Stop being fucking afraid. So what? You're fucking afraid. Do it fucking anyway. Hit that goddamn start button. Hit the stream button. Hit the fucking donate button. Hit the fucking any button. God damn it. Do something. You understand what I'm saying? We're up to 731 views on X, man. We are fucking hopping again, man.
Yeah, and it's still early. It's only 9:15 for me here. I mean, the night is young. Nobody's working tomorrow. Share it with people, and don't be afraid. Come and ask the mind. Come and talk to us. We want to know your opinion. We want to know what you think. What's your worry? What's your story? You have any trick or, you can do a skateboard trick nobody ever heard of? Come on, just Just get out of your comfort zone. Come talk with people. Don't be afraid.
Yeah, there you go. And that's one of the things that, I got to say, man, is it's with this phone revolution, people got their heads down on their phones all the time. We're so goddamn isolated. We're so lonely. We're so mentally fucking breaking down. We're just like, I don't know about you guys out there, but fucking I suffer with quote unquote mental illness, right? I have dealt with a lot of shit in my life. There's a lot of shit in my life that I really didn't want to deal with, and we're all dealing with that kind of stuff. And I just want people to be able to say, you know what, I'm kind of fucked up. Right? All right, somebody's got their mic open.
That was me. That was an accident. My bad, bro.
Yeah, so anyway, I'm just trying to get a space where people are vulnerable, right? And people are not afraid to say, look, I'm busting my ass over here, right? And I'm dealing with issues. And it's like, you know what? Everybody deals with issues, right? I mean, sometimes, I have a fucking beer or two because I'm just fucking losing my mind because, man, I can't turn this shit off, guys. I can't turn it off. Crow called me tonight, and earlier, and he's like, so we're going tonight. Or he's like, the wave is hot, right? Now is the time people want to talk. And I'm like, oh, man, Jesus, Lord. I can't go on. But you know what? I can't not go on, right? And does anybody else feel that way? Like, it's
addictive.
Now is the move. Now we got to go. We got to go.
It's addictive.
Yeah, it is. It's go time now, man. I mean, this is why I'm saying, man, finally, we're getting people to understand, there is a place where there is an army of people that are forming that can make a difference. And you're not alone. You're not out there all by yourself, right? This is a network of people. And you want to be a part of this, man. This is where it's happening. Network news, not so much.
Well, if you're trying to get a news passed to like the mainstream media, you got the editorial you got to go through. You got to like so many people that needs to approve your story and change it before it can even get out. If you have any story, anything that happened in your life that you even that you're scared to talk about, or you don't want to talk about it, or you want to talk about it in private, anonymously. Reach to us. I don't care what's your story. You want it out? We'll talk about it. I'm not here to gain views from your story. I'm here to share your story.
Yeah.
I mean, the empire's greatest trick is to make you feel alone, and I feel like in recent years, really in the last 2 years, it's been a little bit more acceptable, I think, to voice your political opinion if you're on the right. And this isn't all about politics, but I just feel like if you were to do a poll in, say, 2016, they all came short on Donald Trump. And I think that was because people were afraid to say, even on the phone call when they were just getting cold called, to say that, yeah, I'm supporting Donald Trump. And so the numbers came in low, because people were sort of afraid to speak their mind. And again, this isn't just, I think this transcends beyond politics, but places like Spaces are growing. And somebody earlier just said that it was addictive to get into these types of chats, and I agree. It really is. I think people are looking for a way to connect. They're looking for a way to share their story, and they're looking for a platform where they can do it, without fear of retribution.
Oh, and absolutely, you're totally right. And that's what I've been saying to Tim. That says, like, look, last night we had a bunch of people. We went up to 2,200 people. And then we said to people, we'll be back tomorrow to talk about this again, if there's any update and stuff like that. Unfortunately, we haven't get news from Joshua, maybe with family. I understand what's going on in Aurora. He might be wanting to be safe before he come online. But, I want to give a shout out to my friend T-Bird. This is a very strong Canadian woman that is going through COVID vaccine injuries, and our government is not doing anything for us, in that case. So, there are strong people out there, people are suffering, and, we don't ever know who is suffering, and we don't know at which level we are suffering or what the person next to you. To always be careful, I try to be as much respectful and kind to to each and everyone. But when someone's trying to push my buttons, like you don't want to test a Canadian. We're our kind, but don't take our kindness for weakness.
Yeah, if anybody's out there, this is Dusty. If anybody, righteous indignation. If anybody's out there, I suffered with drug and alcohol addiction. I was either high or drunk for 25 plus years. I've been sober, minus weed, over 7 now. So, I can relate. So if anybody's having a problem, message. You can DM me. We don't have to talk here, but
Hey,
brother.
Hey, listen. I gotta say this. Let me interrupt, right? Okay, like 4 months ago, I started the Broken Warrior Brotherhood. Okay, so I am licensed in biblical counseling, if a license means anything to you. Okay, I know a lot, and I've drank a lot, and I've done a lot of drugs, and I'm doing something much better right now. So if you want to talk to me too, right? That's why I am here as well. So thank you for that.
No,
I
go
really
to him
appreciate
for
that.
a C's license. I'm just some dude on X.
No, but listen, we need friends. We need people that we can connect with, and maybe somebody connects with you that doesn't connect with me. You understand? I'm just saying.
Hey man, it's I'm just here, to help, and you're right, absolutely. But, two parts make the two halves make a whole. You know what I mean?
Right, man. I mean, like, I came from AA, okay? I used to sit around with a cup of coffee, bullshitting with a bunch of guys, right? Farting and talking, smoking cigarettes and shit. So, yeah, I'm totally into that. And so I want also anyone that feels that they need help, that feels downtrodden, that feels broken in spirit, right? There are resources that are available, not just me. Who cares who the hell you talk to? Talk to somebody, right?
Anyone. There's a lot of people with no one to talk to.
Amen. Amen to that. Amen to that.
Well, and that's the main reason why I want to say a big thank you, for Elon Musk for spending $44 billion in buying Twitter instead of, buying himself a villa in Hawaii or something.
Yeah, he didn't have to do this, so.
No, he could have fucking bought, like he's building rockets. The guy's got a monopoly in rocket science, Like, you think he really needs Twitter? No, he did it for the people. And now they want to try to arrest him because he wants to give us the freedom of speech. Like, no, I'm sorry. I'm going to give him all my money if I need to, as long as I can keep coming on space, on X, and share and listen to the truth, and not being sucked on by mainstream media.
I'm
the mouse, but I feel like I do appreciate what Elon did here. I just wish Spaces was a little bit better. It's
unworking.
Well,
it's working. Well, have you seen the big server room they're building? It's not finished yet.
Oh no, what's that?
Well, he's posted a big thing why do you think Grok has become so good all of a sudden? Grok has they looked it up to a big computer, big server farm. But no, they're Elon going all into this kind of stuff. He wants to make this video thing, right? So they're talking about it. And I've been following Elon with SpaceX for a few years now. And that's one thing I know about Elon, it will not give us the information that we want. He's going to just tease us with the idea, and then, it's just going to let us sit until it's ready. So, and I like it. It's clickbaiting, and it's give interest. And
he's a good businessman.
Yeah, well, I know a lot of things about Elon. I know some people that know Elon personally myself. That I've talked to him or worked with him also. So I can say he's a human just like us. He's got his flaws. He's not perfect. And I respect him for that because he does not try to look like he is perfect.
Well,
a lot of other people.
The other thing, guys, is you got to understand there's a lot of rats still in the cellar, okay? And you can come into the top of an organization just like Donald Trump came into the top of the presidency. And it took 4 years to figure out where all the rats were. This is a generational struggle, guys. It's going to take a while. We need to understand that it is going to take time. We're just going to have to keep at it. And I mean, think about this, right? I mean, I am cross-wiring X Spaces with X live streaming, right? We are using the kind of technology that's going on out there in different ways. And even though it's not as well as up to the task as it should be, man, it's way better than the shit we used to have. So I'm feeling pretty grateful about it. That's just my feeling.
I'm liking the, yesterday was the first.
Hold on. It seems, Tim, your live stream is laggy and people are having issues hearing you on the live stream. So the space is still ongoing very well, but the live stream is not again.
Oh, great.
I saw here you got two lives on X here, one with 832 and one with 19.
Yeah, the 832 is the one that is active right now, and the other one just dropped. It was the first hour or so that dropped, and then now we got this one here, but it's laggy. Okay, I think it's coming up. Just don't want to plug the conversation. Just trying to make sure everybody can keep up with us. We got almost 1,000 person. Okay, well, she says it's now good. So, thank you. I want to say thank you, Bethany. I keep an eye on the chat. Thank you for telling me this because I have this one muted so it doesn't interfere. Thank you very much.
So what is going on in Colorado? I mean, I joined the stream. I saw the title. I've read a little bit of the headlines from mainstream news, but was curious if anybody here was more on the ground or had a little more insight.
Well, from what we heard yesterday from someone that has been that lives there, we have there are definitely gangs that has taken over those buildings. Now the police are refusing to confirm it, but we have some people in Colorado, that Joshua, that confirmed yesterday, and 2 person has died in result of gunshots. Doing some research, that video that everybody has seen online of those criminals, knocking at that white door. From what I've seen and read, the person that recorded that recording has moved out from there, but apparently after that event, shots were fired, which will probably be the 2 deaths that has been confirmed. As for the Hells Angels, I will give the floor to Christopher if he wants and give his insight on this, because he's got more clarification for all of us. Are you there, Chris or Ashley?
I am here.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Hell's Angels that have written out from the report that I have is from MC81, which is their headquarters, which is where all of their press releases and whatnot comes out from the Bronx, New York area. They speak for the nation, basically. And they're saying that about 2,200 riders are going to be going out from the Long Beach area to Colorado. It is not a show of force. It's a show of support and solidarity. And there's some theories surrounding about that. There's also some talks about Mongols coming up here. The big thing to keep an eye on, and at least in my opinion, is the fact that no one has heard anything from the Sons of Silence, which is a huge group and a huge chapter here in the Denver area. They haven't made one word or one statement. I think that's what's everyone probably needs to keep an eye on, especially as it gets past dark. And myself and Truth, we were talking about this, and I believe what the outcome is going to end up being is that they're going to create a perimeter with nothing in and nothing out. It only takes about 3 days to starve out a force. So if they don't allow any food in whatsoever to these banditos, then sooner or later they're going to start, giving up the fight. But tonight and tomorrow, especially during the dark hours here, I think probably have to keep an eye out and ear out for any cheap shots taken at law enforcement or any of the brothers on the bikes. That'll probably be whenever they, if they try anything, it'll be whenever they're under the cover of night. But all told, there's supposed to be about 3,500 or so bikers there.
That's a lot of that's a lot of people, man. I mean, that's
that's a lot of bikers.
Yeah, and that's gonna turn away a few FedEx drivers, I think.
Yeah. I don't think FedEx has even been allowed to deliver in this apartment complex for a couple of weeks.
Well,
to be honest,
I don't think anybody's picking up the trash. Have you seen the trash outside?
No.
I don't think there's trash service. Right?
I would like to give the floor to Coach that just joined us in a few minutes. Here you go.
Hey guys, I live in Colorado Springs. I think the biggest question is how's this going to affect the hog rally that they got to get to by the 5th of September in Grand Junction. I think a lot of people might be getting it mixed up. You know what I mean? I'm not sure because I really don't know how big the hog rally is. So I think the reason, like Chris was saying there, Christopher there, is, silence is bliss, right? Nobody is saying anything.
I've shared some links on the chat that I have shared on my page that it's some bikers that at least claim that they're in the convoy. So if you want to just check that out.
Oh yeah, but I'm just saying, because the hog rally actually starts on September 5th, so we got some time in between there to see what goes on between, like tonight and around the 4th. I think it's going to be pretty interesting.
Yeah, and it may be connected together. I mean, it's like, coincidence. Is that,
Could be, for sure. Who knows? Black Swan.
Yeah, right. I mean, you got the Black Swan discussion. It's crazy. It's like I think every one of us is sitting here waiting for, like, when is it going to happen? Because we're just all waiting for the match to just drop into the Tinder pile. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, nobody knows anything. We're just discussing hypothetical, possibilities.
I sit here in Colorado Springs wondering, what are we doing? We got all these military bases. What is going on here? Why aren't we doing something?
While your governor or mayor hasn't requested National Guard to be present for any of this is a mystery to all of us. And the only thing that I have that I hold out any caution to anybody, like anybody can come through in color, like you said, they're getting ready to go to their Hog Valley there, but the fact that the Suns have remained incredibly quiet during all of this, that's something to maybe be a little shaky and cautious about, because they're not the group to be quiet about things.
Listen, I got to make a plea at this point, and I want to be very careful. Please do not put yourself in any danger whatsoever. But the thing that you hold in your hand that connects you to the internet, that you're able to call with, has the ability to change the world if you capture the right footage. If you can be out there, if you can go someplace and point a camera at anything, we need you so desperately. Please consider doing something that might change the world. Contribute to Truth News Network, right? In that way.
Easier said than done, huh? But it really isn't. I mean, everybody's showing things happening, but
I know it's
nobody
hard.
wants to really.
I know it's hard, and nobody wants to do anything, and we hear this every day. There are people that are watching something happen, a woman being raped, and no one does anything. And this is the problem that we're in as this country, is that people don't do anything. And I understand everybody's got a family, everybody's got a job, everybody's got a pension, all that kind of stuff. But you know what? We're going to lose it all if we leave it to the other person to do something. And that's, I guess, all what I'm saying. And I'm not putting this all on you. I'm just saying.
Just to put it in perspective, this is why I've chosen, to get with Tim. I saw a post and he says, "Hey, you want to help?" And I'm like, from my little house 3 years ago, from my house with my computer alone, without leaving my house, I've raised $3,500, 2 airplane tickets, and I sent a man in a wheelchair, a 70 years old man in a wheelchair, for 2 weeks in Starship Boca Chica. I have changed this man's life. He's changed my life too, because he showed me that the power of the internet is as good as what you're going to do with it. So don't be afraid. Like if someone like me from up north Canada was able to send two Americans to Texas for 2 weeks, what can you do? And that's why I've chosen to stay with Tim, and that's why I'm here tonight, and that's why I don't care if people want to say that we're clickbaiting and this and that. No, we have a message to pass around. Don't be afraid. We have freedom of speech. This is we have a voice, and we shall use it. We should not be forced to say what they want us to say. We should not be forced to watch things, people get hurt and our family dying. We should not be forced to go and day by day, not even be sure if you can pay your rent or your bills, or you're going to buy food, because other people are getting rich off of it because they want to stay in power and they want to make everybody feel better. No, you got to make yourself feel better. It starts with you. And once you feel good about yourself, spread it around. But if you don't feel good within yourself, don't fucking spread it around, please.
Yeah, and we do not want you to feel chastised at all. This is not, I understand that I can't browbeat anyone, okay, into anything. And this is what is beautiful about Jesus Christ, okay, is we are drawn, right? I am here to draw people, not beat them into submission, right? That's not going to work. So, this is not, this is encouragement. This is saying, I made the phone calls to the Gorham City School, and I did the things that I'm scared to do. Man, I was scared to start these spaces tonight, people. I mean, you have to understand. You think I wasn't afraid when I did this, right? What if it fails? What if this doesn't work? What if people will be mad at me, right? I mean, I have fears too. I'm human, right? But we've all got to pay a price. We've all got to put something forth these days because times are short.
Yeah, if anybody's not a believer before everything that's happened, just think since October 7th, let's just say, just think of all the huge, like once in a lifetime events that have happened concurrently, like daily since then. Yeah, I'm not even gonna start. Just.
Yeah. No, you got to think about that. You totally have to think about this. Like if you want to believe what they say on mainstream media, like just look at the UK, right? The Notting Hill Carnival. There were 8 stabbing, 2 that, 3 or 400 arrests. But hey, he was mainly peaceful, right? So like the headlines are really, really. Like anybody that wants to come and tell me that we're doing clickbait, well, go tell that to CNN and ABC and KTV. Right? Before you come and tell us that. All right. And now I'm going to give the floor back to Coach.
I'm with you. I mean, I've been on when it was Twitter since 2015, but I really didn't start really jumping in until all this started because I wanted to use my voice to initiate change. Because that's how it's got to be done now. You got to use your voice. Not the click, no, that mess. Me and my granddaughter, we started putting together, we call it togetherness bins, and we started putting these bins, first of all, in elderly neighborhoods, the elderly 55 and up groups and higher, and in these bins contain all household goods, no food, just cleaning supplies, deodorants, toothbrush, toothpastes, body washes, all this stuff, toilet paper in a clear bin, and we drop it off in the communities of elderly, and we just make sure it's a clear bin because nobody want to be opening no dark bins on their porches these days, so they can see what they're getting. And I wanted that to spread nationwide because I think that's a great thing, great way to help your neighbors, great way to help people that can't afford these items. There are ways that we can use our voices and use these platforms to initiate change for the better.
Unfortunately, and I have to say, and it's so sad, but most people don't care, right? But I want to be a part of some community that does care. And you know what? The liberal left does not have a monopoly on caring about people that are sick, that are poor, that are hungry, that are homeless, and I'm really goddamn tired of it. And so what I want to do is start a movement that actually helps people like that, right? And so that we can start putting that and say, you know what? People that are conservative, that don't want just progress in the name of whatever the hell progress, we're going over some cliff, right? I mean, there are people like sleeping in the streets. This is ridiculous. We are in the, like Joe Biden says, we're the United States of America, God damn it. Right? Why are there fucking people like homeless in the streets? Tell me. Why?
Especially Denver. Look at it. Police, he will show every picture except for the real picture. Every picture he will show. Oh, look at the beautiful skiing. Oh, look, the leaves are changing colors. Dude, people are sleeping in the streets, having sex in the streets, doing drugs in the streets.
It's here in Canada too.
Yeah, and you want to show people the leaves changing? Oh, look, the state fair. Have you ever noticed they're always eating? I don't know if anybody's ever noticed that with the left. I'm putting it out there with the left. Every time they get a picture of them, they're always eating.
That is so true. Like even here in Canada, like Justin Trudeau will go places. Like okay, like just yesterday, I think he went to in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. I think like I've been there a few times traveling, right? And there's a big mill there, and a lot of people. And this guy, like Trudeau comes up to this guy, he's like, "Hey, we got free donuts," and this guy's like, ask Trudeau, like, "Why am I paying 40% of tax on my paycheck?" And then Trudeau,
go ahead.
And then he just blasted Trudeau like non-stop, for like a whole minute. And Trudeau just like had his hand in his pocket. When someone has hands in his pocket, both of them, and then, like was cramped. Like, no, he couldn't handle that, And that's disgusting to see that it's happening in Canada. It's happening in America. It's happening in the UK. It's happening in Germany. It's happening all across the world.
That's one of the most fascinating comments I've ever heard. That is one of the most lucid things I have ever heard. Okay, is that what you said is that people, they're consuming, man. That's all about what we do. We consume. We're looked at as consumers, right? That's what they boil us down to. But this is not what the Bible tells us to be. The Bible tells us to be, we're not to consume. We're to lift others up. We're to build. We're to create. We're to build, right? But they've just broken us down into these human batteries. I mean, the Matrix is true, okay? And they've used these labels, the black, white, rich, poor, all of this shit to divide us. And, I'm just glad to hear women in the room. I'm glad to hear that we've got all sorts of people represented, man. We got the sisters, we got the brothers, we got Jews in the room yesterday. I can't wait till Joshua comes back, man. He had a perspective. That guy speaks 5 languages, man. He's a maniac. So the kind of people that we have in this room and the common sense wisdom, right? And the life experience that people are bringing into these spaces is just incredible. I mean, it lifts the hair. I mean, Kenny and I get offline and we go, what the hell just happened right now? I mean, the hair on my arms is standing up half the time when we're having these conversations. It's amazing.
Oh, I got to say, yeah, no, you guys are like, yesterday you all make me so emotional about, like, I went back after this, I went and I have a shower and I was like, today, I talked to Tim and I'm like, Tim, you know what? Like, I was not such a believer in all, but I was in the shower last night and this is what I'm thinking. With 2,200 people last night, nearly 3,000 with the space and the life together, God sent us a wave and we got to surf it, man. We got to surf it or we're just going to drown in the storm. We got to ride that wave and, you all are part of it. Anybody wants to be a part of this, wherever you are in the United States, in Canada, in Brazil, in Europe, in Asia, anybody, if we we want to share the world news. We want the truth from everywhere, because the more we can share it, the better it is. And that's one thing I keep telling people during COVID here. I'm in Quebec and it's a French province. And the problem is everything around Quebec is English. So all the information we get is translated. And this is really difficult for me here to even make friends because the information that they get and the information that I gather from the rest of the world is completely different. And it drives me completely bananas. Like I was sitting down on the table the other day and this guy tells me that if Trump comes back in power, Quebec is going to die. I'm like, are you kidding? I'm like, the Biden administration just put a new rate on our softwood. Trump was there to make business with Canada. The only way Quebec is going to die if it's Trudeau stays in power. I said, you put Poilievre and Trudeau in an office, and we come out of here, and it's going to be amazing. Two countries that's going to strive. I see that T-Bird just now, a speaker. My sweet lady, I want to give you the mic a little bit. Here, take the mic, Tanya.
Hey, honey, it's so nice to hear you. Great space. Everyone's so positive. I invited Coach Joyce. She's been suffering for a long time too, and she's very, very intelligent. And I just thought I'm glad that she joined the room. Um, so yeah, I agree with exactly what you just said. I just wanted to. I'm not super religious. I'll admit that openly, but I would like to pray for the bikers and the men that are going to stand up for your country right now. I really hope that they all are okay. I really, because I know my son would probably be one of those guys that would go and fight, or stand, and not fight, but stand. And it's really, and it all comes down to, I know this is my fight. I'm obviously vaccine injured, and I'm disabled from it, but it's a cover up. Everything's a cover up for the democide worldwide, right? Millions and millions and millions of people are dead. We were talking about it yesterday when I remember in Montreal, the serial killer came with a gun and he went after all those women, and they were all the same age as all the women that died in your country in 1 week. All 33 women were nurses, and all between the ages of 30 and I think 65, or 30 and 60. That's what this bioweapon did, but they're covering it up. They are covering it up in Israel, because they practiced on them first. Like, everyone gets away from the point of the cover up because it's global, and I just wanted to refer back to that quickly and not forget the game. We know the game. Anyone in this room is super intelligent, but it's infuriating to me that everyone's voices are getting silenced and kind of smeared on the road now, like we're like roadkill. And then the vax injured are attacking each other and losing faith in any kind of movement. So it's really, it's all part of the plan. Obviously, I just wanted to share that. But I really thank you, and I just loved getting to know you. And I just really pray for all the bikers for safe travel, and and safety for whatever could happen. Thank you for letting me speak.
Well, Tanya, I would just like to confirm something. Like I got you here, and we all here, and we got over 1,000 people. Like I know the answer, but I want you to tell people. So, what is the government of Canada has offered you for your COVID vaccine injury?
Oh, nothing. I'm fighting with the vaccine injury program now for 3.5 years, and they keep postponing it and telling it's just excuses after excuses. They didn't get all the doctor's documents at one time, so they have to wait till they have everything. And I'm like, well, it's kind of a catch-22 if the doctors don't want to send it in because they're afraid to lose their license. So not basically, I've got nothing. I had no income for the first year and a half. I was selling my children's electronics, their clothes, everything, so I wouldn't lose my house. It was heartbreaking, giving away things that were collectibles for like a song, and I was being taken advantage of, but I needed to buy milk that week. So now I finally got approved for disability, and so that's $1,000 a month. I have 2 kids. I'm a single mom, and yeah, it's $1,000, which is what, 750 American, something like that. That's to survive on. My property taxes alone are $700 a month, so it's been really, really a struggle, and prayers that I can win this, and if these people would get off their asses and do their job, which we know they're not going to, it's government. But it's like I see people, but I'm still taking people in if I can. I think you guys know I took Tamara Litch. She had to go back to court, so she came and stayed with me for a week, and I made food. I will open up my home to anyone because I can't get out there and pick it. I can't get out there and do what the people are strong enough to do, and that's why I have such admiration for the people who are still able to drive or fly or go and be there. Because I would have been there 100%, having been an RN for almost 30 years. And I see it's just heartbreaking. And I see my friend Sunny's in here now. She's been an RN for like 30 years. She's amazing. She's in the States. She's helped me so much. There's so many wonderful. Jeremiah's in here. Like all these people, I didn't know about X until October last year because I was in the rat race. And I think that's another problem. How do we get the information out to people who will not go on another social platform, or they don't understand that this is really intelligent politics and good conversation? It's not just a Facebook app or you know what I mean? And it's open. These spaces are so valuable. It gives me goosebumps. But that's how I met most of these people who saved my life. I was literally like dying, and I got more motivation. I got love. I feel love again. I want to give love. I want to keep fighting where I was quitting. So that's how important this space is tonight. So Truth, thank you so much for hosting it. When I saw it was TruthSlinger and you tonight, Kenny, I'm really, really, really moves me because it's, you know what, your fear, it's just so important for us. So important.
Oh my God! Stop! Oh, full stop! You're breaking my heart right now.
I'm crying too here. Every time she speaks, she puts tears in my eyes. That woman. God, I love you.
I'm sitting here getting discouraged. You know, we're down to about like 20 people, 30 people. I don't know, whatever. But I mean, we're blowing up on X live stream, right? Because we're multiplying. We're trying to multiply this stuff. And we are doing things that are like on the cutting edge, man. We're trying to use this platform like it's never been used, you know? And man, let me tell you something, man. Don't you ever think less of yourself, man. This room is filled with highly intelligent people. These are the only people that I will surround myself with. Do you understand, woman? Okay? If you walk into my circle, you fucking know what time it is. And I am so glad to have you here. I'm so excited to have you here. I mean, I couldn't be more grateful. And you know what? You blew me away. You just blew me away.
This is the result of networking through X. All these great people that are here speaking, T-Bird, Christopher, Alicia, you know, and all of you, we all connected through networking here on X, you know. T-Bird was telling me that Coach is also someone that has been injured, and I think she's unfortunately not home anymore. Coach, I want to send a prayer to you. May God, you know, help you. May God support you. May He... Wow, I don't know how to say this. I'm going to give the floor a little bit to Kay Holiday and give my heart a little bit of time to breathe. You go, Holiday.
Hey guys, howdy. Great space, thank God. T-Bird actually let me know about this space here and happy to be here. Just wanted to say, first off, power to you, all you vaccine injured. There's nothing harder in the world to be a healthy individual and have a normal life and then have it ripped away from you by force.
Amen. Amen to that, brother.
Yeah, by force. And that's the definition of tyranny. And the reason Bill Gates and all these folks have got away with all this is because good men and women have stood by and done nothing. And that time is over. I've said a bunch, fear is the root of all evil. The only reason any of this has been able to go on is because of the extreme fear in people. Everybody feels like someone else is going to do it. You guys were talking about the homeless stuff earlier. I actually got an up-close situation this week with the Sienna Francis house in Omaha, Nebraska. It was the most disturbing thing I've ever seen. I was attempting to help a homeless person this week, and I drove down. We get to the place, and there are crackheads. There are people laying on the floor, laying on the dirt, smoking cigarettes, tweaking, passed out, hunched over. And I just had to bring this up because it's the exact example what you guys were talking about earlier. When good people stand by and do nothing, that's what it looks like. You know, as far as homeless, especially veterans, there should be a homeless retreat camp, or however you want to say it. There should be homeless camps on every block of these major cities, with all the money we have, all these billionaires and trillionaires that are out here killing us, right? They should be putting money into things that matter. Instead, they get away with straight murder.
And look, I'm just gonna pause you for a second. Look at the
Yep.
only billionaire that's actually doing stuff for humanity, Elon Musk. They want to put him in jail, and they want to sue him all the fucking time.
Say that
You know?
again.
I said Elon Musk. You know, they always try to arrest him, and he's the only one that actually does things for us.
100%. And you have people wanting to naysay. Well, you know, if you're sitting on the sideline not doing anything, then you should not say a word. You should let people do what they're going to do. You have no right to judge anybody. You know, and that's the biggest thing about the domino effect. I was talking about this earlier. You know, one nice thing that you do for somebody, one thing in that day can change that person's life. It can then go domino effect, domino effect, domino effect, and make a real change. And that's how it
Mr.
starts.
Holiday, I know that you are scared shitless speaking in this spaces, and you are the bravest fucking motherfucker I have met today, sir.
Well, God bless you, and I got to tell you, I've had a really tough week. I've had a really tough week, and like I said, I've had a experience with a homeless individual, and I felt like it was a calling. And it feels like anytime you're over the target and you're doing something that matters, you're always going to have pushback. You're always going to have things that you have to, you know, rise over. But just to finish the story, I did. It did end up working out. I got this person to a pastor, just a town up from me, and the person is safe. And I never thought I would ever do something like that, ever. Like in my life, I never thought I would ever do it and take that leap, you know. And God and my angels were watching over me. I didn't get robbed. I didn't get hurt. I didn't, you know. And now that the situation's over, I'm still. You can hear it in my voice. I'm still coming out of it. I kind of feel like I got in a car accident. You just feel all these overwhelming emotions of, I know I did what was right, but it can hurt other people in the process. And I just got to tell y'all to push forward, and resistance to tyrants is obedience to God.
Wow. 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 Holy fuck. Okay, if you're not tuned into this space, you are fucking missing out. You need to like, subscribe, share. You don't understand what is happening here, people. The hairs on my arm are standing up. People are saying I'm doing things that I never thought I would ever do. Do you understand what is fucking happening here, people? Oh my God. We are going to change the fucking world.
Well, this is the new fucking news. Like, this is the news by the people, for the people, from the people. Let's go, everyone. Share, like, fuck yeah. I love this. Like, and we're up, like, in 2 days, we'll reach more people than I could shake hands in one day. Like, come on, guys. Like, this is what I'm talking about. T-Bird, super strong, powerful message. Holiday, super strong message, too. Like, all of us, we got something to say, and we think about it, and we look at the walls and under cats and under dogs, and we just want to tell them that, but there's nothing you can do with it. You can take that information and you can go and share with your neighbor, with your boss, with your sister. You know, when they're feeling down, you know, you can be like, hey, look, come to that space maybe tonight. I think these guys are doing so. You know, come and talk with them. You'll have a bunch of people that will be willing, you know, to listen to you and support you. You know, and it's not about pity. I do not want to give you pity. But if you got the balls to come up here, or, you know, the ball and speak, well, you're going to get my respect. I'm not going to give you pity, but do something for yourself. Do something for the person next to you, and I will give you forever respect. Chris, I want to give you the mic, and then we'll go back to Coach.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention kudos to everybody who did take the mic tonight. And TruthSlinger, you got a good thing going on. I do want to talk to you later as well at Kenny's invitation there. And for everybody who came in later, has listened the whole time, one of the cool things about this space as opposed to others, and I'm on a space probably every night of the week. But most spaces are what I like to call feedback loops or echo chambers, where all everybody does is repeat the same problem over and over and over and over again. The usual space, you're going to hear about how they're going to steal the election from Trump, or how Biden is absent, or whatever. They just repeat it, and nobody comes to the table with a solution. And here tonight, I've heard a solution to almost every topic that's been brought up. And that is something.
Yes. I interrupt and I fucking do it on purpose. It's exactly what I'm fucking trying to do here. I'm trying to fucking strip the labels off and get something goddamn done.
Yeah, and everything is, some things can be a blending of the minds, or we have to have a round table and maybe come back tomorrow before we actually have a solution. But the fact that we offer and are trying to, find a solution for each one of the topics before we hang our head on that topic.
We're brainstorming.
Yeah, that's a great thing to be looking for that. And that's definitely not something that you hear on 90% of the spaces that are out there, especially the ones that will be going on later tonight, where they think it's great to just, act like Kill Tony and not talk about anything but cutting each other down.
Let me tell you something right now, people. Let me tell you something right now. Last night we were out, we outdid the Krasenstein twins, and we outdid Alex Jones, people. I can fucking own this goddamn world.
We didn't out Alex Jones, but we
will. We can do this. Okay, listen. We could do this better than those fuckers. We can do this better than the Legacy News. I know how to work this space better than they do. Okay, this is fucking tight what we're doing here, and we're gonna
it's not hard to beat the Krasenstein brothers. They're fucking two better brothers. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen the pedo stories coming out about those guys? The pedo web,
homo,
the website stories. Yes,
that's crazy. I want to give the mic back. I want to give the mic back to Coach and see what she's got for us cooking. She seems like she's ready.
I'm sitting here cracking up because you guys are so right. Before I came back into the hospital, I mean, I went to the pharmacy to get my prescriptions, and one of them's injections. They had no syringes. They're so busy giving syringes out here in Colorado to areas so people can do drugs illegally. We're at war with drugs. Why? Why are we doing this? We're at war with drugs right now. But they want to give you a warehouse in Denver where you can go and shoot up safely. What does that even mean? It's illegal.
Shoot up safely?
Illegal.
What the fuck does shoot up safely mean in the world of fentanyl? What the fuck
does
that even mean?
What do
seriously.
You mean?
Well, here in Canada,
wild.
Here in Canada, we got safe supply, okay? And I'm going to tell you something. The other night, it was like midnight, and I'm like having an epiphany moment, and I'm like, I saw one of our prime minister, one of our ministers in the federal level, and I saw him pop on my feed. I'm like, okay, so I send him a text, and I'm like, I'm not a chemist, but I know for a fact that heroin and cocaine does not have any ingredient here in Canada to be produced here. So, it's probably obviously because here in Canada, just in BC, it's legal now to carry up to 3.5 grams of any drugs, pretty much, like heroin and coke and crack. So I asked him, who did they get this from? Because the big guy obviously doesn't go against the other big guys, or like the criminal rate will be really high. And without dropping name or anything, the answer I got an hour later was precursor comes from China. So, there's a lot of, all these drugs, they're not all coming from the gangs, there are a lot of deals and are being made overseas and that are killing our people.
Well, and back to our story about the Hells Angels, Aurora, and Colorado, and you and I have been talking for quite some time, and you said, the Hells Angels and these guys, they're in there and they're protecting the place that they're there. And it's like, I'm. What are you saying? And you're like, they're keeping out the hardest drugs, right? And that has a function because these people step in the gap, and that doesn't seem to make sense, but yet it does.
Listen, okay, every bikers have kids, okay, pretty much, and their kids go to school. And when some high school kids, so comes and one of the bike, like this is one story that I heard in British Columbia, okay, the guy, his daughter, he's got a phone call. His daughter's in the hospital, so he goes to the hospital. Okay, what happened? Well, this guy gave me drug. What drug did he give you? Well, heroin. How the hell did heroin got in this town? Made some, like she told him, oh, that was this guy. So he went to see this guy. Obviously, he was not white, unfortunately.
Broke his legs
but
too, right?
he went to saw this guy, and then he asked him a couple of questions, and then he went up, and that's what it is. The guy, he was told to go to high school and to try to give that drug to as many students as possible. He was not allowed to collect money. He was just supposed to give it to people. Not sell it, just give it. Like they're just going to try to hook people up and then try to make the money.
Get them hooked, right.
Well, I've told my granddaughter, don't accept a stick of gum from anybody. I don't even care. Take nothing.
If you pick up a dollar bill or somebody leaves a 20 on the ground, and I'm serious, there are people that are actually lacing $20 or $50 bills with fentanyl. I mean, what world do we live in?
Well, in Chilliwack, they found a lot of, when I lived there in 2016, when I first heard of it, I think, was they found like needles taped up, on handrails. So people coming down the stairs, and like they just stabbed themselves with a fucking needle. Like that is the evilest thing. I've like, why? They found needles stabbed up, stuff like that, blades and kids park. Like it's just evil stuff. Like I don't understand. I just want to remember everyone, that we're here talking about what's going on in Aurora in the United States, and anything you want to talk about, you're welcome to take the floor. If you're watching from the live space, you're going to need to come into the actual, if you're watching from the live stream, you'll have to come in the stream in order to request a mic and come and talk to us. We have also, I'm going to send again another Discord invite. There's 50 original spots that are available to come and help us build the server up for the next couple of weeks until we release it to the whole public. And on this, I thank you everyone for being here. Share, like, and on this, I'm going to give you the floor, Alyssa.
Hello?
You can go ahead, Alyssa. Sorry, I hit the wrong button and I muted everyone.
Hello?
Is she still there? Maybe not.
Alyssa? Oh, come on, Alyssa. Come on. Come out to play.
Did you got stage fright already? Come on, like you've been talking all night. No, I think she probably has connection issues.
Yeah,
She's
move on down.
But anybody wants to come and talk, let's go. We're like, this is what we all are about. We want to share your stories and your thoughts and bring up solutions. Guys, just talk about it.
Yeah, this is the new talk radio, guys. This is where it is at. You have to understand that, times change, things move on. And this is where your news connection, seriously, I know I sound like a radio guy. God made me sound like a radio guy. It's just the way it fucking is, right? That's the way it goes. So I'm going with it. I'm going down. So let's get this done, right? Who wants to talk next?
Hey guys, I just wanted to jump in here real quick because I'm getting ready to leave. This is Operation Ashley. It's my other account, but I heard you here for a minute, or I heard you say for a minute, like nobody cares, and yeah, like maybe the government doesn't care, but I had mentioned to you guys earlier about how all of the domestic violence survivors, like during the COVID lockdowns, we'd all gathered in Facebook. Well, that ended up being a bad situation because Facebook, obviously, number one, isn't safe, but also, number two, it ended up carrying a virus that fried a lot of our modems. But the thing is, that's where we gathered. The women that were lonely, that were abused, like that's where we gathered, was on Facebook. And now nobody trusts Facebook. and everyone is alone. And like, I mean, as far as like the domestic violence victims especially, but the RN that was in here earlier, her story just, she is so beautiful. I cannot begin to explain how much I understand exactly how she feels, you know, waiting for a year, over a year, to try to get disability, and then doing the lawfare thing for years. If you guys were in here from the beginning, you remember me telling a similar story, but hers is different because she has 2 kids, because she got lucky enough to do that, and that's awesome. And I know she's barely making it, and I know it's so hard. But I hope that you guys really realize what you're doing here, because when I was alone when I first moved back to my hometown, and I realized like half of the girls I went to school with are gone, and I do know that, you know, at least one of them is trafficked, and I'm hoping that I ever get to see her again. And you know, I was just here by myself dealing with this stuff, and there was some guy during the wintertime that said that he would come over and help me with my trailer because it wasn't winterized. And he ended up just like coming over all the time and just putting stuff around my house and bringing people over because he knew that I wasn't brave enough to say anything to him. And that's, you know, like around the time that I started talking to Chris is when, you know, the guy was just joking around about, did I want to play Russian roulette? The way that he would boss people around and how awful he was to people, he knew that he could take the weakest. He could take the weakest women who were alone and tell them, oh yeah, I'll do something around your house. I'll help you out because you don't have a man to, you know, screw in this thing or do your weatherization or whatever it might be that he was promising women. He promised another woman something about a washer. So this is what I was dealing with, is a gun to my face on a regular basis by myself because I didn't have anyone else to talk to. And you know, that was the guy that I ended up having around because of Facebook. So people get in these very dangerous situations because the bad men, they can easily find the vulnerable women. But Chris, when he came back into my life, he made sure that he looked that guy in the eye and he winked at him and smiled and said, we'll see you around. But that wasn't really what he meant.
Well, you know,
And he made sure to send some people over to his home to tell him that he was never going to contact me ever again. So if you ever think for a moment that you cannot make a difference in someone's life, I promise you, like the man earlier, you said, you know, that you helped a homeless person. I can't tell you how long I walked on those streets of Florida, and everyone just assumed that like I had a drug problem, or that, you know, they assumed this or they assumed that about me. They had no idea that I used to make $70,000 and have a 675 credit score, and I had it all. But that man took everything away from me. So you never know who that person is on the street. You never know their pain. And you know, this is the best example, and I want every one of you, even the ones I can't remember your name, like, because my PTSD is still not completely okay. But I want you guys all to realize how big of a difference that you are making, not just in my life, but in other people's lives. Because the worst thing in the world, I can tell you, is when I got sentenced, every time I had to go to jail for something I didn't do, and I would turn back and I would look at the prosecutors and I would look at the people responsible, you know, for letting me go. And the one thing you will never forget are the people who sat there in silence and
So
watched you suffer.
can you imagine now, when we're gonna go, to all those homeless camps, and then we're gonna go and help those homeless people. The amount of people that we're gonna talk to. Those women sometimes are gonna be in a situation where they need help and they have no ways to ask for help, and we might be getting there and be able to get them out of there. Like I want to go here in Canada, and I want to go here in my area to, and support, in the name of TruthSlinger News Network, help homeless too. And I have a big house, and if some people are in real danger, for their life or something, I might be able to help them, because I have the room in my house to bring them. But I will not be able to bring someone to my house that does not want to help himself.
Now we got it going on. Now we have it going on. And I know I stepped on you. I stepped on you, Kenny, and I'm sorry. Okay.
No, that's good.
But
I love
there's
you.
one thing that I really want you to think about, and something that I can help you with, because I know the traffickers and I know the people that are very dangerous. But when it comes to like certain people, I mean, you really got to have some serious leverage, and your government has to understand that if you got to have a kill switch.
Right. Well, we understand that there's two kinds, right? There are
Yeah,
the people
so
out
just
there
be
that
careful,
they
and
want.
if you want me to help you with any of that, I will be here. But just be very careful that you are not like putting yourself in front of a bullet.
Right. I got that. Right. We got that. And I think that we have that understanding and that knowledge that, there are two kinds of people out there. They're the people that want to be homeless and the people that are there and they got the bad rap. Right. And I've been there, man. I've lost everything. Right. Where it's like, it's like all of a sudden everything it's on top of you and you can't get your license. And then you can't get a license. You can't go to work. And, sooner or later you're buried. So like, we understand that. And I am so thrilled that you said what you said about the fact that you think that we might make a difference, because that's all I ever wanted to do was make a difference, man. That's what we want to do. Is I want to urge people to get something done. So thank you, and God bless you for being here, and thank you for sharing your perspective.
I think T-Bird has had her hands up for a little while here. I'd like to give her the floor.
Best thing ever. Love you guys.
Thank you very much, Alicia, for your powerful message. And I want to say before I give it to Tanya, that this is exactly one thing I've always wanted to do. I've been always wanted to help women to be heard, because I am tired of listening to people saying that there's so much toxic masculinity. And I want to show that this is bullshit and that masculinity will be there to protect women's. That true men respect women's, and that true men will love and cherish and protect women's at all costs, and the children. And that is why I'm here. And thank you, Alicia, for that powerful message. And don't be afraid, ladies. If you want to come and speak up, and if you want to name drop your abusers, you go for it, and we will help you, and we will let the internet do its thing, and we will bring these people to fucking justice. Amen. Thank you, God, for giving us a voice. You go ahead, Tanya.
That kind of turned me on. That was amazing.
Ooh.
Yeah. I'll say right now, you, Kay Holiday, Jeremiah, and Tove are all the men in my life that I actually have personally contacted. And honestly, I only met them through X, and they're the ones that call and check on me at 11 o'clock in the morning to see if I made it through the night. That's pretty huge. Like, I don't think people understand the cardiac issues that I have. I have MS now. I was perfectly healthy the day I went in for my first shot. And I don't feel sorry for myself, but I'm grateful for those men who call just to like sing a song or just be a goof or just say, okay, you're alive. The girls, they come and go. The men, those are the strong ones. And so I will call them out in this space. Kenny, Kay, Jeremiah, and Tove. And then Sunny. Oh my God, Sunny's a nurse. She has all the stats of all the babies that are dying, the mothers that are dying during childbirth. She's an amazing RN. She sends me medication. I can't tell you how when I need it, because Canada doesn't have what we need here, and nor will they test us. I had to drive to the States and get an American doctor because the Canadian doctors won't deal with us. And it cost me $5,000 to do blood work over there, American, and I couldn't afford to do all the blood work. And the doctor in the States in Florida was like, "Why couldn't you do it?" I'm like, "Well, I don't have $20,000 just to get blood drawn." I gave it to my doctor, and my personal doctor here in Canada was like, "Nope, I wouldn't even know what that was. So no, I'm not even going to order it." So it's like we're up against a wall. I know the Netherlands got hit super hard. I've got girlfriends over there. Back to activism. I'm going to talk real quick. Julie is in here. She has the purple circle. She's also was in healthcare. I'm not sure if she's a nurse, but she went blind from the shots. She lost her mother to the shot. She is now working in the government. She is a headliner. You should hear her. She's powerful. And there's quite a few of us that are really trying to make change. And I really wanted to acknowledge Julie. But what I wanted to say was, do you think I can remember? Probably not. What did I really want? Where was I going with that? So I started bringing the Pfizer documents, the redacted ones, the 38 pages of known as of February 2021. I had my best friend print them all off at her work because I don't have any money for ink. Anyway, and anyone that would come, I would give them the packages. I would post them. I would go, and now my next line of attack now is going to be when I can walk again, because I go through these remitting. That's what the type of MS I have, because the demyelination in my brain from the stupid shots. I'm going to go hit all the arenas while parents are standing around waiting. You know, if anyone has kids, I know in Canada, that's the way we do things.
Walking is very helpful.
And I've met another guy who's in the hospital right now. If I have more people, I don't know any Canadians. It's so weird. But I'll tell you this. I don't know if you know this, TruthSlinger. So they came to arrest me from speaking in a space. And Jeremiah and I were hosting a space. And I kind of lost my shit, which sometimes I do. Sometimes I'm like, I have a brain injury, and I may have had a glass or two of wine that night, and it might have been 15 hours into a space. I'm going to admit that much. I don't remember, and as Fauci says, I don't recall, and that's all I said to the cops. They came to arrest me at 7:30 in the morning the next morning on Father's Day, on a Sunday. I sent 2 male cops. I was sleeping, but I got it on the Nest camera. And I'm like, what the hell? So I called my best friend and I said, they're going to come back for me. So I painted my toenails and I poured myself a glass of wine and I sat in the back and waited. And sure enough, they did. They came back. And the first thing, this huge, big black cop, like massive. And then this little tiny white cop with big glasses and bobby pins. I'm like, what is this, Urkel? And I don't even know. The Rock? But anyway,
Hansel and Gretel.
Right, Hansel and Gretel, right? So, and the first thing he said was, I opened the door, and he said, do you want to step out? And I said, no. And he said, well, it might be embarrassing for us to have this conversation here. Can we come in? And I said, no. What's the problem? And he said, what did you say about Fauci last night? That was his exact words. And Kay Holiday was on the phone with me when it happened. I was terrified. I was crying. It's like, I sound tough, but just like you were saying, TruthSlinger, it's when we do these things, we know, and now there's a No Harms Act here in Canada that Trudeau passed, that we can't talk online. We can't say anything negative. All I said, I don't remember exactly what I said. I wanted him to suffer the way I've suffered. He was talking, I watched the whole court with him, and he said, oh, my 3 daughters, we're all suffering. And I think I said something like, and I don't recall, truly don't recall.
Right, sure.
I want him to suffer the way I suffered, and I want his kids to suffer. Look what my kids have gone through.
Yeah,
They've had to carry him up over the stairs for less at 13 years old. These kids don't need that. This is not fair. They lost their mother.
They put our fucking kids in goddamn cubicles, made in little boxes made out of plexiglass, for fuck's sake.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
oh, yeah,
I mean, what they put us through was fucking insane, man.
When you think about it, when you think about lab rats, mice, it's basically the same thing. Think about it. They took the experiment right to the level of the mouse level, but how they watched us, how they experimented.
Well, Dr. Fauci peeled open the eyelids of puppies and decided to put sand fleas in their eyes to see how it would feel. Yeah. and this guy is not under Nuremberg trials? Can you fucking explain to me just exactly why not?
And truth, if I could just ask Tanya to expel on this as well, I'm pretty sure she was threatened with jail if certain people in Canada, we talk about Australia, right, being so tyrannical and they were the worst. Well, I think it was probably Canada. I mean, she's up there, and if you can expel on that, Tanya, I think they were threatened with arrest. If you didn't have shots, you could be arrested. I mean, that is, come on.
Well, and I mean that I'm just going to weigh in. I mean, that happened to our military, that happened to our police forces, that happened to our healthcare workers. There was a giant purge, and this was done deliberately, not because they're degrading, but because they are building a new healthcare system. They are building a new military, and a new police force that is compliant to the ones that will do what it is that they want them to do. They're building jackboot armies.
Well, you got to think in this perspective too. There's that woman that posted a picture of a doll, and it included all the vaccine as a kid has up to the age of 2 years old. And I mean, like when you look at the sheer size of a kid, and when you think about how much liter of blood these poor things have in their body, the amount of shots that they get by the age of 2 years old is insane. Like it's like no kids can grow healthy with so much poison in their blood. I don't care which medicine it is. It's for the size of the kid, it's poison.
Well, I gotta say, I read a book, and I just happened to read a book because I also, while you're considering sending financial support to us, in order to make all this shit work, I read audiobooks, right? So I read a 16-hour book on vaccines, right? It's called Turtles All the Way Down. You can find it on Amazon.com. It's out there. And I narrated that son of a bitch, right? 16 hours takes about 65 fucking hours to produce. So I'm just telling you, okay? None of this shit, okay, is fucking any of it is scientific. First of all, peer review blows. It sucks donkey balls because science is not done by consensus. First of all, take it from a fucking physicist, okay? Someone who understands mathematics and physics, right? You have a theorem, and then you say it's going to work this way, and then you do designable, experiments, and you say, is it going to do the same thing each time? And you measure it, right? This shit is supposed to take 10 years to design vaccines, right? And actually, the book that I read has nothing to do with any of the new COVID stuff, which was totally accelerated, the warp speed bullshit. You still need to take 10 years to find out what the fuck happens to people when you fuck with their RNA, for, God's sakes. Not to mention the fact that none of this shit was a vaccine by definition, okay? The old vaccines were biologicals that were placed in there. And they never ever tested the original things against the placebo. They test them against the previous vaccine, which just has the biological removed, but it still has the mercury and all the aluminum and all that good stuff for your brain in there. So none of that shit is on sound logical science, and I mean none of it, guys.
No, it isn't. It isn't at all. We've been taken for lab rats, and now they're doing the same thing with the laws. Like they're trying to look what happens if you do this with the law. Well, look at California, and now that's why we're here tonight talking about this Hell's Angel stuff too, right? It's another test. Well, what's going to happen if we just let criminal gangs take over a city? Like it's what people are going to do. Like let's just see what's going to happen. I got some requests coming up. Don't be afraid to come and ask the mic, people, and chat with us. Jeremiah, if you want to come and talk with us too. Julie, anyone? John, don't be afraid.
I'm having all kinds of glitchy technical difficulties. I apologize for Truth having to keep, or whoever keeps having to accept me.
Yeah,
but about the vaccine,
do this all night. I do this all night, man. I'll accept.
About the vaccine thing, my wife, she's a nurse, and she's been a critical care nurse for 25 years, and she got we both actually got our vaccines, and we're both actually injured from it. She had a stroke. She was always super healthy. And then not long after she got like her, whatever booster, she got the shot and then the booster. And then after the booster, she had a small stroke. I got a TDS, I think, or stroke, or not TDS. That's shit. Okay. Anyway, the small stroke.
TIA, transient ischemic attack.
Right, TIA. Yeah, TDS. I've been dealing with lefties a lot, so. But she had a TIA, and it's affected her. The long effects from the vaccine never really got to me too much. I don't feel the same 100%. The only reason I did it was because she's a nurse. She had to have it. I didn't know any better at the time. But she definitely, it wasn't anytime after the second dose, she had a stroke. She had a brother that was relatively healthy die suddenly. He was, like a couple years older than her. She's in her early 50s. So he was in his mid 50s. So, it's people are dropping like flies, man. And it's depopulation. They've been saying it all along. Listen to the WEF.
Yeah, listen to them when they tell you what who they are. I knew this when 17, 18-year-old kids are dropping dead on the soccer field or the football field. Okay. What else do you need to see? That's never fucking happened before, ever. Okay, no. And you can fucking.
It's a huge fucking worldwide crime scene. Is what it is.
It is. You're absolutely right. And Fauci should swing. And I'm saying it right now. You fucking.
We need Nuremberg trials redux.
I see that we have a Pathy Carroll in the audience here, and I looked at her profile, and she's a health consultant. Like, if she wants to come up and she has something to say about this stuff, I would be curious.
All are welcome here. All are welcome in this space. We like
if you're a specialist in any case, come and talk to us. Tell us to shut up, and we need to listen to an expert,
Yeah,
we're sharing our opinions.
This is the TruthSlinger News Network. Listen, this is an organic news network, and this is a shameless plug. This is for us. This is the growing news network. This is a news network that is growing because it is created by the creators. Do you understand what I'm saying? It is the people that are in this space that are making the news, that are the ones that really care. Fuck the legacy news media. Fuck these corporations, right? We don't have a pot to fucking piss in, okay, here at the TruthSlinger News Network. We don't. Okay? Look, all I want to do is throw a couple of goddamn logs in the fire and keep this goddamn stream going. So, if you can contribute a little bit, it doesn't take much, right? We're not billion-dollar industries, we're not million-dollar industries, but we're doing the best we can to bring organic truth and news to you.
If anybody goes to look at my profile, the very first thing I say is, I want to know your opinion. I don't care about giving you mine. I hear myself talk all day long. I want to hear you talk, so don't be afraid to come up stage.
Well, and everybody, everybody's opinion does matter, when it, but some people just try, the trolls. The energy vampires. So it's those people. I can see those people coming from a mile away now. So anybody who's willing to have a civil discussion, man, bring it on, please. More than welcome.
The beautiful part is that this room is full of people that are not trolls.
Last night too. Last night was beautiful.
I know, and we had a couple of trolls today. I was in church this morning.
The church troll was.
Oh my!
But you know what? Christianity, like I said last night, I put political posts all over my page. Very rarely do I get a troll on them. Every time I put a Christian post up, bam, troll.
Oh
bam,
yeah,
troll.
I'm preaching on Ezekiel 36, right? God breathing over the dry bones, and the guy's like, how does it feel when my nut hairs are tickling your fucking nose while you're sucking my dick? And I'm like, really?
Wow.
Really?
That's the devil. How's that not the devil?
Holiday, you can just speak up. We're only a few speakers right now. It's just if it's get too cluttered, raise your hand. But you can just speak up, Holiday.
Yeah, jump in.
Yeah, guys, I just wanted to say too how cool God works and how cool angels work. Talking about angels, the Hell's Angels, right? I mean, all through history, they're the scariest folks. They do all these bad things. Well, who the fuck is showing up? Who's showing up when it really matters? And there's a song called "The Accidental Preacher." I think it's Ashley McBride, and she's talking about how God doesn't choose the lily white Bible thumper that always knows every single line out of the Bible.
Never.
He chooses the drunks. He chooses the Hell's Angels. He chooses the mob.
I love you, man. I fucking love you. Preach, brother.
Yeah, bring it, man.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you guys, there's certain people in this room. I'm not going to bring up names, but they know a little more than I do about the mob and different.
I want to ask you something. I want to cut you off. You taking care of Tanya a lot?
Oh yeah, I've done everything I can.
I want you and I to become friends. I want to talk to you in private, brother. I really support what you're doing, and I thank you for taking care of her. The other day she sent this thing about, she was thinking about me, and I dropped everything I did, man, and I called her. And I don't even remember what I told her. I was so on fire when I talked to Tanya. If she remembers what I said, good, because I don't remember. I just know that I don't want her to let Justin Trudeau take her life. On this, I want to welcome Julie on the floor. Welcome.
Thank you guys so much. I joined your space because I saw the title Hell's Angels going to Aurora, which is fantastic. I was so excited to see that. We need to start taking our cities back. And then hearing T-Bird acknowledge me was really touched me. It's really hard, you guys, being vax injured and I lost my career. Like she said, I've had really significant injuries from these shots, and I worked at the public health clinics here in Butte County, California. And so that was pretty traumatizing in and of itself. And then my mom died, like she said, from 4 shots. She's one of them died suddenly. So yeah, it's, on the one hand, you feel bamboozled, you feel stupid. You're like, why did I do it? But on the other hand, you're pissed off and mad as hell, and you want people to pay for it. So I'm fighting for justice here locally in my county. I'm going after the public health officials. I filed a criminal complaint with the sheriff, and I met with Sheriff Honey. So I'm hoping to start at the ground level, and then we work our way up to eventually. I don't get why Fauci and Gates are rattling around the planet at all. Seriously, they are like scourges of society, and they've been that way for so long, and they don't look like the epitome of health. So yeah, I don't get this at all. But thank you, T-Bird, so much.
Why is nobody, investigating on them and stuff like that? Why is nothing going to happen?
Well, they own the people that would be investigating them.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, look, that's one thing in the space industry, a lot of people are like vouching for like Jeff Bezos and Blue Origin. I'm just getting pissed off. I'm like, fuck off. He's not cooperating with anyone. He hasn't put a rocket in space. And every time SpaceX does good, he tries to sue them. Fuck this shit. Yeah. I want to ask you, Julie, T-Bird was talking about you having data about the death of the babies and such things, can you emphasize a little bit on that? I'm curious.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So, once I was injured by this vaccine, it became, and I had to quit my job because they wanted me to take a booster. And I was working for Enloe Medical Center. I'm like, are you freaking insane? I have a lesion on my brain. No, thank you. And they wouldn't, take me seriously, right? I'm like, you need to recall this garbage. And so anyway, that really woke me up, and I got red pilled pretty quickly, and then really discovered all the lies that we've been told. But so I filed a VAERS report, which is the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, right? So I filed this VAERS report with the CDC saying, hey, I was injured. Well, then I found out that there's a system where you can go into VAERS and pull information on all of the people injured. So this is like howbadismybatch.com, but I go to metalerts.org, which is the search engine. Oh my God, you guys, I start pulling up reports like my own batch number of Moderna. And the first thing I see is 43 people dead. I'm like, my God, this is criminal. Then I start finding all the SIDS babies from the 90s that nobody's talked about their vaccine deaths. And then I thought, it just goes on. And then through my medical freedom fighting, I start to meet people like Dr. James Thorpe, an amazing OBGYN, who he knew immediately this garbage is not good for pregnant women, and his high-risk pregnancies, he started seeing a ton of fetal demises and miscarriages and stillbirths. And
hey, Julia, let me interrupt here, okay? I told you I read this book, okay? And here's the situation. You brought up VAERS, and I just went, holy shit, yes. People don't understand. It is reporting that is done, that is, voluntary, right? And so these doctors already, they got a career, they're doing stuff, they're treating patients, they're doing this and that. So the whole thing is voluntary to begin with, right? So you're not getting, you think that this is adverse events should be reported. Therefore, once it's out there, we're going to find out and then we're going to make changes and we're going to do this. That's not the way it goes, right? If people don't report it, then it just doesn't get reported. So that whole VAERS thing is very, very, very important, right?
Yeah, I'm really glad you mentioned that. So again, I was just over with a friend here in Butte County. Her dad died from the shots, and she reported it to Pfizer, right? And so we were trying to find the report because Pfizer's supposed to report them then to VAERS because that's supposed to be the central reporting system. So we're trying to find her dad in the VAERS system, and we can't find him. So she's mad now, and she has to go through this whole trauma again, and she's now going to report it directly into VAERS herself. And I help people do this too, to file their VAERS reports, because you have 20 minutes max to enter in every piece of information in that VAERS system. And I'm talking for my mom, all 4 shots. What are the batch numbers? 20? Where did she get them? What's her address? Who's her doctors? This, that, and the other. And if you don't do it in 20 minutes, it kicks you out. It doesn't save anything you've done. So it pisses people off, and they don't report. So it's an underreported system by a factor of probably 100.
Why are you shitting me? Are you telling me that there's a fucking 20-minute window on the VAERS reporting
20
system?
20 fucking minutes. I tell you, the first time I tried to do it myself, I got so pissed off that I stopped. I didn't do it. And until I met a guy who does the system called VAERSaware.com. He's a freedom fighter, Albert Benavides, Welcome Eagle. So VAERSaware.com. So he saw this happen because he tried to report his uncle's stroke. And he's like this. So I got on the phone with him and we recorded it. And I had to write everything down in a Word document to copy paste so I could get through it in 20 minutes. And then I recorded my mom's, so again, other people could get help in knowing how to prepare to do it. Because, we need to be doing it. And healthcare providers are supposed to be mandated to do it, but nobody trains them. I worked at these clinics. Nobody told us about VAERS. They told us about VSafe. So it is a crime. It's a tragedy, but I appreciate you guys asking the questions.
They're making people jump through hoops in order to be able to successfully report an adverse event of a vaccine that is injuring thousands of fucking, and I'm talking about, we're talking about killing fucking babies. But what the hell? We abort them by the thousands. Who gives a shit anymore?
No, that's better than that. We abort them at the DNC. You can go get an abortion and go listen to Joe Biden sleep on stage.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, I'm trying to copy and paste, but my message shit's not working on here. If you go on my page, there's 2 videos. There's one of a pharmacist. A guy has a camera and he's talking to a pharmacist, and the pharmacist acknowledges that the shots were killing people. He says that he was coerced.
I saw that. I saw that. That is an amazing fucking video. I've seen that before.
Yeah, that, and there's also, I have a link to on my replies on my page. I was trying to comment it, but it wouldn't work. But it's on there on the replies on my page. There's a 42-minute video of a nurse from Canada, or not a nurse, but nursing home or a funeral home operator from Canada. She would embalm people, and she was talking about it 42 minutes long, and I couldn't stop watching it. I really suggest watching it. And she was talking about pulling these gelatinous masses out of people's veins, and they were all vaccinated. She only reported like maybe two people that died from like actual COVID. It was all vaccine.
Yeah,
This stuff is like transhumanism, weird shit. I mean, Richard Hirschman, he's the embalmer in the States that if you go to, he's on Twitter X too. He keeps pulling all these big, I think that's what killed my mom because she was healthy and her heart just stopped like suddenly. She's died suddenly. And so these clot things, and Mike Adams, the health ranger, he got a hold of one from Richard Hirschman and put it under all his microscopes that he's got technical, things to do. And he found that they're not regular blood clots. They're not gelatinous. They're like hard fibers, protein based, and they've got aluminum and tin and sodium in them. And as your blood's circulating, we have all these stupid chemicals because they're spraying us everywhere in the water, whatever.
Yeah.
So these things start to grow and replicate. And I have a friend here in Chico. She was injured by Pfizer, a professor at Chico State. She has nanobots, nanotubes, nanowires, nanotechnology that she shows in these blood slides on her video, which I could send to anybody because I can't comment. Oh, yeah, it's disgusting. Chips, Kevlar. We're talking weird shit.
Well, it looks alien. Watch the video on my page. It shows pictures of it. It's crazy.
That shit.
I thought that wasn't real, but now you're seeing this shit here tonight.
No.
Like, I really want to see this. Like, I almost want to buy a fucking microscope and take a fucking view of my blood.
Listen,
I'm gonna try to.
If you're pulling spaghetti out of people's bodies, okay, we have never seen spaghetti, basically. Okay, a clump of spaghetti being pulled out of
I call it
calamari.
It's like calamari squid.
Yes, it's like calamari. It's rubbery. Yeah. It's fucking weird. What the fuck is that shit?
It's all coming from these vials. And Anna Mahalsi is another one who, oh my God, you guys, she's the one that she got vials from all over the world. And she, again, went to dig into the contents of these vials of the vaccine. And she's using these words. Kevlar, like bulletproof Kevlar, cabling. And if I hadn't then seen it in Angela's blood, my friend here herself, she had Dr. Robert Young do her blood. I'm like, this is fucked up. This is criminal. Why are people not in jail? I don't get it.
Because of power and
nanotechnology in your fucking blood. Like this was never fucking ordered in a vaccine. Nobody ever fucking agreed to this.
Well, that's why this is really pissing me off. That's why with the 5G, that whole rollout too. At the same time, under the cover of darkness in 2020, they were rolling out all this shit while we were locked up, and that's 5G. So it will. This is why people get weird electrical shocks and electrical because they have this.
I get that in my back.
In my body, and you go near a 5G tower or a cell tower, all these things, and you get zapped. And that stops your heart.
I live in the woods, okay?
All right.
And I had
oh my God, you're so lucky. Can I move in with you?
I got 5 rooms for myself and my 7 cats.
All right, I'm starting to get electrified over here. So we are at 1,769 views on X Live.
I'm so glad you're speaking, Julie, because I feel like we keep beating our heads against a wall, and you think everyone knows it. You get to this point now where you just think, but it's interesting to hear people shock because we know it now because it's all we do 24/7, and it's sad that there's so many people that are so aware and awake right now in this space. And
1,700 people heard it right now. 1,700.
I just shared the link to that 42-minute video.
Where did you share it? Can you share it in the blue in the
chat
here?
in
the chat or in the space here, so people can get to it. And I'm gonna just take a moment here to thank everybody for being here and listening. Thank you very much, Tim, for giving each of one of us a voice for supporting this space tonight. Everybody, we need to give a big round of applause to Tim. He deserves it. He's a great man. He's a preacher from Maine. He's the man of God, of Christ. We met a few days ago, like he says, and we've been having this chemistry and the exchange of ideas. And we don't think alike. We have different opinions on some things, but we have the common sense to be able to sit down and talk about it and inquire about each other. I'm a strong believer of something that I would say it's more like Neo Christ, if we want to say. Look at where everything, all of this we're talking about right now, all these testing on us and this and that. If Jesus was here today, do you really think it would be speaking like 2,000 years ago? The fucking Romans blocked him up. They nailed it to a cross. What do you think our government will do to today's Jesus?
Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you the answer to the question. New wine begins and must become in new wine wineskins. Okay, we cannot put new.
Hold on, Peter.
Hang on.
Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
We can't put new wine in old wineskins. That's all I got to say. Right.
Right. Yep.
Oh, Tanya, you didn't have to drop.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah. You back?
Yeah, I just wanted to finish that real quick with the mob statement, with the Hell's Angels, the mob statement, and
oh yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, if I could just say, like, it's kind of interesting how they have these code of conduct, right? They have an honor system in the mob, right? It's no women, no children. We would be better off in the mob's hands being run in this country than by these fucking lunatics, these traitors. And until we start getting the proper verbiage, the way we speak about these people, a lot of people say, "Oh, they're assholes," or "Oh, they're jerks," or yeah, they don't know what they're doing. I can't believe how does this? No, they're traitors, and it's treason
and evil.
So that I use the word traitor as much as I can, because anybody that's going against Team Humanity, which is what we are here in this room, anybody that's going against humanity and hurting women and children needs to be called what they are, and it's a traitor. You are a traitor to humanity, and you will pay. Karma is real. God is real. He works through us in every single day. And I just cannot wait for the day for us to start seeing the real persecution and the real truth of how this looks. Because like you just said 2,000 years ago, this and that, well, we're on the verge, folks. We're on the verge of seeing it, but it's going to take good men and women like us to stand up and build this circle. Just like TruthSlinger says, just like Kenny, we have to build this. We have to push. And me and Tanya have talked about this a million times. Keep your foot on the gas pedal. At the worst, darkest time, that is when the light will come. It's darkest before the dawn.
Absolutely. Amen. I agree.
Amen.
Amen.
Wow. Is there anybody here that doesn't have a powerful message? Please raise your hand. I feel like it. This is really like, and I look on the chat. I'm active in the chat too, and we even have some people that are here that are just like everybody's just like, oh, we're happy that we found you. Like, don't be afraid, people. Like, you want to come and talk. This is the place to do it. Elon Musk has given us a platform, and then people like Tim are putting stuff like this together. I mean, you can have. I don't care how big we're gonna grow. I'm always gonna give you guys the same chance that I've give everybody. You want to come up in the floor. You want to be polite. You want to be respectful. You will have a chance to say what you want to say.
I'd like to say right now that I'm quite humbled because I am witnessing the vision that I had many years ago take place as we speak. I have prayed for this moment, and I just sit here and I weep because you are doing exactly what I understood that you would do when God delivered you all to me. So I just keep doing what you're doing because it's gone now, man. The horse is out of the barn. Let's go.
Oh no. If the house is run away, now your daughter's gonna cry because her puppy's gone, her pony's gone.
We're rocking now, man. Listen, this is a goddamned army. If you're not fucking paying attention, it's called the TruthSlinger fucking army. Okay? Sign up. We have a network. We're going to fucking broadcast 24 hours a fucking day counterculture programming, and I'm going to do it for fucking like a shoestring budget, not like these assholes out there that are feeding you that shit, okay? That crap. Fox News. I watched Fox News today. Shannon Bream is fucking ripping, okay, on the fucking vice president today. I'm like, what are you, fucking CNN? You cocksuckers. Fuck y'all, okay?
Anytime.
This is fucking different here. We are not going to play this goddamn game, okay? I have a fucking vision. We're doing something here, and it's going to be bigger than I can fucking imagine. I'm going to be sitting with fucking Tucker Carlson someday, bitches, and it's going to be you're going to fucking, man, I'm telling you, listen to me. Stay close to us.
Yes, we got. I send the link in the chat, and I'm gonna send it again for the Discord. We got 50 OG spot open for you guys, so you can come and help us. A few have already joined. Please come and help us. Come and take a voice. Be heard. It's the most important thing that you have. It's the freedom of speech. And as soon as they're gonna take it away from us, we won't be able to share that information. So the more information we can share now, before our freedoms are taken from us, the more intelligent we're gonna get later. The new thing I'm going to say: knowledge is power. Get you fucking some. The more intelligent you are, the more knowledge you got, the more you'll be able to find solutions when you encounter problems. Tanya, you got the floor.
Quickly, Speedy is in here. You see the little green guy there? Truth, Slinger, and Kenny, you need to friend him. He is the bomb. I actually opened a space. He heard me speak quite a few months ago, and I got Jim to speak. Jim Henderson. So it's really important because of what's Ireland's going. He's in Ireland, by the way. So
I sent him an invite to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I just said I sent him an invite to speak. If Speedy, you want to come and talk, I'm inviting you.
Yeah, he was up on a mountain last night, so I don't know what his reception is because he is a quiet man, but he leads the best team to try and protect their country right now. And what we're watching happening in Ireland, it's going to happen here. Like, it's only a matter of time. It already is happening.
Well, I talk to Pete that's in the UK every day, right? And today I introduced Pete to Tim because I believe that exactly that this kind of stuff needs to be shared. I know Ireland are going through a lot of stuff. I've been following what you guys have been going. I'm crying when thinking about this, man. I can't believe what's going on in the UK, for fuck's sakes. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, when I think about it, it pisses me off. When women and kids are getting murdered, when families are getting stabbed, when a man in a wheelchair get killed by a machete, and Keir Starmer has the guts to call people like us far-right dogs.
Yes.
Sorry. No, this is not okay.
It's
and
not.
We
it's
need
not
to speak
fucking
about
okay.
it.
It's not okay. It's not okay. And you are absolutely right. And we're all fucking done with it, brother. All fucking done with it. And that's why we're doing what we're doing here, right? That's exactly why we're doing what we're doing here.
And Truth and Kenny, I just want to follow up with what you just said. That was very powerful. Speedy, God bless you. Frontline warrior. Have you guys heard the term decisive engagement?
Yeah, sorry, I had to cut my mic. I'm just crying right now. I just really that shit in the UK. I support you so much. It hurts me. And every day that Pete is taking the road, I'm always worried that something may happen to him. His friend got hit by a fucking car the same way that I lost my big brother and he was in a coma for 2 weeks. And now I'm the big brother in the family now because of people like this that will never get charged for these actions. This is gross. I will give you the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to bring up decisive engagement, and I think Speedy could probably understand what I'm talking about with this decisive engagement. It means that when you're in the foxhole next to your war buddy, you don't have any backup coming. You have ran out of ammo, which is considered black boxing. You have no ammo. All you have is your hand tools. You have your knives, and a couple things, and that's where humanity is. We are in decisive engagement. Doc Pete Chambers, Speedy, if you don't follow Doc Pete Chambers, he's in Texas, and he's been rounding up a huge sheriff's coalition in Texas, and he talks about decisive engagement. And I just want to remind everybody that is how serious it is, and we know that, and we are in the foxhole now, and we are all beside each other, battle buddies. We are battle buddies, and I think that we've got battle hardened from Jesus Christ, from God, from our angels, and it's time to get our hand tools out as peacefully and patriotically as we can, and just know we don't have backup coming. It's us. It's us.
Whoa! Wow! Fucking A! Amen, brother. Wow! Fuck me, man. The courage that is displayed by the people in this space, just god damn! Fuck me, I'm so excited.
I think we just have who that just accept as a speaker. Oh, Ashley's back. Wow, cool. Hi. How you doing,
Oh
girl?
my gosh, Kenny, I am so thankful for you guys.
The door's opening. Watch out behind you. Somebody's there.
We love you, darling. Spill out your heart. We love you. Spill out your heart. We love you. We support
We're here
you.
for you.
Yeah, I just followed you back, sweetie.
Come on. Come on.
Guys, they just found some of the kids in Florida.
Did this what?
They've recovered some of the children in Florida.
Oh, is that what Christopher just sent me?
Mm-hmm. They're starting to take the kids home, guys. Just like Trump said.
Alien children and fucking rings. Ha! Fuck, we knew it, huh? We fucking knew it. Those 350,000 kids have been missing.
There's so many. Just please.
Why do you think they want fucking Telegram to be shut down? I'm gonna tell you why. Because all those fucking kids are being trafficked through Instagram and Telegram, and then fucking all those.
No, it's a lot. It's a lot.
There's a big reason there. That's a big thing right there. All of these, like the links and stuff like that, it's all shared through those platforms from one another. You go from there, and it's coming, and then it's crazy. This fucking.
Oh my gosh. Like, seriously, if it weren't for you guys and I got that news, I just don't know how I could have handled it. But, I mean, it's amazing they're taking a step, and I just please ask that, I know that everybody is going through, like your own stuff, but please pray for my friends and please pray for their children.
So who actually triggered that? Who found them?
Honey, you did what?
Who found those children?
I don't know, but like I was trafficked in Florida, so Chris and I wrote like the big article, and I mean it is the epicenter. So like girls from the Midwest, will end up down in Florida, and if they get lucky, they make it back up to the Midwest or from wherever they came from. But yeah, I mean Florida is just one of the epicenters. I know the whole trail. I mean I could make a map, but I'm sure certain other people do too. But it just has to be done so carefully because there are also women that are in danger.
Well, we
I wake up praying that my friends stay alive.
We appreciate the courage that you have to come on here and to talk to us about what you suffered, because all of us, I just, man, what separates us, is just so little. And the compassion that we should have for each other. I mean, this is the kind of stuff, man. Whatever we can do, to help out, man, this is what we want to do, right? But you know what? It's so important to just listen to people and hear what the hell they have to say, right?
I promised myself that I would like hold my friends' hands through, like this until it's over, and it was getting really hard. And then Kenny came along, and then you started this thing, and everything's just been a chain reaction. And then I find out that some of the kids they're going to be brought home. I mean, this is like
Again,
the best day of
again,
my life.
I just want to repeat it again. The power of the internet, my friends. The power of the internet. We can save lives. We can change lives. We can all change each other's life
Praise
just by
God.
being
Praise
here and
God for
having
that.
this.
Well, the
Kenny, I
power
shared
of
the
goodness too, goodness, and just even smiling at people. You know, people don't make eye contact anymore. They don't smile at each other anymore. And I am so thankful for you guys. And I'm sorry for being emotional, but I just couldn't wait to tell you that they found some of the kids
Holy
and they're
shit.
No,
gonna
it's
go.
totally understandable. Thank you for sharing your feeling with us.
They're gonna get to go
It's a
home,
brave thing to do.
Kenny.
and
I
it's just a
shared
start. I love you guys.
Fucking
I
space.
shared the report with you, Kenny. So if you guys want to take a
Right.
further look at it, Muckracker broke the story, and it's not a Department of Justice find. It's a private group that are
Is
doing
it?
this. Yeah, and but I put the report in your DMs there. Okay.
Well, I'm gonna share it. Yeah, in the chat here. I'm gonna send it to. Did you send it to Tim? You want to send it to Tim for me? I'll just put it in the chat.
You're more than welcome to share it to him. I did it off my laptop. Let me see if I can
Oh,
do
okay.
it. Yeah, I'm hopping between devices here.
Well, just to let you know, we have 1,926 views on X streaming live at the moment. So there are
That's
almost
outstanding.
2,000 people listening to this conversation. Okay. Do you understand the power of what we are doing here? Do you guys get? Are you fucking starting to fucking understand the power of what is happening here in these spaces that is brought to us by the forces that be on the internet, right? I mean, we don't have this kind of ability to do this
But
until
it is
today.
given to us by Earth given oxygen. Mother Nature herself. It's given to us by God Himself. Like this is a
Yeah.
gift,
Well, and
that we
that's why,
have.
and that's why you
Yeah,
should.
we were thinking the internet and stuff. I was kind of wanting to intercede and be like, yeah, I think God has, yeah, us getting together, definitely me, yesterday being the very first stream I ever listened to, other than the Elon Musk stream. And then, me getting a chance to speak on there, and then it blowing up, and then us being back today. It's an act of God as far as I'm concerned. But that's
Well,
Amen. Amen to
I'm
that.
here to give everybody a voice, man. So it's exactly the kind of emotion that I want to hear. It's exactly the kind of comments that I want. That people's like, hey, man, I never had a chance to speak on here. Now it's you. And then I myself, like last week, I went and talked to Gary Cardone. Fucking Gary Cardone. Like one of the Cardone's fucking twins, brother. I took guest, man, and I was the first speaker. And you know what I talked to him about? A stupid little, well, not a stupid, a BitX little mini Bitcoin miner. Something he'd never heard of. He didn't even know it existed. I just went and signed it up there, which I'm supposed to do an interview this week with the creator of the BitX. But, like I took a guess. I got out of my comfort zone. And then, I was like, when I jumped in with Tim, I'm like, well, that can't be any worse, like, it's just going to be him and I for a little while for sure. It's going to slow pace. And look, now we're like 2,000 people are here. So get out of your comfort zone, listen to your heart, and speak up.
Kenny, I remember the first time you spoke on a space.
On your space? Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys,
Yeah,
I have had more people weeping in my presence in the last 2 weeks than I've had in my whole fucking life. Does that not tell you anything?
God is real.
Hey, you guys, I'm going to drop down because I have some yard work to do outside, but I'm going to be listening. And True, thank you. I just followed you on your Rumble channel. So anyway, thank you guys for the space. Thank you, T-Bird. And yeah, let's get this country back, everybody. Come on. Thank you, guys.
Hooah, hooah.
We got Tanya, go ahead. What you got for us, dear? And don't be shy.
I'll be really, I'm very shy. So my dad, he's very, very sick right now, but He was
He
part
wants
of
to
the mob.
build something.
He was best friends with Risotto
So true.
in
It's
Montreal.
very true.
That's a fact. And
I trust him.
if, you know, we all think the mob is so tough, which they are
A lot
a
of
little bit
women
crazy,
tonight.
but the way I was raised was my dad would say, I'd try to speak and he'd
Black
say,
women.
okay, shut the fuck up.
Black women.
That's exactly what my dad would say. And when I started talking about the vaccines, he lost his mind. He said, Tanya, we're nothing but ants on this planet. You're going to get crushed. You're never going to win. You're just going to lose everything you worked so hard for. Shut your fucking mouth. And you know, he and I are not speaking now because I will continue to speak the truth. And the fact that he's afraid for me, I get it. I get it's dangerous. I get it. But that's how scared he is for me. So I wanted to share that with you. What we're doing is awesome, but it's also we have to be cautious and careful with our words. That's
Is
all.
your father a Democrat or is he a Republican?
He's a neither. We're in Canada. He's
Oh,
a
I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, I heard that.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Is he a
I would
lefty? Is he a
say
lefty, or is he a lefty?
Is he liberal or conservative?
Liberal or conservative?
he
Right.
doesn't. Oh, he didn't like either. Right? He's a shit show. They just
Like an
don't like
independent,
anyone.
whatever. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's just a shit show, and he's dangerous and he's scary. He scares me anyway, but he didn't scare me enough to shut me up, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's how important it is that we stick together. This isn't a lie. He went to elementary school with this guy. It was his best friend growing up. They lived beside each other, and yeah, he's ahead of the mob. You guys can look it up, and yeah, that's where I grew up in Montreal too. It's a wonderful place, but I wanted to say one thing, and I don't want to offend anyone, but this is an interesting fact. And I tell people this because you can look at my LinkedIn, and I tell people this all the time openly, and I probably shouldn't, but I'm like, well, they took everything from me already.
Hey,
I
there you
might as
go.
well,
There you
like,
go.
I'm okay if I have to go. I'm okay if they come take me, I'm gone. Boom. Like Red. You know the movie with Bruce Willis? That's what I see happening to me because I'm just
Oh
but
yeah.
I'm not as fast as he moves. I can't do that anymore. But yeah.
I love you,
Yeah, I
sister.
love that movie. I love that movie. Anyway, what I want to say is I ended up somehow, you know, when life takes you in different places, and I was, like I said, an RN for very long, but I also worked for the RCMP somehow. Don't ask me how that happened. Don't ask me how I got into schools. Don't ask me during the whole COVID thing. Don't ask me. I don't even know. You know, you just follow a trajectory and you just do what you're doing at the moment and you don't think about it really. I really believe that. And some of the stuff that I learned was insanity with the Arrive Cam apps, with the truckers, with the penalties, with the I could go into a million things right now. They were fining truckers $700,000 because they went across to the U.S. and they wanted to get back to Canada and they had nothing in their truck and they wouldn't let them come back unless they had this nasal swab done in the States. So then they'd have to try and if they did try to come across and not get the swab, they would be charged $700,000. I shit you not. Like I could tell you guys stories till the cows come home tonight, but I won't. I'll let someone else speak. And I forgot that wasn't even my point. Of course, that wasn't even my point.
As soon as you remember your point, you just request and put your hand back up and you come and make it because, like right here, I do that shit all the time, man. I get on international radio and they're like, "So, Mr. TruthSlinger, the guy with the gun behind his head and that evil weapon, how do you feel about this?" Right? And I go, "What?" You know? So, yeah, man, this is fucking all relaxed and stuff. You know, if you remember it in like 2 minutes from now, you just wander back up to the table, lady. All right? Got that?
Yeah, our Canadian friends, there's our English friends and Irish friends and Israeli and all our friends. It's there's a ton of really great people that are run by just a few really really bad people.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the problem is those few bad people have so much power and the good people, a lot of the good people, there's a saying that people say, "Oh, I'm not interested in politics." Well, it doesn't matter if you're interested in politics or not.
It's
Politics.
interested in you.
Tanya, you got your hands up. Give you the floor.
Yeah, your accent reminded me of my point. So when you talk about French, I'm in a France space because I speak French, right? You can go into different spaces when you speak different languages. I speak multiple languages, so it's interesting to hear what they have to say. So when you said earlier that you can't get your point across because you're French, and there's a lot of French people, but you're a very well-spoken English person, even though you're very French, right? Okay, so get this.
Pero about
So
Mexico, this just
oh, esticalesa. Yeah, my uncle would kill me if I said that out loud. Oh my God. Pull me by the neck, put me against the wall. That's taking the Lord's name in vain. I didn't know that until that happened. Listen, so the language thing. So when I was working for the RCMP in schools, this is what I want to get out to you, which was everything suspicious to me in my life. My whole life is suspicious. So I'm always like questioning. And my best friend would, if she was here, she would admit it. That I would, because I would always say to her, what do you think about this? This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Guess what? So when we have all of these new immigrants coming over to our country, living in apartments, and I'm sure it's the same all across the world, they come across and they all live together. There's like 10 of them in a one bedroom apartment. And I'm not being racist, that's a fact, right? So
that's a fact. That's a fact.
right, that's just a fact. There's lots of kids, they're whatever. So get this. We were sending out the documents in only French and English in Canada. Maybe in the States, you guys did Spanish and English, I'm assuming, because you guys have more Spanish. All the documents giving the directions. It was Kenny that triggered me to think of this because that you had to be bilingual. You had to make sure everyone knows that they're sticking this thing up their nose, blah, 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 right? Public health. That's a public health policy. We did not, we did not test any, I will say it wrong. I got fired for saying it wrong. Arabians, Arabs, whatever, Muslims, they would not take the shot, nor would they be tested. And their reasoning was that they did not have the proper documentation. So we were in a panic here. I'm talking from my own province, which is the biggest province in Canada. And I'm like, so we need to translate all this to Arabic. I'm not being a racist. I don't know how to say it. But anyway,
Arabic. Arabic.
Arabic, Arabic, Arabic
Arabic.
is okay. So we didn't translate it. It never happened. And I videotaped Zoom calls. I know there's probably people listening here now. I'm going to be shot tonight, but I videotaped some of these stupid Zoom calls because I couldn't believe how ridiculous it was. I'm like, are we just like doing all this work and throwing it down a black hole? I was that mad at these managers. And guess who the managers were? They weren't even nurses yet. I'm on our end of 30 years almost. And these were students who hadn't even graduated. You see, they put the responsibility on people without even licenses yet. Do you see how they got out of that one? No one talks about that. So they were picking people to be managers and coordinators and all these titles and making a fortune, and they hadn't even graduated. They
Have
just
their
walked
shit on
right
the
into that job,
floor.
and they're the ones telling me what to do. So of course, I
It's not
videotaped
perfectly
my when I
normal.
got fired over the phone too, because I knew I was going to.
Space
Because I
is
kept
going
asking,
fucking
why are we
insane.
not
There's only
vaccinating
like
the Muslim
18, 20
population?
people.
What? Oh,
But
because
my
they don't understand the
multiplication
language. We still
factor
need to
on
translate
YouTube
everything.
on
I'm like,
X
are you?
is
So I shit you not. I'm
2,000.
glad I'm saying this
You
out loud.
understand?
I've never said this,
So
and
it
I just
doesn't
risked my life
matter
by
that I've
saying it.
only
But
got
there you go.
600
And you
people on
wonder, you look
Spaces.
around, you go,
You're
how are
yapping
there so
away,
many healthy
and
of them?
people are
They're
fucking
all out
watching
there.
me
They're
talking to
powerful. They're
you, going
strong.
blah
Where
blah
are all
blah,
the
and they
white
don't hear
people
me.
that took the
Well,
vaccines?
well, what you know,
Or
one of
maybe
the
they might actually.
conspiracy theory rumors that I heard. Now, just whatever, but
They might.
take it with a grain of salt. But if it comes true, you heard it first here. I heard that
Oh
they're
shit! They
pushing
can't hear me.
white people, Americans, whoever don't have kids, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. I could have more speakers, like if everybody, I know, like give me some hands up,
Oh
you know, and
shit, that was
I'll
fun.
get you in.
Hey, Kenny, if I could just back up what T was saying there. So I delivered pharmaceuticals last year in Omaha subcontract, and I was going to these new housing developments here in Omaha, Nebraska. I'm just going to call it out. You ask me what pharmacy it is, I'm probably going to say it right now.
You know how many mutes I have and volumes I have
I
on
go to
my
these new housing
soundboard
developments.
and
We're talking
shit
about brand new
in my
houses,
software? You
brand
have
new
no
concrete,
idea.
still has tape on the driveway. Okay, still has tape, like caution tape. These are immigrants that do not speak English at all. They're cooking their Indian foods. They were from India, Vietnamese, um, obviously Mexico, and probably Venezuela, wherever else they were from. And I was seeing so many of these that I had to stop doing it. I'm an American taxpayer, okay, bringing free pharma drugs, and they were all the same packs. They were all the same med packs. They all looked the exact same. And I'm taking them to all these houses. These are new homes and new apartments, just like T was just saying. Brand new apartments, right? And it's really funny because they all had Toyotas. They were Toyota 4Runners, they were Toyota cars, and then a couple of them were like the all-wheel drive Camrys, and they were always Toyota, and they always had the same plates. It was like from or Minnesota or like Texas. So I kept seeing this, right? So I tell my contractor about it. I tell her, I said, man, this doesn't feel right. I keep going to all these places, and these are immigrants that aren't speaking English. They're not at work, okay? Because I'm delivering during the day. They're not working, and they're flying their flags in their new house, and these new housing developments here in Omaha that are not American flags. There is zero assimilation, right? And I saw all this, and I called it out. And I've told everybody I can. I've talked about this on many spaces. And this is happening in Omaha, Nebraska, right? We're talking about in the middle of the country. Nebraska is supposed to be Republican, supposed to be conservative. And you see this stuff, and you call it out. And that's what, and the whole non-compliance, the most beautiful example ever. I'm just going to finish with this. When they did the mask mandate, all the
Yeah,
Walmarts,
good.
I was at a Walmart in Norfolk, Nebraska for work, right? I'm up there delivering stuff, and they have a mask mandate. They had the whole big ass line, right? Just like you saw all the CVS lines, all the Walgreens lines. These people are lined up, blocks to get the PCR swab, right? And how many times have y'all heard about they were putting shit on the PCR swab itself when they're
I
putting
heard that. Yep, I did hear that.
100%, and they're getting you sick, and they're crossing that blood brain barrier, right? You want to talk about a
Yeah,
red?
remember them having to stick it so fucking far up your nose?
Yeah, it was popping. It was hurting people. And they kept doing it and they wouldn't stop. So, long story short, non-compliance is our only way out. And I know you all know this, but I have to repeat it. Anything that comes next, you see the mask, you see the box, it says made in China, it says does not protect against viruses, yet every single person that you see has a fucking mask. And what are they breathing in on the mask? And I'm pretty sure T can answer this question because she knows exactly what was in the mask. They tested the goddamn mask, and then the shit was on the mask, like from China, from the same fucking place that the stuff came from.
Okay,
And
listen,
people were
listen. All you got to do is put a fucking mask on a drywall or an M95 and let them sand drywall for 1 hour with a belt sander or a vibrational sander and take the mask off their face and take a fucking picture of it. Or go out into the cold when it's 30 degrees like we are here up in Maine and just watch where the breath goes when you fucking wear a mask, okay? What are people stupid? Okay, what are we fucking morons over here?
Yeah, they're zombies, brother. They're zombies, and these people, there's nothing you can do because when you tell them, they get angry, and it's an instant snap response. And when you see that, you know that they've been indoctrinated. And
It's
there's
got
nothing.
well,
Yeah,
it's demonic possession, I believe. At this point, I've dealt with enough nasty fucking trolls on here. Just demonic, absolutely demonic. I mean, they'll go after my dead mother. I mean, they'll fucking just say the nastiest shit, and it's like, what the hell? Okay.
I got a question for you all, my fellow American friends. What are your thoughts on the nice and gentle Madame Nancy Pelosi?
Oh, she's Satan's bride, man. She's terrible.
She's a cunt.
People are out in
She's
the
a
open,
cunt.
folks, making millions and millions and millions of dollars on their insider trading, and nothing happens, and we all know it. But anyway, long story short, the non-compliance is key, right? So when I was up there that first day, guys, I just got to say this. This was so easy. This is so easy. I literally walked in, I took their fucking mask, and I put it on my chin, okay? And I walked to customer service. This is how easy it is. And I say, do you guys have a medical exemption? They say, oh, yeah, if you have any breathing issue, absolutely. Just, I throw it in the trash, and I walk through the store. And I was the only one, the only man and woman, whoever it was, in the store without a mask. And everybody was rolling their fucking eyes at me. If you can walk like that, if you can walk that path, and you can do a simple act of non-compliance, we can save the whole thing, folks. We can save the whole thing.
Hey, everyone needs to become ungovernable.
Whatever happens, do not comply.
Yes, do not comply. Become ungovernable.
It's because it's not good for anything. You know, if you look at everything, all of the left, you know, really, I'm trying to be nonpartisan here, but really, all the left policies are absolutely anti-human, anti-American, anti-human. Vasectomies and abortions in the parking lot. They want to have trans the kids. They want to. Everything's anti-human and anti-American. Bring a bunch of illegals over here. I mean, come on. It's demonic. Is in my eyes, it's demonic.
It's divide and conquer, folks. It's divide and conquer, and they've done it. But guess what?
It's been happening for thousands of years, just different cultures.
And I gotta say it. I mean, divide and conquer, yes, but divide and conquer sounds a lot too temporal for me, right? Just not my flavor, right? As we've been talking about, and it's just been said, it is thousands of years old. This is the same spirit that has been here since the beginning, and it's going to be here till the end. And you all have to decide which side you're going to be on, guys and girls, okay? Are just going to have to do that, okay? All right?
Yeah, like Kamala Harris style. Yeah, I can stand her when she speaks like a drunk. Chris, what you got for us tonight?
I got a couple truth bombs I'm going to leave you guys here with. And once you guys are over and done with TruthSlinger, obviously I want to talk to you. Kenny, I'll talk to you some more as well. But truth bomb number one.
I can't believe what's happening right here.
In Florida,
Yeah, I can't believe
they just passed a law. It's House Bill 305. It was passed on June the 23rd and put into effect on July the 1st. And House Bill 305 does three things primarily. The first thing is it takes all of the mechanisms that they used for the lockdowns, and I said this on my podcast and on my show and several columns, and it got me taken down and deplatformed for saying this, but one of the biggest things that we were all dealing with at that point in time is by giving the government the power to inflict those mandates on us. One thing government does not do is give power back once it's given to them. And that was one of my big rallying cries is we have to go in front of the state legislature and we have to get a vote that all of those powers they took to mandate us and lock us down have to be rescinded. They have to be given back to the people. Well, nobody did that. So in Florida, in House Bill 305, it is the mechanisms for that legislation is now in effect. It's now law. Everything that they did. And it takes one magic phrase from the WHO or the CDC, and for there to be federal funding lined up, which is always emergence. Most people don't realize this, that we're currently still under a state of martial law. Every state is in a state of emergency. still to this day from the lockdowns. So the federal funding is still there, the federal mandating is still there, and all it takes is the WHO to say lockdowns, world pandemic, and boom, it's done. And that's state legislature that was put in place in Florida, House Bill 305, and it's been done in several other states. Georgia is getting ready to pass House Bill 1108 after the Christmas break. The second thing that it does is it allows genetic marker testing to be done on every newborn child after July 1st. So with or without your permission, your child is going to be swabbed, stabbed, and dabbed, and their genetic makeup is going to be kept in the records. So it used to be your genetic code and your DNA would only be kept on record if you were A, a member of the military, or B, a convict. Now it's going to be done to every newborn child in the state of Florida, and they're not the only state that's doing it. Florida's already doing it. I mean, California's already doing it. So is Minnesota and Michigan, and Georgia's about ready to pass it. Tennessee, several other states, Vermont, Massachusetts, and Maine have it. Then the third thing that it does, and this is the most incendiary of all of them, is that all a mother has to do is say that she is suffering from postpartum syndrome. And as long as she has a caretaker during her pregnancy, and a caretaker has a very wide variation of definitions. It could be anything from a dietitian to a wet nurse to the OBGYN to the actual family doctor. Any number of career designations are considered to be a caretaker during pregnancy. But if a mother says that she has postpartum, they will categorize it as SIDS, and that child can be quote-unquote aborted up to a year after birth. And that is law now in California.
I mean, what?
In Florida.
Crying, like, thank you, TruthSlinger. Thank you.
So that's really mean. It's like, oh, my kid is 6 months old, but I don't want it anymore. Can you just euthanize my child?
As long as the mother of the child has gone to the doctor and complained about postpartum, yes. As long as they complained about postpartum, that's all it takes. It has to be on the record.
About my prime minister, I think he was too long in the room.
In Canada, I believe that there's similar laws that Trudeau is trying to get into effect. This comes from the WEF and the WHO. That's where these laws are coming from. The second pipe bomb I want to drop on you guys here before I leave is that
people are not
the distinction between the Democratic and the Republican Party has become so thin.
You can hear it in their breath,
that
their voice. They're like,
last year,
scared.
And Philip Morris, you're familiar with that company, tobacco company?
I'm going to get to talk in front of 100.
They contributed $1.2 billion in campaign funds.
And it's like, it freaks you
out. And they always designate which party it's going to.
I love these people that
they always say this is going to the DNC, this is going to the RNC, whatever.
They're going to say.
They wrote a check for $1.2 billion to the Electoral Fund, and that's it.
It's crazy.
It wasn't designated to a party.
It's crazy.
That's how thin the veil is between the two parties in our country are right now. That a lobbyist group as big as Philip Morris just wrote a check and said, okay, this is for next year's elections. You guys figure it out. And that was that.
I got a break in here, and I want to talk to you, and I want to tell you how courageous you people are. Like, I got goosebumps. I am so excited about the fact that regular people are standing up to say what's on their mind, and my dreams are coming true, and that you're here, and that you're doing all this stuff, and I just can't believe it. You guys are amazing. You're also intelligent and bright and smart and exactly what the fuck I thought you were going to be, man. So thank you for being here so much. I thank you so much for being here, man.
Of course. Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Kenny invited me, and I said we'd be here, and me and Alyssa both we'll be here anytime.
Operation Ferngully.
Operation Ferngully, whichever handle she used tonight. I can never keep up with them.
Also, Flag for Freedom USA is more
Well,
data
the other day
collection.
there was a little girl that wanted to save the rainforest, and now it's something else. I'm just gonna be like you, Chris. I can't keep up.
But the fact that they're so they're so embrazen and emboldened to be able to do these things. I talked to hundreds of people in Florida. There's a couple stories that she and I broke that we had major impact on this last election. As a matter of fact, we got 7 former county commissioners. They couldn't even run it again. They were put up on indictments. One of them was Dr. Scott Hopes, an appointee by Ron DeSantis, and 7 of the people that he tapped on the shoulder and said that you should vote for these people, 6 of them didn't get elected. So the word is spreading on how corrupt it is in Florida. And I hate to do that against a Republican because by and large I usually am conservative, but he's so much a member of the deep state and the swamp that we just cannot stand him. And he stood by and let the things happen to my girl that happened to her. So I have a vendetta against him until I get him the fuck out of office. And I've been told shortly I'm not welcome in that state, and that's fine by me. But at the same time, they do these things so brazenly in front of everybody that I talked to hundreds of constituents in the state of Florida, and not a single person, including a few of them on my space last night, was even aware that this was discussed and put up for a vote and is now law.
Christopher, right? That's exactly the mentality that we want to have here at the TruthSlinger and Net News Network. It's we want to be able to look who's accountable and what can we do to make those people, it's like I want to drop out for Tim here a few days ago, was calling up this school board in Gorham High School that have those transgender sexual books in their library, right? So, and it's the first step, you try to call them. They want to ignore you. Well, then, who can we reach out and able to make sure that they're aware? Well, the parents of that have children in Gorham High School. By
the way, I have an update on that, okay? By the way, you happen to bring that up, my friend, Mr. Crow from the north? Yeah, that's right. My friend that's just north of Maine. In Gorham, Maine, that's right. The parents are really fucking pissed off because Bobby wants to touch Willie's Willie is been approved by the principal of the fucking high school. Okay? Yeah. So I called them and I said, hello, my name is Tim. I'm from the TruthSlinger News Network. Would you care to comment on the fact that Principal Jardam, he sounds like he's from Quebec, Mr. Jardam, Excuse me, Mr. Jardam. Do you agree with the fact that he says, I have read Timmy touches Billy's balls or whatever the fuck it was, and I find it completely appropriate for fucking high school curriculum, And I think that's just wonderful. And I'm like, so could we get a comment on that? Hello, my name is Tim. I'm from TruthSlinger News Network, and I'm just wanting to talk to somebody about, is this fucking really true? Click. Fucking click. Okay, nobody wants to fucking talk to me. Imagine that.
Yeah,
they have no ground to stand on. That's it.
I have a story that I'm getting ready to release here in the next week. Actually, I have 3 stories that are getting ready to come out in the next 10 days that once you read them, just the headline is going to make you shake your head and be like, what? What? Is this really happening? And they're going all the way from the state to the federal level in three different states, and one of them has to deal with the fact that K through 5 kids are having those books approved to be in their library.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ!
K through 5.
K through 5, yes, they're in their library, and that's whenever they're accusing Republicans of banning books and instead of guns. That's the books they're talking about.
Okay, come on now, guys. I mean, seriously, if this doesn't fucking motivate you to do something right fucking now, whatever is in your sphere, and I'm serious. I know people work. I know people have fucking lives. I know people got to get up in the morning, but goddamn, do something outside of your fucking comfort zone right now. Even if that means giving us some fucking money, right? And I know I sound like a fucking whore over here right now, but this shit doesn't fucking run for free, okay? Help a brother out. But if you can't, like, subscribe, share, do all that other stuff, man, and spread the word, because this organic journalism is where it is at.
Yeah, Kenny will tell you this is my full-time gig. This is what I wake up and go to bed doing every day.
I'm fucking fired, brother.
Yep.
Well, this is what I want to do. I mean, this is what I'm called to do. I have a job, but I mean, this is pretty much what I want to do. I've got to do. I mean, this is, my. The more people I talk to, and just say Jesus, learn more. Read the Bible. Read it.
Hold on. I want to say a word for Bridge. Your view. That's in that. We are a republic. Last time I checked, however, nobody wants to say that word. Well, I'm Canadian, and I'm going to say it. That is true. In Canada, we are a democracy. Nonetheless, that there's multiple different stages of a democracy, and we're not the good one. And in America, you guys are a republic, which is different. I'm not really understanding it, which is not the same as us, So
you'll figure it out. Just keep hanging with us, man. Keep going, dude. Keep going. He'll figure it out, my Canadian friend.
I'm gonna end up, on the boat, and just go by a very long ways, into international water, and end up in Texas somehow.
All right, just sit down and shut up, and let us teach you something for about 2 minutes here. Go ahead. Who was talking last? Come on.
Righteous can go. Or maybe he's having problems though.
I don't know. Somebody dropped the mic. All right, who's up next?
We had 3 hands up, so I'm going to start with Jim Bob because we haven't heard him yet, and then we'll go with Tanya. Jim Bob, nice to meet you. What you got for us tonight?
Hey, thanks for bringing me up on stage here. I've been listening to the conversation here for a little bit, and I'll tell you, it's time for the men to be men again. It's time for the men to protect our women and protect our children and stand up for the shit we believe in. Enough of this poppycock, really. It's time for us, individually, literally to protect our families, our nieces, our nephews, our grandkids, our own children. So, yeah, like I said, I've been listening to the conversation for a little bit, and nothing puts fire in my belly like people misguiding our children, man. And I can't stand it anymore. Now, what brought me into this space to begin with was the title of the room. I'll tell you this. Some of this is fake news. I have family members that are in that realm, and the vote in the churches is not passed yet. So there's no sanctioned event, as far as I know at this point, rolling out to Aurora, Colorado. Although I hope it happens. My best information is nothing has been approved yet. So I'll land it there for now.
Thank you very much for that kind of information. Is exactly the reason why we're doing this, Jim Bob. Thank you very much for bringing that up. You don't have to give any more information, but this is what we're doing this, because we want to hear from the people that are there, we don't want to hear from the mainstream media that keep lying to us. We want to give you the voice to come and tell us so we can then share it for you if needed. Every time we learn something and someone asks what's the update, then we can talk about it. We hear a lot of things, but like you say where you are, the information that you got is that the vote hasn't been passed yet. Is that what I'm listening? Am I correct? There are talks, but the vote hasn't been done, right? Is he still there?
Hey, you know what? I'm going to just jump in because there happens to be a very awkward silence. I want everyone to thank Kenny for the job he does as my co-host. My God.
Kenny, thank you.
Kenny allows me to just think and talk. And he does so much work. You have no fucking idea how much work this fucking takes for that son of a bitch to be.
He's
pushing buttons
amazing, you know.
behind
He does a great job.
He's like the producer, man. So thank him very much. Okay.
And I'm sitting back here like the hype man.
All right, who's gonna?
Hey, Kenny, can I respond to your question real quick?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so look, man, I got family in NorCal that are tied into this community, man. And what I can tell you is there are certain chapters, and everything has to go, through their own church, through their own. They have to have votes, and there's been conversation about it, but according to my best information, there's been no vote, in the roundtable in order to move anything forward. So that's the best information I have that I can tell you. So nothing is sanctioned at this point, as far as I know.
So I'm just going to step in, and before I give back the floor to Tanya here, I just want to say, to my knowledge, okay, so not because the vote hasn't been passed, then motion are not being taken. They can be on the move and in preparation of something, just in case, and when the word has been said, they're ready and they're up and going, and it's like it's like a flash, or when like they're ready. You know what I mean? It's like army style. All these guys are vets. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jim Bob, but those patriots are all veterans, or for the most part, they're all people that have been trained to fight or to protect people. We seem to forget that our military are just good for violence, but they are not. They're there. Like their training consists a lot of being able to not harm the civilians and to only take the bad guys, which is not always the case for our police force, unfortunately. But like that's why I put more faith sometimes into the bikers and some forces that we have, just because of the background of Tanya. I give you the floor back, dude.
Yeah, well, there are a number of vets in there. There are a number of vets, but there's also old school, just outlaws, and some of the vets and the outlaws, they see eye to because they've had a lot of the same experiences in life. So, yeah, but I'm going to go back to my original point, man. It's time for us men to protect our families. Protect our wives, protect our children, our nieces, our nephews, and all land it there.
Well, there's a reason they've feminized, men and, demonized masculinity. It's demonic. It goes thousands of years back, and it's happening again, and we need to fight it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, if you look back at the goddess Ishtar, do a little research on the goddess Ishtar. That's what she does. So
actually, all of this, man. If you look at demonology, okay, all demons are on a spectrum. Okay, they're not male, female. This is demonic. And I'm actually shocked on a daily basis, but then I realize how obvious it is that transsexualism would be the spearhead, of Satan himself.
Well, yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
And Ishtar was known for making men into women.
Yes, castration was a regular thing in pagan religions, okay?
Yep.
I mean, this is nothing fucking new. There's nothing new under the sun, people. Read your fucking Bible.
Right. Amen.
I don't have a Bible. I can't read it.
Well, you need to get one, please. I'll buy you one. What's
send you one.
DM me, DM me where I can send it to.
Yeah, priority mail. I'm gonna send it to you, Kenny. Come on, man. You're my fucking. You're my
I don't have enough
co-host.
money
You
to
gotta
buy
have a
one.
fucking Bible. Jesus.
I said
Lord.
I'd send it to you.
Well, send me a DM. I'll send that to you. Tanya, nobody else to speak before you have the floor.
All right, I'm gonna sound completely crazy right now, and here we go.
All right, I love it. Here, let's go.
Even,
Let's go. Here, let's hear the crazy. Let's fucking do it. Let's do
you want to hear
this.
crazy?
I've
All right,
heard
ready?
some crazy, so go
All
ahead.
right. Okay, everything you guys are saying, denomic, right? We learned this. I learned about Orpheus. I learned about all that in school. I learned about Shakespeare. I learned about eunuchs. Did we all learn about that? EUNICH. They don't have penises. They don't have vaginas. So what is that? That's more like a alien, right? So I do my DNA in December of 2023 to compare it to December 2016 for my legal case. And guess what? I'm Neanderthal. 40%, which is unheard of because they were extinct 45,000 years ago. I am 40% Neanderthal in my DNA. Had it done twice. Came back the same.
That's
so
pretty
then I
crazy.
What the fuck's a Neanderthal? I'm Catholic, and my ex-husband is an atheist. But I'm open to learning about anything. I really am. That's why I think I'm more Baha'i. I believe that as long as you believe in something, you believe in somebody good, and you have faith that you're going to go somewhere good, then that's my faith anyway, even though I was raised Catholic, communion, blah, 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 blessed, dumped, whatever. So, raped by the Pope, things like that. But anyway, on the other hand, I'm like, what the hell's a Neanderthal? So I look it up, and I'm like, well, my mom kind of looks like that, but I don't look like that. My dad's black, and my mom's Indian, and then I'm white with green eyes. It's so weird with white blonde hair. It's just true.
You sound beautiful.
So anyway, well, I got the big booty, I got everything going on, except the friggin'. But the shot didn't kill me yet. So I'm like, why? So I'm trying to get all my DNA. I'm trying to get all my blood work. I'm trying to figure out why I'm still alive. Why is my family still alive? All of them have had heart attacks. All of them have had, everything happened to them. They're all still here. And my brother was a professional hockey player, so was my father, mind you. But anyway, at the end of the day, you look up Neanderthal, and I'm like, well, what the hell is a Neanderthal? They mated with the modern human. So I try to find modern human. Do you think I can find what a modern human is? So I was like, maybe that is the alien. The alien came down, they're upstairs there, eating their popcorn, watching the show, and they just keep replaying. We're like a replay, except they've changed it for Groundhog
You know what? I love you, sweetheart, but you sound like a fucking lunatic. I'm sorry.
Right? Don't I?
No, I hear what you're saying, but
can I add something though?
What the what? Yeah, I mean, come on.
I'm totally about to back. I'm about to back you up. I'm about to back you up.
What are you talking about?
No. I'm a girl. Ain't nobody.
You sound like a lunatic, but isn't it funny?
No, ain't nobody ever.
What is a
Ain't nobody ever had your back like you're about to hear just now.
What the fuck a modern human is and how they mated with Neanderthals.
No, listen for just a second.
No one can tell me this.
Wait, I don't know what that is either.
I do sound like a lunatic.
Wait, listen to this, okay? I didn't do any of those DNA tests. I didn't do the COVID test. I didn't do any of that. And so I'm like part Blackfoot Indian, part black. I'm a part this, part that, whatever. But actually, I found out after all of this crazy stuff happened that my grandfather, he had a different last name, and they hid him. I'm 100% serious. I was supposed to have a different last name, and so I just found this out recently. And I don't know if it's supposed to be Irish or Scottish, but I have blonde hair and brown green eyes, but I have a Native American gene, so it's weird that my blonde hair and the way that I look, you would never know that I'm part Native American. But there is something, for some reason, the deep state will not let me go. I told you guys about me being trafficked. I told you guys, about what happened to me in Florida when I told them that I was raped and the things that happened. And the officer told me to get my running shoes but I still have a warrant in Florida, even though it's against every bit of my constitution. They took my blood without my permission.
Honey, sweetheart, we all love you. But seriously, where is this going? We're trying to solve the fucking world's problems over here, and I'm not trying to make light of your situation. I get it, I understand, but what's your point?
But what I'm saying is that I don't know exactly what like the modern human thing is, but I do know that they are doing genetic testing, and there is something about our genetics that they are after. So I don't know what the modern human part is.
But that's the one thing that we need to be very, very careful about, those goddamn labels that Tim said he doesn't like, and I agree with this. So a lot of those, like I've been, because I've been listening about this DNA tests with lots and lots and lots, and a lot of things like weird like that, like has been happening over and over and over. And you gotta realize at some point, I haven't really looked into it, but it makes me really think.
I hate to say this,
guys, saying the truth when they send that stuff? Like, how can they have, like, for example, they really have all of the information about the Neanderthal? That's like the only Neanderthal that was never ever found, is somewhere locked up, and they didn't. It's not like they're sharing the DNA to everybody.
Well, actually, that's part of the whole WHO thing, the World Economic Forum, and all of that stuff. And
everything was going so well.
What it's called is WIPO, World Information Property Organization.
Stop. Get it back on fucking track. Get this fucking conversation back on track. I'm fucking done. Thank you.
Well, I just wanted to say, like, I want to know more about what, like your COVID experience. Did you get one shot? Did you get two? Like,
well, I think it doesn't really matter how many shots you had. One thing that I can tell you is I got 2 shots, and I just started feeling really injured this year. I've been having weird stuff since the beginning. I got them, but I am now really injured. And then, you got my friend's, mom. She ended up, they discovered her cancer. Within 2 weeks, she was in the hospital, and within a week, she was in palliative care, and 3 days later, she was dead. Like, that fast. Like my grand aunt before COVID, she had 4 cancers. She survived her 5th one, and then she asked for help to die. And now people get 1 cancer and boom, gone. People like Tim said earlier, like they were running on the cross field, and having seizures. Like I do have some little small seizures sometimes. And I'm 37 years old, but I got those pain in my heart. What the hell? What are they doing to us? What are they doing to our cities? What are they doing to the kids? Because the kids are the one that's going to get hurt in 20 years.
It's depopulation, is what it is. It's long story short. Watch a couple WEF and UN videos. They're easy to find on YouTube, and Bill Gates, Carl Schwarm. No, not the Carl Schwarm. There's a couple of the. I don't want to butcher their names, but there's a couple of the people at the WEF and the Health Forum. They want to depopulate the planet. What do It's the anti-human. They don't want you to have babies. They environment. When all the evidence points otherwise. But it's the bought and paid off scientists. They're saying exactly what they're supposed to.
Well, everybody look this up. Like, we had Bill Gates a few years ago, before COVID, I was claiming that he wanted to depopulate the population by 10-15%. Why? Bill Gates is allowed to say this kind of stuff and not being investigated. And if I say I want to go and poop on the prime minister's front step, I'll be arrested.
Well, what are the odds? What are the odds that there are now, mass breakouts of mosquito-borne infections across the country, to the point where they have to lock down and close schools. And Bill Gates was just experimenting on fucking mosquitoes.
Guys, I just wanted to point out why all of the girls are hiding.
Why?
Because they're trying to study our genetics.
What?
They're trying to study our genetics. Remember, I was telling you guys about this stuff the other day about how they have those tests to determine whether or not it's going to be a boy or girl at 5 weeks, is what they tell you, but they don't tell you that they're actually testing for chromosomal abnormalities.
All right,
and they also
I'm losing
test.
I'm losing my bait.
That sounds crazy enough to be true, actually.
All right.
It's called Natera. I used to work there.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm not saying I'm not saying you're crazy, not at all. But I'm just saying, 25 years ago that would have sounded like science fiction. But hey, here we are.
Yeah, so I was just a little bit more curious to hear more about what she was saying, because yeah, it sounds crazy, but this is definitely very real, and white women are scared to death.
So who is hiding? We got somebody asking.
All right. Who's hiding? Right? Who's hiding? Right? I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to interject. I'm not going to say a fucking thing. I'm not going to say it.
You don't see them anymore?
I'm not going to say it.
I'm
going to fucking stay out of it. I'm fucking staying out of it right now.
I think Daniel's going to stand
I'm not
up.
saying a fucking thing.
I wasn't meaning to sound. I told you, I warned you it was going to sound crazy, but seriously, I just went off left wing there. But I got to tell you, what you just said to Alyssa, I messaged you. Let's talk, because you have to think outside the box. We have to think ahead of them. And if you aren't thinking like a criminal, then you can't win. If we're all just following afterwards, okay, you murdered my brother, now I'm going to come and follow you and learn why you did it, or who or how. We need to be ahead of them. We're smarter than that, where there's more of us. Like, that's how I feel. So what I want to say is, with Bill Gates, here's something very, okay, considering I've been so sick, and I know I don't sound it right now,
I'll try.
but you can look at my videos. I'm really, I'm in a bad place, but
hang on, way off in the ditch.
But I have my laptop. I can still look at my laptop. They've released it 3 times.
I don't want to be a dick.
I'm not an IT person.
Right? I don't want to be a dick.
So my MCV and I'm a very, very good nurse. I will tell myself that. I don't brag, but I know I'm a good nurse, and I advocate for all my patients for 25 years. So anyway, listen to this.
Hi, guys. Hi. I got comments saying this fucking conversation makes no sense and it has nothing to do with the fucking topic of Hell's Angels and Aurora. I'm just saying. So, I'd like to interject that maybe we might want to put this fucking thing back on the rails. And I've asked again to let's get back on fucking topic, but apparently I wasn't heard before. So
I thought you guys cared about women. Okay, never mind.
I love people, okay, but please, come on, guys, come on.
We care about women. We do. Seriously.
I don't want to be an asshole, but I'm trying to keep on topic, right? And I want to be included.
I got some people coming up on stage right now. We got Julie and.
I just wanted to talk about MCV and MCH, and Bill Gates bought Pfizer. He bought the company that has the mosquito that causes sickle cell anemia in all black people 6 months before COVID started for $5.4 billion. That's all receipted, just so you know. If you want to look that up, you can. And secondly, yeah, my dad was part of the mob, and what I was going to say about Hell's Angels, and I also know them because I lived in Montreal my whole life. If they're going to bomb a bar, they're going to bomb a bar. They're not going to warn you. So it's all bullshit. If we are all talking about it and seeing it on video, it's fucking bullshit. Because I know them, and when they're mad,
cut the fucking mic.
There you go.
Fucking
mic. Go back to Hell's Angels. Cut her
mic. Cut her fucking mic. I'm done with this shit.
Hold on. I just want to. I just remember. Bill, hold on just for a second. For the people in this space here, in the live space, the title is Hell's Angels, Aurora, and more. So the people that are in this space may not take it as the other people that are looking at the other titles. So that's why it might be some confusing in the subjects that we are talking and the title and not in the other ones.
I don't mind meandering from this topic, okay? But I just don't want to get into fucking rabbit holes that are so goddamn deep that none of us find any relevance in what the fuck we can do on a local basis to fix anything. And that's what I'm fucking interested in. And that's all I'm interested in is fixing the fucking world we live in. And I get it. I understand the passion. I feel it. I get it. I understand. But
we got enough. We got enough unbelievable shit, man. We got enough unbelievable shit to deal with.
And my job is to steer this fucking ship, and it's not fucking easy. I want you to understand that. And sometimes I have to be a dick, just like Donald Trump. I have to be the man that says, we got to go to fucking bed on time right now. So I'm sorry, but I interjected, but I want to get this thing back to what we were trying to get to.
Okay, and on this note, I'd like to thank everybody to being here. Cindy, you are the next one, and what do you got for us tonight? Do you have any updates for us or something?
Yeah, I actually do. I'm from Boston, right? So the Hells Angels here are not heading there. They don't even know anything about it. If you start watching those videos pretty closely, if you notice some of those trees don't have leaves on, is anybody paying attention to the footage? The other thing is, they just had a big get-together in San Francisco this past week. You know that, right?
Yeah, and it got Sturgis soon, I think, too, no?
What's that?
And that when it's Sturgis, is it when in September?
For some reason, you're cutting out on me. Something in September.
Sturgis is just past Colorado.
Sturgis happened already like a month or two ago.
Hey Kenny, I'm sorry for everybody right now.
Look, I'm a builder. The old president of the Hells Angels in Boston, when I called him today, he's like, Sin, we know nothing about this. I have no idea. So I don't know what to believe now.
Well, it's not out of the realm of possibility that there's just somebody on the other side, who knows who's spreading what, and so that's basically what this space is for. Maybe somebody with boots on the ground in Aurora might wander in, and and everybody's just sharing ideas at this point. Nobody really knows anything. I'm in Arizona, Truth's in Maine, so we got Kenny in Canada, so it's kind of we're just guessing at this point. I at no point claim to know what I'm talking about when it comes to this, because I'm in Arizona. I'm just sharing videos I see on X. Maybe the person that sees it that when I share it, maybe they hadn't seen it yet is all. So.
Well, I thank you very much, Cindy, for your input there, because that's exactly, I'm keep repeating it, but that is why we're doing this at the TruthSlinger Network. We are here to gather information from the people that have information that we can share.
I got to be honest, I wish it was really happening. But
me too. Absolutely, 100%. I wish 10,000 of them was going there.
Exactly. But we also know that most of the Hells Angels groups have been dismantled pretty hard, over the last 15 years. You do know that, right?
Yeah, they dismantled our good old American gangs and imported a bunch of, foreign gangs.
That's right.
Exactly. Look what they did to the Proud Boys. I rest my case.
Amen.
Yeah. Well, Jumpy, you got your hands up. You got anything for us?
I just had an observation when you see them ride by on their scooters. I mean, let's face it. If you're going camping, you got to take your camping gear. Chances are they're going to probably roll in there in trucks.
Well, that's a very valid point,
Yeah.
Like, they got vans and trucks, and I know we got Dirty Steve also that was in the house that had issues to bring up my exes. I gotta fix his shit sometimes. But Dirty Steve, if you want to speak up here, you can feel free.
Yeah, so I got a bunch of friends that live in Aurora, and we were talking today. Me and a couple other guys. They said that the Hells Angels are posted up there. My best friend Mike, he's a Marine veteran, fucking 4-time Purple Heart guy. He says, he said it's shit's about to go down. Pretty good, actually. I live in Arvada, so I'm about 20 minutes away from Aurora. But he said if shit starts to pour out, that There's a whole bunch of us already that are ready to hit armed.
So that's like I think I said earlier, like Jim Bob was saying that the vote has been done, but I said, well, perhaps the moves are being done like media, right? So that's what I'm listening here again. But
yeah,
it's probably just the one really close to you, to Aurora, that are getting. It's a very interesting developing situation, to be honest, and that's one that we can't really get so much information unless we actually share together. So thank you everyone for that has something to share about the subject. If you got any information or you know someone that not any, you want to share it with us. You want to do, if you want to do it in private also, you can do so. I think my DMs are open on Twitter, on X. Or you can reach Tim by email. You can go on his profile. He's got all of his information and his link through there. So you can contact him and you can share information in private, and we'll just bring it up with our voices anonymously. So anyone have anything else to say, anything else to bring up, I invite you to raise your hand and come and talk to us. We're not going to bite unless you ask us to.
Not too hard.
Well, I can nibble. I got no teeth.
No.
Hello.
Well, yeah.
I hate dead space. Come on, guys. This is spaces. You can't have dead air. What the fuck is going on there?
Well, we have the health department warns residents to stay inside as they conduct mass spraying of pesticides. And there's video I can share on the chat. It looks fantastic. Really does.
If you got any videos and you want to share,
it's coming up now. There you go. It's yeah, it looks awesome. I want to breathe all kinds of that stuff. Yeah. Bill Gates mosquitoes. There it is. They set them out, then they're like, hey, we gotta spray this shit everywhere.
So anybody, if we can have, I don't know what is the Denver news network? If anybody else have any news from them, because all I can see myself, it's that they're pretending that there's no gang that's taken over, but then they're saying that they're going door to door to do preventive presents, to the neighborhoods to ask questions.
Are you searching with Google?
No, not Google. But no, I'm like they're really vague about it, and I mean like it's concerning because why is it?
It's Aurora or Denver? Is it Aurora is a suburb of Denver, right?
Yes, Aurora is a suburb. Sure is.
Okay.
What's Steve?
I just said, yeah, Aurora is in probably 10 minutes, maybe east of Denver. Maybe not even 10 minutes. Good traffic, you might make it there in 5 from actual downtown.
I got ABC 7. I got ABC 7 Chicago from 2:57 p.m. Concern growing in Aurora, Colorado, over presence of Venezuelan gang, its impact on other migrants.
Yeah, that they talk about how it makes the other migrant look bad, but that's how I heard. No.
How about the impact on the residents?
We've been talking about it.
The mayor of Aurora came on, was on something today. I think it might have been Fox or something, or ABC or whatever, and said that there's nothing he could do about it. And nothing he could do about it, that it was all Biden's fault.
It's never their fault. It's always the other guy that's next to them. It's always the one below them. It's always the guy that was there before them.
That's right. And I keep saying too, I keep seeing and I keep hearing that it's not an isolated incident. It's happening everywhere. Really. And we're hearing about it there because that got out. But it's happening elsewhere, not just Aurora.
All right, so I gotta interject, right? We got some people bitching and whining on the fucking X feed in the comments. So because the bitches it's flying by. It's so fucking fast, right? But they're going.
What are they saying?
What they're saying is like, what's the title of the show? Blah, blah, blah. Why are you fucking talking about the UK? Why are you bitching about this shit? Why is the title of the show Hell's Angels in Aurora?
We're talking about Aurora.
Right. I know, but what you're talking about is the fact
it people on YouTube? Tim.
Yes.
Tim, is it?
What?
Because I'm looking at the X chat here, and people are nice in the X chat. If your YouTube chat is bad, it's just trolls on YouTube, and you know that.
Fuck those trolls, man. Fuck them. We need to get those shirts made. I had, Fuck those trolls.
Hey, all right. So I'm gonna ignore the trolls, but listen to this. I got a whole shitload of shirts, right? If you want a fucking shirt tonight, man, and you want to be part of the TruthSlinger army, if you fucking sign up tonight for our Discord chat, right, the one that we opened up, the Discord stuff that Kenny came up with, and I don't even know what Discord is, but he says it's fucking good for me. And you know what? I love fucking Kenny, so I'm going to go with it. If you fucking sign up tonight and you send me your goddamn address, my email is realtruthsinger@gmail.com. I will send you a fucking shirt. It's a white shirt. It says, I am not a racist. And it says hashtag I'm not a racist. Right? So that's going to be free for you if you want to fucking do that. So why don't you go ahead and do that, and I will give you a goddamn free shirt, right? Shipping and everything.
The link and live space in the live stream.
Hey, Kenny, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but I can hear. I just want to say quickly, this is live. The space is done on X. If you're watching through YouTube or Rumble or any other platform, I cannot see what you're saying directly. I cannot see it. I can only see what's being said on X. If the conversation is not what you want to hear, please don't shit on us, okay? Like, if you're having a conversation with your friends, I'm not going to go and tell you that you shouldn't be talking about it. This is fascism, and we're here for freedom of speech. There's a button on the top right of your screen with an X on it. You can click on it and, or just go to another page, or just come back when we talk about something else. Like, I want to try to be respectful to everybody, and if you don't respect him on his YouTube channel, because I see that everybody here on X, you guys are awesome. Please, just be kind. There's no need to troll. There's no need to be rude to anybody. It's not, when I'm gonna log off for here, it's not gonna make me cry. I'm gonna sleep well. Because we got 2,500 people watching us, and that means a lot to me. And those 2,500 people, if they didn't want to listen to us, they would have been gone. Thank you very much. Jeremiah, you got the floor.
Good evening, everyone.
Welcome, Jeremiah.
Yeah, I have to say, I was listening to the conversation, and there was some interesting points made, but I was a little bit thrown off at how my friend T-Bird got kind of dumped off the space because you said you wanted to get things back on topic, and she made a good point about exactly the topic, and then she got, dissed. And
saying, I looked up and there was people on YouTube that were actually complaining. And I understand Tim, and Tim's got all the right to do that. But, when I looked at it, it's like it was really like YouTube trolls. If you're a big follower and stuff like that, okay, I understand. But, there's people, I'm going to be straight up, Jeremiah, you're right. Tanya, T-Bird, if you go look at her profile, you can see that she's locked up next to her bed. She can't move. Okay,
this one.
She can't move. Okay, and the other day I had to call her and and tell and speak up. Because she wanted medical aid in dying, which is the only thing the government will offer her for free. That's the only thing she can get for free is medical aid in dying. So if coming here and speaking up in front of us and talking about it a little bit, is problematic for some people. Well, I'm absolutely sorry. I don't want to offend anyone, That's not my intention. My intention is to give a voice to people. So whoever went and complained on YouTube channel, I invite you to come here to the space, please, and come and tell me a better subject to talk about. Don't go be a keyboard warrior. Come and use your voice, okay? I invite you to put this kindly.
Yeah, Kenny, if I could just follow that up, please.
Yep.
All right, so
they can't hear us.
She's
right?
talking about things that are meaningful. Spirituality and everything else we're talking about earlier. It all links to this, right? So what she was talking about her DNA. You know, this isn't some conspiracy theory. Like she went and got her DNA done, and it was 40% Neanderthal. And I went and looked at it, so you guys know, and it's very interesting. And I think Jim, TruthSlinger, I think you'd find this interesting as well. There's a verse out of the Bible.
Wait a minute.
Says,
what the fuck? Stop. What the fuck is 40% Neanderthal? I mean,
seriously. I just want to tell you.
What the fuck does that even mean here? I don't even understand what that is. So when you bring this shit into my conversation,
I just wanted to read you this passage out of the Bible. It says, "When the sons of God laid with the daughters of man."
Well, we know that passage, dude.
Yeah,
we're aware.
No. We are not turning this into a goddamn biblical conversation about fucking Adam, okay, the man, okay, pre-Adam. We're not doing that. We're not turning this into a fucking biblical conversation, god damn it. Now, I'm all about Jesus, but this is not goddamn church, and we're not fucking going there. So we're not doing it, so it's done, it's over.
No, I say my piece, and I apologize to Tanya, and I don't think we need to come back on this, please, guys. We have some really good people here that want to speak. We got Brad that is up, Rob Zombie, you got here at end up. So let's go, man. What you got to say?
Oh, I was just going to ask. It's on that previous topic, sorry, but if you're 40% Neanderthal, isn't that like one of your parents is 100% Neanderthal? How does that work?
I want reparations.
That's a topic that, like, when she talked about it, that's really what I was saying. We don't know. Nobody understands. That's, probably what those fucking people are doing. They're fucking with us. They're lying to us, probably, because, I just, like, I don't understand, like, where did he get those fucking data from? It's bullshit. Like, how many dead people died from COVID? We don't know. How many people are taken over with their blocks? Like we heard earlier, yeah. It's been a lot of gangs are taking over our streets. They injected us with fucking poison to kill us. It is clear. And, they want a fucking replacement. But replacement for what? For criminal that they won't be able to control? That's the stupidest shit, that they can even pull. So we need to stand together, and we need to understand that what they're telling us is a lie until proven true. And the only way we're going to make it true is by studying it all together and not trusting what they're telling us.
I love all you sons of bitches, okay? But when you're going to get the fucking program, okay, is when you're going to be able to fucking have a goddamn discussion and I don't have to unmute my mic. Okay?
Brad, I want to know what you got to say there.
No, I'm still trying to catch up, man, but I agree with that last gentleman right there, what he said. We're in the fucking corner right now as Americans, and we need to understand our Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and all that kind of stuff, and all the fucking veterans that's died for us to have these rights. And we need to get back to that shit.
Well, fucking 100% on that shit.
Well, I think we need to get everybody on the same track that if you're in America, keep your guns loaded.
Hey, you know what? And Kenny, I'm going to interrupt here. Have you ever seen Brad, the 101-year-old World War II veteran that is saying in front of Antifa, standing in like New York City, saying, "This is not what I fucking died for, goddamn motherfuckers." Do you understand what I'm saying? I was so moved by that. Have you ever seen that? Has anybody ever seen that?
No, I have not.
Man, this guy broke down. He was like, holy shit, man. This is what we all went to war for, man. This is what we died for. And he's screaming at these cocksuckers. Cocksuckers, okay? That are standing there that are funded by George Soros, yelling and screaming. And he's like, I fucking want to shoot you fuckers, okay? Because this is not what me and my buddies died for over there.
Did you see the other one where it's the old man in his uniform sitting and crying? I think he had just got done watching like a video on an iPad or something, or but he was crying about going to war and what the hell's going on right now. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm not even fucking emotional about it no more. I mean, it's just whatever we got to do,
Well, the America we all grew up with, God bless the USA, standing up for the pledge and whatnot, that's dead. We're going to have to salvage what's left and just, build our republic back. Because it's near death completely. We need to build it back. These fuckers, I tell you, these communist fuckers, man, they've damn near killed her.
Right. I got Coach got her hands up. What's up, Coach? How you doing? You're back.
Yeah, the nurses that came in. I'm absolutely appalled. I'm a Gen Xer. I grew up with 7 older brothers. All 6 of them were military. 1 wasn't. My dad was military. When he retired, he worked for the FAA. He passed away in the Oklahoma City bombing. I think the thing is, he deserves better than what we're looking at right now. Our granddaughters, they deserve better. I think if Gen Xers got together, because that was a time, that was a good time. That was good.
It breaks my heart for me, but my God, it breaks my heart like twice as bad for you. I'm really sorry.
And it's crazy. And I was married to a special forces man, and this is crazy. And I can guarantee you, he is not standing for this mess. He is not. And the neighborhoods I'm surrounded, I live over by NORAD, in Fort Carson and Colorado Springs, and I can promise you, they're not putting up with this crap. And I don't understand why anyone else is either. I think timing is of the essence, and timing is definitely everything in this situation, and I think that's what we're coming down to. But Colorado, with well over 43 years, we've had 1 Republican governor. 1! In over 43 years. That's crazy. It's crazy. And look at us. Being ripped apart. Being torn apart. And I'll be damned if I'm just going to sit back and watch it happen. I'm not going to. My granddaughters deserve for us to leave this world better than the way we fucking found it.
Amen.
Amen. I like that.
I can say it better than you not. Like, this is one thing I've been saying. Like, look at the young punk. Like, look at them. Like, what do they have to lose? Those little fucking Venezuelan little gangbangers that think that can come into your country, take your fucking homes, and rape your daughters, and kill your mothers, and then, that you guys are just gonna stand there and do nothing. No, I'm sorry, I don't believe that, and look at what's going on in the goddamn UK. They're about to rise up again, and it's gonna be bad this time, because it's not gonna stop, because they know that if they stop until they're done, they're all gonna get arrested. Like 1,000 police officers in the UK dropped already. All the good cops are gone. So after, like here in Canada, that's one thing that happened. All the good cops during COVID, they quit. They dropped. Because they didn't want to arrest people for having a family dinner together. So we need to stand up and speak up and get those people, like, if they want to work, yeah, come to work, come and have a job, be a citizen, but you don't need a gun, and try to shoot us and take over our house for that. Brad, you have your step. Go ahead.
2000.
No, we're not.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, we're not anti-immigration at all. Anti-legal immigration's fine. That's great. They do it the right way. They pass the tests. They do everything correctly. They're not fucking criminals to begin with coming over here. Awesome. Come on over. But all these fucking people taking over whole towns, that's not cool. We're not going to take this shit for too long.
Let's go, Brad. What you got?
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way, man. I love everybody, but I don't want to take nobody's life. But you know, if you threaten my lifestyle and my daughter's, you know, I'll take your fucking life if I have to. But I don't want to. But I still ain't trying to eat no shit, though. Our country's in a fucking bad place right now, but I believe there's a lot of people that understand that, and we just gotta be careful, but not eat no shit.
Amen. I like that. I want that on a shirt.
Yeah, man, I gotta print that shit up and put it on my merch, dude.
Brad, DM me that shit, man. If you can put me, we're gonna put that on the shirt, and we're gonna.
Don't eat no shit. I love that.
Yeah, that's
I'm just being honest, man.
No, I like it. We're not mocking. We really do love it. You know, the one I came up with earlier was get the hell out of the way, trolls. I got shit to do and souls to save. You know, so we got, you know, a little bit unorthodox the way we believe, but we believe. A lot.
I'm ripping that shit off, guys. So you know, it's on a shirt already, right? The
He's designing it as we speak.
Yeah, there you go.
We're working as we're talking with you guys. You know,
right? Yeah, no, I got my computer going too. See which one has it. See which one has it printed first.
You know, we really want to bring you like this content, you know, as much as possible. You know, if we can do it, you know, if we can have different people doing it every night, you know, so people can come up and speak up their mind about different subjects, you know, that'll be good. Right now, we're really focused on what's going on in Aurora because that's kind of the topic here in Northern America, and that's funny. You know, I was thinking that earlier. Nobody else is talking about monkeypox at this point.
Oh yeah, no, that was yesterday's news.
Yeah, already, you know.
Yeah, well, it went from monkeypox to the triple E mosquito virus to what was the fucking one? Another mosquito virus came back, West Nile.
Oh wait, and why it dropped? Okay, Kamala Harris went in front of the TV, so every other problem in the world dropped because she failed so bad.
Oh yeah.
For real? She was on, she got interviewed? I didn't even know.
Yeah, they put 18 minutes or something, or whatever. Like
I think they called it that. I believe it was like 12 minutes.
Yeah, it was an hour long, but they cut in like 3 sections of some minutes. It was terrible.
And refused to release the transcripts. They would totally allow Trump to do that for sure. Yeah.
Go ahead, Coach. You can speak up.
Yeah. I am tripping. I'm like, I am a 22-year lupus warrior. I've had bacterial meningitis. I'm in the hospital now with fungal meningitis, and my breast cancer has come back. I ain't afraid of no damn monkey. Give me a break.
Ma'am, I heard that the horse paste, that there was a hydroxychloroquine that they were warning people about. I'll need to find it, but I will post a link.
I'm on hydroxychloroquine, and that's one of the things.
Great.
Yeah, that's one of the things I always tell everybody. You know, Trump saved my life. Before they pushed him out of the office, that was one of the orders things he signed was to assure that we get our medication before they snatch it all out for the pandemic or whatever they was doing. Yeah. So, to me, he saved my life. Because if he wouldn't have signed that order, I would have had to be switched to something else or placed on back orders and all this mess. So he saved my life. So I'll be damned if I'm going to turn my back on him.
Ivermectin works. I don't care what anybody says.
there's a lot of people actually where I've been saying this, that no matter what people try to say in the news, that Trump actually saved their life in some way or another. It's pretty terrible, we are used like just like puppets like this, like pawns, like just put it on the board and okay, let's see what's going to happen if we do this. Let's see what happens if we do that. I can't fathom the fact.
They're putting us against each other. That's what it is. It's easier if we fight and kill each other than it is for them to come in and kill us all. So, I mean, if they pit us one against each other, which is a whole lot easier when they import a bunch of fucking people that don't speak our language and they're savages, like literal fucking savages. So, hey, what do you expect?
Brad, what you got your hands up? What you got?
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way, man. I love everybody, but I don't love people trying to fuck my shit up in my family. My family stinks. You know what I'm saying?
I love this. I love the way you talk, man. Not in a weird way, but you remind me of like one of my uncles. So it's kind of taking me back home. So
amen, brother.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, thank you, but don't leave yet. Babs, you just joined us. I think you got. Oh, hold on. I got Howard here. You had your hand up earlier, and I missed you, man. What you got for us tonight, Howard?
No, I just heard you guys talking about how the UK connects to the Aurora situation. I think the Aurora situation is more so a warning sign of what's to come. They're going into neighborhoods now and looking through people's cars, going into garages, all that.
I saw those videos, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly how it happened out in the UK. Is they started doing those kind of things and it wasn't checked, and basically they just continued to do it until it turned out to what we're at now. So this is a warning sign of what's to come. If nobody's going to check this, the government's not going to check it, the police aren't going to check it, nobody's going to check it, then this is coming to a neighborhood near you very soon.
Need to arm yourselves. Seriously. Get a Bible and arm yourselves.
This is the entire reason for the Second Amendment. Is because you're going to have to defend your home from illegal immigrants that are trying to come in and just take whatever they want because they've been told by our government that they can have whatever they want because the government supplies them with whatever they want. And this is the type of stuff that we're going to see in. I live in a big city.
Neighborhood near you.
What was that?
As a neighbor, coming to a neighborhood near you.
Absolutely, and it's one of those things where the only person who's actually going to stand up and actually do something about it is Trump. And like him or hate him, like I tell people, Trump is an honest asshole. Like he never put on a front or anything like that, or act like he was a nice guy. He's an asshole, and that's why I'm going to vote for him because I need somebody who's going to get the job done, not somebody who's going to be my best friend.
Yeah, amen, brother. 100%.
So let me guess, Howard, you're voting for Harris, right?
Only after I die.
That's it. I'll definitely be a registered Democrat after my funeral.
It's sad that it used to be a joke, but now it's reality.
It truly is, and it's like the good news is that we're seeing a lot of these voter rolls get scrubbed before this election. So I'm hoping that we can actually have a fair and free election and those type of things. But on the same token, it's like we haven't really done anything different than what we had in 2020. So if they did it in 2020, they're going to do it again in 2024. It worked. It went unchecked. Nobody changed anything. Nobody did anything else. So why can't they do it again?
So what do you think is what if like you Howard, what would you do your output? Like what is the first step we need to do? Like what we're doing right now is one of the first step, of course. But what do we need to do after that? Voter ID. It's common sense. Like it's just it's amazing to me. Like Obama won every single state that did not have voter ID. He lost every single state that had voter ID. It's common sense, people. Like, this is not some type of rocket science here.
Who the fuck cannot get an ID in 2024? You can live under a fucking bridge, and if you're gonna.
Well, if you ask a Democrat, black people can't.
Yeah.
If you ask a Democrat.
Yeah, I know black people are gorillas, according to Democrats.
I think that's disrespectful to the African American community to take that stance and be like, well, they have a harder time getting an ID. How? What? What? Like it does not make any sense. And the reasons that they keep on blocking the SAVE Act is just, I fear for this country. If Kamala gets in, we're not going to have a country.
I agree.
100%. And there's going to be a real fight.
Oh yeah.
There's going to be a real fight.
We need to show. And then you have a guy like Jamie Raskin coming out and saying, even if Trump does win, we're not going to certify it. Who the hell are you? You work for me.
Oh, those? Yeah, they're not even hiding it anymore. They're straight up fucking communists now.
Like they don't realize that they have a lot of patriots who are ready to rise up if they try to do this. Like, it's going to get bad.
So, I've never had a problem getting an ID, but then again, look at my picture. People were like, "You're not black." Okay, whatever. But my mom was born in Sarcelles, France, and so my dad was born in Kansas City, Missouri, and he went overseas and met my mom, and here we are. But I wanted to tell you guys good night because my nurse is standing here laughing at me. She just shot me up with my Prince volume.
Well, it's wonderful talking to you. You're a delight, I tell you.
Thanks for coming, Coach.
Yep, I want to say good night because you know how that works. Yeah, so, and by the way, I got like 3 different IDs. I don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, but we'll talk to you guys again tomorrow, all right? Hang tight.
Also, sure.
Good night, darling.
Have a good night. You're awesome.
Good night, darling. We
Thank
love
you.
you.
I appreciate that. I'm also high as a kite right now.
Yeah. Woohoo! Fucking yeah.
Brad has to let his hand up.
And the rest of Colorado, I assume.
I just want to say that, goddamn, we are the government, man. The federal government's just to protect our God-given rights. You know what I'm saying? Fuck.
Well, who's the president right now, though?
Fuck. The same guys that's been running this motherfucker since the 40s. That's who's in charge right now.
The only Rockefellers and, the Medicis, and there's about 20 of them. What was it, 20?
Shit is off the chain.
Fuck, I lost my train of thought, man. Let me fall back and gather my thoughts.
The only reason why nothing's happening in Colorado right now is because of the fag governor and the fucking mayor, fucking Mike Johnson in Denver. That's the only, and all the liberal fucking Democrats in this state. That's the only reason why there's the rest of us who are here aren't fucking going and fucking taking that shit over because we wants to get arrested.
Did you really say fag? Did you really say fag? Did you say fag? Did you really fucking say fag? Say it again, please.
I think it's okay. It's awesome. Bring it back. Bring it's a term of endearment, really.
Like, I grew up in the 90s, and if you like, I grew up in the 90s, when we went to school, and if the teacher gave you
what's wrong, you fag?
Hey, Kenny, I'm originally from Canada too, so.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love that word. I got a gay brother, and me and him call each other that all the fucking time. It's fine.
All right, I'm just I'm going to give the floor to Brad. He's got his hands up, and I think if you have anything you wanted to say as well,
that's good.
You can do it to Brad.
You're such a fag.
We all, if you got a social security number, man, you got to share in this motherfucker. And
this shit is great, man.
If you care anything about the fucking founding fathers and what this whole country was built on, then you got a responsibility. And we don't want to fucking hurt anybody, but we ain't trying to eat no shit neither. That's brass tacks.
Well, don't let nobody hurt you ever. To hell with the law. I mean, even if the law says, you're not allowed to do this or that, you got to let them choke you to a certain amount. If they break your little the cartilage in your neck, where we can tell they were choking you, then you can defend yourself. No, fuck that. They come in my house, I'm burying them in the back fucking yard.
Yeah, speak for yourself, man. I've been going to Aurora right now and heard a lot of people.
I don't lock my doors.
Yeah, no, I'm all the way Second Amendment, 100%. And you know what? To hell with what state I'm in. I mean, I'm in a legal state right now. Thank God. Thank God to my guardian FBI agent, whoever the fuck that may be. But I haven't lived in a blue state, but if I fucking did, you can bet your ass I'd have my guns with me. Registered or not in that state, I'm not going there without them.
You come in my house, I'm gonna. You come in my fucking house, I'm going to perforate you.
Yeah, there's a little fucking piece of paper that says I can have these fucking things.
So I just want to remember everybody that's so far what we found out through tonight's stream. Anyway, for those that don't know yet, it's that we had various gangs in Aurora. That's guaranteed. There have been words that the MCs are thinking about going there, but there's no been any votes done yet. But if something it's gonna pop off.
My best friend lives in that neighborhood, and he says the Hells Angels are there.
They are there?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can confirm that then. Okay, well, I'm going to take your word for granted because
he's my best friend. He's my best fucking friend, and he's a Marine too.
You're the reason why we're fucking here tonight, my man.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Right.
That's some pictures or something.
I mean, they're trying to avoid it. They're trying to avoid the area. Like I got a lot of friends out there, and they're trying to avoid that. They're trying to avoid everything. They're trying because we will be the ones to go to jail, dude. I mean, that's the bottom line. Is that all of us with guns? If we go over there, yeah. Who do you think they're going to?
The white boys are going to jail for sure.
For sure. And there's a whole fucking bunch of us. There's about 600 of us. The Colorado Marine Denver chapter.
Simplify, brother.
Hurrah.
Hey, man. Hey, do you know anything about any cops walking off the job over there?
That kind of depends where. I mean, which...
Well, we've heard that kind of Denver cops are kind of like standing down. Is there any truth to that? You know anything about that?
Well, so what happened was Mike Johnson, the mayor, he took away a whole bunch of yes, it did happen. So what he did was he took like $45 million out of the emergency services account, basically, and basically used it to house all these illegals.
Fantastic.
And I watched a guy die the other day because they didn't have the proper equipment to give him, to do chest compressions.
Wow. That's all. Hey, the American dream's live and well, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, what the fuck, right?
So a whole bunch of them quit. Not just them, firefighters, EMTs.
I just want to put a comment up before I give the floor to Mike. I remember when Donald Trump was in New York in the courthouse, that man that lit himself on fire. I remember watching the video, and those cops did absolutely nothing to save his life. They were so scared.
I was thinking about that just the other day, that just, they waited till he fizzled out, then they fucking ran up to him.
They let him suffer till he died. So, I just want to, put that in perspective. This guy had a point, and he showed us something really deep that day. Brad, you go ahead.
I'm sorry, sir. I mean, this shit's not really fucking complicated,
agree with you, my man. It's a terrible situation when we are, the citizens, the ones that grew up here the whole lives. It's sad that we need to be the rebels now and defend our homeland from our own government and invaders that they imported.
My old man fought in North Korea in the hot years, and he fucking hated knives, man. He'd go up his way to fuck with somebody with a knife,
Oh yeah, no, blades are nice. They're quiet, but but the problem is, the fucker takes it away from you. You're in big trouble, But the Second Amendment is key. That's why I have 2 cannons out behind my house. No, I'm kidding, but that's why I should. I'm saving up for my first one.
Laser range, man, not fucking the cannons.
I was actually seriously looking at cannons online.
I'm lucky. My best friend owns Denver Bullets.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah,
you got access to all kinds of cool toys.
All kinds of them, and a whole fucking pallet, 4 pallets of 50 caliber rounds.
Oh shit!
You can't fuck with. I was going to say shit.
Those are yeah. They're all talking about AR rounds. I'm like, yeah, you ain't never fucking seen a 50 cal.
Yeah. I was going to say some shit, but you can't fuck with 50 cal.
Yeah.
No. That's how he does his hands up. So we'd like to let him speak a little bit.
Yeah, I heard somebody talk about not living in a blue state. I live in the bluest state ever. We literally have a law right now where you can take and steal up to $950 worth of product out of the store, and you'll not be prosecuted.
California.
New York.
California.
Oh, fuck. I owe you $50, man.
You can pay him $900, and then you
hey, double or nothing next time.
It's absolutely ridiculous. I work in the security industry, so we get a lot of shoplifters and stuff, and my guard's like, what am I supposed to do? I'm like, really? Write down the license plate number, get a description of the person, that's it. That's all we can do.
That's you. So you're fucking boots on the ground security in California, and you're just like, hey, fucking, it is what it is, guys. Just, hey, and you got a calculator at the door. You're like, whoa, put that shirt down.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. It encourages people to steal, and then the Biden administration wants to come out and tout about their freaking crime numbers. Yeah, of course crime's down because you don't charge for shoplifting anymore. So, of course crime's going to be down.
Well, yeah. Arrests are down. Fucking absolutely arrests are down. Yes, 100% arrests are down.
He don't arrest anybody anymore. He doesn't fire anybody. He doesn't arrest anybody. This is the form of government.
Newsom.
This is insane.
Newsom is a fucking. He is a demon. And did you know he's Pelosi's fucking nephew?
Oh yeah, shit. Oh yeah, I know a lot about Newsom. I helped with the recall that we had in California for his ass.
Apparently,
those motherfuckers. That whole motherfucking family, man. And then the Bidens, the Obamas, the motherfucking. Oh, the Bushes. It's not. I'm not just going after fucking Democrats either. The Bushes. I'm fucking bipartisan here, motherfuckers.
Hello.
Bring them all in.
Hello.
So what I'm going to say, y'all might kill me for, but there was a bill that was put forward to the California legislature that fell through last night, and it's got the California Black Caucus all pissed off, and now they're trying to get their 3.7 million voters in California to vote for Trump because it fell through.
Hello.
I saw this. Hi. Yeah, they're blackmailing Newsom with the fucking vote. Yep.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Hello.
So I pray that we can turn California red.
Hi.
I doubt it.
Hi. Huh? Hello. Hi. Hi, guys. Hi. I'm glad you're so excited. It's so exciting that you're so excited. So I can't get a word in fucking edgewise. Yeah, I mean, and it's really great that you're that excited. But hi. So anyway, I really enjoy you guys all being there.
You know what, man?
You're all fired up, man. I was wondering if my mic was working anymore, right? I mean, hi guys.
Well, you said earlier that you wanted us to take up the dead air time, so we did. But all right, man.
Well, no,
Righteous,
but I'm just kind of saying
Righteous
that,
is helping me and he's talking while I'm just, giving hands up. So, like, I'm just like,
no,
I'll shut the fuck up. My bad.
No,
that's okay. You're doing good. You're filling the blanks, and when I, stop, the mic to someone, you shut up. That's fine.
I was the hype man till I started talking too fucking much.
The beautiful part
No,
is
but it's
I can
yelling at me.
Hey guys, I can sit back here and I can put my hands behind my head and maybe, just maybe,
take a nap.
I can make a little fucking money and smoke a doob if you guys fucking keep going. So just keep going.
There you go. Trade some stocks and shit.
Yeah,
Brad,
you're doing
you
good.
have
You
for
guys are
me
doing
tonight.
great, man.
Like, you give me another good one like you had earlier. We can put another on another shirt.
No, I mean, where I live at, you fucking steal a candy bar and you get your ass handed to you, man. I mean, it's just fucking really simple.
As long as you're white.
It don't make a fuck what color you are, man. If you steal, you fucking going to jail.
They have these things now here in Canadian school, in junior school, like kids school, where they have those signs where they explain what it is to be privileged. Like, yeah, if you're white, you're privileged. If you're male, you're privileged. If you're cisgender, you're privileged. If you're not gay, you're privileged. If you're, it's like, what? Like, they're teaching that to kids.
Yeah.
It's like to replace our generation with.
Oh, this next generation is so fucked. It's so fucked.
Well,
what is it gonna be when I'm gonna be like 50 years old? Like when I'm gonna be as smart as Brad. Like what is it? What I'm like? Jeez,
I'm not smart, man. I just got common sense, though.
You saw
common sense ain't so common, my brother.
It's a curse now. It's common curse, okay? Oh my god.
Yeah,
I feel bad for you guys up there in Canada, man. Oh shit.
Oh, it's back here. It's getting better, but we don't have to defense.
It's almost as bad as the UK, man. It's the videos I saw, at least. Fuck, I don't know if that's the worst of the worst, but it's not good.
Well, if you count how many major cities we have, which is not many, like it's not normal, man.
We're really two in Quebec.
Well, there's Quebec, Montreal, then you got Ottawa, Toronto, and then you got Edmonton, Saskatoon, Regina, and Vancouver. And I mean, like, besides Saskatoon and Regina, I don't hear much. Like all the other cities is just a shithole. But again, Saskatoon and Regina, it's in Saskatchewan. It's all native. So natives won't take shit up from anybody else. Like, each one cast will beat you up.
Yeah, that's where they film Letterkenny.
No?
I said that's where they film Letterkenny.
Yeah. Really? What happened? What shit?
No, I don't know. I don't know. But I love that show.
No, the one Canadian show I really like, it's Straight Apart Boys. Like, this fucking show's awesome.
That's a great show too. Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. I'm a huge fucking Jordan Peterson fan, man. I love Jordan Peterson.
Hello. My name is Tim. I'm your host. My name is the TruthSlinger, and we have people in the comments on X that say we don't have any idea what the fuck you people are talking about. And I love you all. I'm just telling you what the people in the comments are saying. Like, this is not me. This is fucking people that are commenting saying, where the fuck are we going? So can we please get back to a subfucking...
It's on your YouTube. You're on YouTube?
No, this is not.
Send me the
this
YouTube.
is not coming from YouTube. These are X people. There's like one person, but people are saying like I'm not quite following the conversation. So I'm just saying, can we kind of?
I can see it on your feed.
Yeah, can we guide it back a little bit? That's all I'm saying. Just let's guide it back a little, just a little bit. Let's rein it in. And, I'm not trying to be a dick, but let's rein it in a little bit.
Well, anybody on your feed or anybody on here know that they call fucking Aurora Saudi Aurora?
Are you serious?
I'm serious. Yeah, that's the nickname. Saudi Aurora.
Saudi Aurora.
Well,
Wow. I love fucking Aurora. God, I love Colorado. I mean, I don't like the politics. I love the weather and the mountains and the state.
It is pretty fucking awesome weather. I gotta admit that. But yeah, fucking people.
Everything else fucking the politics of it fucking. So that's why I never lived there.
Literally up here, we are adding a flag, a star to the flag, okay, because it's the Angolan star. Because we're importing so many Angolans here that we need to put a star, on a flag so that they can feel welcome here, and they'll be happy, It's all so good.
You're about to lose some. Aurora going to become Venezuela.
Yeah. No. And then it's just going to spread from the fucking, it's just going to spread. They're taking the nicest fucking places, the most desirable fucking places, San Francisco.
No, Aurora's far from desirable.
Well, Aurora, yeah. But I mean, like, near there, there's plenty of fucking beautiful places near Aurora.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And they're gonna fucking spread like a cancer, man.
Yeah.
They breed like
Hold on, Righteous. I just want to remember everybody that sent the link earlier in the chat. You are all welcome to come and speak with us and talk, and have a conversation about this subject. I'd like to remind you that we have been at it for nearly 6 hours. It is extremely difficult to say on a small subject that we have little information for more than 6 hours. We're keeping it up so we get a chance to have people like Dirty Steve and all the people that have been coming through tonight to give us actual facts and information. I'm sorry if people get lost a little bit. We're doing our best here. We're the truth people. We're the people for the people. Nobody is paying us for doing this. I could be in bed with my cats right now, but I choose to give you the time to come here and express your voice. I really want to get your opinion. I want everyone's opinion. I want to hear you all, because it's all interesting. Everybody with great stories. So, just want to remember everybody, you're more than welcome to come and take the mic. I'm going to give it to everybody. Just be respectful. Thank you. Brad, you go.
No, I didn't mean that thumbs down, man. What you said was beautiful, man. I'm sorry. I mean, if you ask me what I think, I feel fucking obligated, man. I mean, I ain't got the means to come out there, to fucking Aurora, but I feel a certain obligation, though, at the same time, as an American citizen, to come out there and help you all.
Well, we got a new speaker. We got Mitchell that just joined us. Good evening, Mitchell. Are you there?
Hello.
Hello.
Needs of heaven, God speaking.
Yeah, I think his mic is maybe broken. No. There he is.
Hey, how about now? Got it now?
I can hear you now. I can hear you loud and clear. High five.
All right. High five. I'm really late to the party, and I am a Colorado resident. I had friends from Texas today call me and ask me if Hell's Angels were knocking on my door, and I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Anyway, needless to say, you were talking about condescending conversation. Let me tell you where I'm at. I'm not in Denver. No, there's not enough money in the state of Texas for that. But I've lived here almost 30 years. I live in a very red county. We're the first constitutional county in the United States of America, proclaimed and enforced by our wonderful Constitution-loving sheriff. However, we moved here because I was having some trouble with an ex, and they passed the Make My Day law. And for the life of me, I cannot figure out the parameters of, we have the Make My Day law, but now we have the red flag law, unless you're a constitutional county, and we have armed Venezuelans, and I don't know if any of you guys have seen it, but it's heavy artillery. It ain't no pew-pew. You know what I'm saying? And knocking on doors and telling people to get out. And I don't get it. I do know that the mayor of Denver had his police stand down during all the riots. And I don't know if that mandate's gone farther. I don't know if there's threats against law enforcement in this state. But a big majority of this state is rural counties that are conservative. You know what I'm saying? Like Lauren Roberts County was. I don't understand the dynamic between the Make My Day law and these guys knocking on your door and telling you to get out. Well, under the Make My Day law, they ought to be able to take care of the problem right then and there. So I'm really confused over what's happening in Aurora, although I know the mayor is insisting he wants to get to the bottom of who authorized it, who's funding it, if it's federal money going through NGOs, or what the deal is. And I'll just open it up to that because I do not understand the absolute polar positions. I mean, it's open carry, concealed carry in this state. What is the problem with people defending themselves? I've got a good buddy that's a 3-star general, lives in Aurora, and I guarantee you they're not coming in his house.
So Mitch, I live in Arvada. Jeffco. And from what I understand, all the cops down there right now, between the sheriff, the police, and the stadies, they're all saying they can't do anything about it, and they're kind of pointing the fingers at each other. And then the mayors, Johnson and the other one from Aurora, they're saying that it's Biden's fault and that they shouldn't be the ones to put up their bodies to protect that Aurora. They're saying that it's Biden's fault that they should send in federal law enforcement.
But they wouldn't send in federal law enforcement. The worst thing is, my only concern about this is that people do try to step up against it. And y'all can call him fag or whatever. Down here in the country, they call him pole licker. He'll send in the National Guard.
Pole licker.
Well, they just felt like that was more appropriate.
I like you.
Yeah.
Well, that comes from an old rancher down here, and he stuck the tag on him years ago, and it's sort of stuck.
In the Marine Corps, we used to call them cock holsters.
Well, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff going on in Texas. That's where I'm from, but like I said, I've been up here a long time, and we love it. But we're going to be leaving because the only thing that's kept us here this long is the county we happen to be in. But for the first time in 30 years, a governor came to this county. And we have a target on our back because we were the ones that had the big first 2A parade on the 4th of July with hundreds and hundreds of armed people marching down the street in this little bitty town. And they don't like us. They have sent people here to infiltrate. They can't get a hold on the county government. It's just
wow.
Yeah.
And that's what everyone's in Colorado.
And if you guys are not aware, after the 2020 election, when they started looking at stuff in Maricopa County, which was the first county to go, hey, wait a minute, our illustrious Secretary of State passed laws that you cannot hand count ballots in this state, and you cannot audit an election.
Yeah.
Period. I've sat in a room with Joe Oatman and Mike Lindell, and they come to this little bitty county because I guess we're on the radar big time.
I love Mike Lindell. Well, they can't cheat if you audit them.
Well, that's why we can't audit them. And what I know from county clerks that I've gotten in touch with is they can absolutely certify their elections and when it goes, but now it all has to be transported to the Secretary of State's office. The problem is you can keep control of the Dominion ship machine sort of in your building, but when that stuff transmits, it can all change.
Well,
And I
it's
said,
hooked up to wireless. It's hooked up to the internet.
there's back doors in it. Because I guarantee you it ain't hooked up. They moved all of our stuff to the basement away from any Wi-Fi. There is no Wi-Fi on, but it has back doors. And everybody thinks it's like they're adding all these votes, and that's not what they're doing. So, like, in the 2020 election, Biden was number one. It was alphabetical one, Biden, 16,000 whatever votes. Number two, Trump, rolls up here to like 68,000 votes. All they got to do is go in there and change Trump to number one and Biden to number two, and it's a done deal. They flip them 100%.
I just can't get over the fact that some old lady just said pole liquor.
I love it so much. I want to take her home, and she reminds me of my mother.
Said, I think it was to age you, man.
Oh, that's all right. I am old.
Oh, okay. I just it sounds so. You didn't.
Well, no, I'm just saying she sounds so sweet. It's like she's not. My mom was from Kentucky. That's the way she sounded. Similar.
Right.
Had the same. My mom used to say, "Man, that shirt's tighter than a Dick's hat band on you."
I'm gonna I got my break. I just heard what you said. I was just like listening to a song.
I lived
I'm from a place where we don't put up with this kind of crap.
No, you're from Texas.
You shouldn't.
Darling.
Well, and they don't. And you wouldn't believe all the stuff that's happening in Texas. But I mean, it was serious enough that people from Texas have called me for 2 days going, "Hey, is everything okay where you are?" And I mean, they're bumfuddled. They're just like, why don't some good old boys take care of that problem?
Bumfuddled. When was the last?
That's how we roll.
When was the last time you heard bumfuddled? Right, bumfuddled. How the hell is that bumfuddled? I love that shit. Right, bumfuddled. We's bumfuddled, man. We is fuck.
Giving her a follow.
I heard it this afternoon from my friend from Texas going, "Y'all all right?"
I love you so much.
I hadn't been home in a long time, but I know that we were here. We lived in another area, and we had some problems with building and zoning, even though we got approval before we did what we did. And people down there just could not understand because we were not in the city. We were way out in the county on 40 acres, how they could tell you what you could and couldn't do. And I said, that's just Colorado. Every inch is zoned. Even though we had approval, but we got a lot of pushback. So from some of those weird, confused gender people of the female persuasion.
Fuck all that. That's why I'm going back to Texas.
Well, I went back to Texas for 6 years, and until my husband found this county, I wouldn't come back. Actually, I left Colorado in 1994 and said, I'm out of this nest of vipers and I ain't coming back. Well, learn me, and you don't never tell the good Lord never, because guess what? But I am going. I need to go home before I have to immigrate, because they have the signatures to secede, because legally they can, because they were a country. They weren't just land like every other state that was added. And there's a treaty, and I don't know if they're going to do it or not, but I'll be damned if I get caught on the wrong side of the border.
I can promise you one thing, lady. If Texas becomes a country, I myself promise that I'm moving to Texas.
I've already said that.
No, there's only one Canadian allowed there. That's going to be me.
Well, see,
yeah, they're not going to let everybody in.
No, that's why I said before I have to immigrate. But, you know, when Trump took office, Texas was the 5th largest economy in the world.
Oh, you're not going to let me in Texas. I'm sure.
They'll let you in. You know, I mean, look, they let Elon and all the Silicon Valley guys in. I like Elon, but I did send him a message said, If you got any far left people up there, you just leave them there. Fire them. Don't bring them down here. It won't be pretty. But we have 4 big cities in Texas that are in disarray. But I know that Governor Abbott is putting in Texas Rangers and whoever to monitor the election, every minute of it in Harris County, Houston, Texas, because they've been playing the game and they're done. They're not going to do it no more.
Well, up in Tarrant County, they got busted too.
Yeah, they got busted. But
Ain't no way Tarrant County is fucking blue. There's no fucking way Tarrant County is blue. No way.
Okay, hold on. I just muted everyone. I just want to see that I got someone on YouTube here that has a video, I think, no messenger or something. If you are kind enough to come and maybe share it here on X or something on TruthSlinger X account so we can share it. If you have a video of interest of anything, come on X and share it with everyone. And I want to remember everybody that if you have anything you want to say about the subject, take the mic, come talk to us. We're the TruthSlinger News Network, and we want to hear your opinion, and we want to get the news from the people that live it and not the people that are trying to sell it to you. I'm just going to mute everyone. And Brad, I think you had something to say too. Mitchell, we love you. You're awesome leader.
No, I just wanted to say, we're all Americans, man. Just do the right fucking thing, and that's all it is, man. Fuck it.
No, it's right. Like people are calling their family in Colorado to ask if they're fine. They're worried. People are worried for people. So we want to give you the news. And thank you, Mayor Ray Matt Mitchell. Thank you, Dirty Steve, for coming up here and giving us news from the ground. You're more than welcome to keep sharing it with us, and we will share it with the rest around. Give us a follow if you like. If you really like, support us. You can look at TruthSlinger. Is Linktree is there, and you can pretty much find ways to support us in what we do. We're doing it for you guys, and we're doing it on our dime and yours. So we're not paid by anyone, and some of us are never been paid. Some of you guys have businesses and stuff like that. And the worst thing I like to see is people losing like that. There's somebody's that those business are buildings are businesses. There's someone that goes there. Like people live around that. And I don't buy it when the news or the police are trying to say that those buildings were abandoned. Therefore, they're not supposed to be people in there. That's why they're not going. I say bullshit. They got electricity. If there's electricity and Wi-Fi in those places, that's because the company, the electricity company, which is Excel Energy in Colorado, I checked it out last night. Would have cut off the power already. There would be no water already if they were abandoned building. And go ahead, Dirty Steve. If you want to correct me, go ahead, man.
Oh no, you're absolutely right. But apparently the company that owns those buildings had just spent like $300,000 on renovations.
Well, that's gone.
No. So you're telling me that the police are literally gaslighting people, saying like, "Oh, we don't have to go and start," and like, there's not supposed to be anybody.
Yeah.
I heard it was
Absolutely.
condemned.
Absolutely. They're all pointing fingers at each other.
I heard it was supposed to be condemned. Wasn't it supposed to be completely condemned?
That's what the police says.
No, there were plenty of people living in those buildings. They just spent $300. The property company had just spent like $100 on renovations.
Well, sure as hell is going to be condemned by the time they're done.
Wow. I am very, very disappointed of the Denver Police Department.
And it's not specifically because of the Denver Police Department. It's because of the government here. I mean, it's the mayors all the way down to the mayors. I mean, Mayor Johnson in Denver is corrupt, like something bad. I mean, it's bad, man. It's bad.
Well, Well, it's like nightmare material. This is like, I mean, if you think, 50, I don't know how old y'all are, but I mean, 15 years back, if you would have thought like how bad could it actually be in 15 years, you'd never think it'd be this fucking bad.
Name me one institution on the planet that is not corrupt. I'm asking the inverse. Name me one that is not corrupt.
Exactly. But I don't know. It's like you add the corruption onto the liberal mindset, where basically crime is okay.
Well,
it compounds it.
I would honestly say at this point, and I will give a good reason before everybody freaks the fuck out, I would say Trump, and let me tell you why. Because they have persecuted that motherfucker so hard. If there was a sliver that they could fucking slam him up against the wall for, they would have, but he's gotten away with it. Because he wasn't fucking guilty of it. It was all fucking lies. It was all, so my point is, I'm not glorifying, I am voting for Trump, but I'm not saying he's all high and mighty and saintly. No. But I am saying, I don't think he's corrupt. I really don't. Because if he was, we would have found out from the motherfuckers. They would have told us.
Sure, we'd know by now.
I trust, like, when it comes to business fucking not being corrupt, I say Trump. For sure. All his employees always love him. Everybody loved him before he ran for president. He was a great dude. He's a good guy. So I would say, he's probably, so he is really, quite literally, if the Democrats win this year, I certainly 100% believe that our kids and grandkids and great-grandkids are going to be growing up in communist once America, communist America, whatever. The socialist, democratic.
Hold on, Rachel. We'll give the floor to Mitchell. She's got, she's an older lady. She can't keep her hand up. Okay.
Well, and not only that, but I was attacked by a deer and took my lower right leg out, so I'm still recuperating. I'm tough, man. I'm tough.
It was a Canadian.
No,
she's got these fucking loaded when she comes to the mic. I swear to God.
It was a mule deer. Grandma got ran over by a mule deer. The week before Christmas, even. So but I just wanted to. I'm going to have to get off here in just a minute, but I wanted to let everybody that's in the chat know, if you haven't ever, and if you can find it, because it gets taken down a lot, but if you all remember who Michelle Malkin was, she was a conservative investigative reporter. She did a documentary. It's about an hour long, and it lays out the 10-year plan that was put together in California with legislation written, executive orders written, people cast to run for office in Colorado, including our Policker and the legislature, and they came into Colorado, and he was actually born here but lived in California for a long time. They came in here and, bought the ads on TV. Nobody had a clue about anything. They just, your political ads, you take them all with a grain of salt. But he was elected, and his legislature was elected, that they had put in place to run. It was 3 billionaires in cahoots with our new scum out yonder in California. Colorado is the pilot state to implement this state by state across the country. And the name of the video, the documentary, is called The Rocky Mountain Heist. And if you've never seen Heist, the Rocky Mountain Heist, HEIST, their social platforms, but it was Michelle Malkin, who was a true, I mean, she was a journalist, she was behind Trump. She got ill and moved home to, oh my gosh, Colorado Springs.
Well, it's fine here in Canada anyway. It's not taken down here in Canada at all. I found it super easy.
It's not taken down?
Yeah, I'm in Canada, so it might be different in America.
Well, it was on YouTube, and it has been shared on lots of different platforms. But it is an absolute documentary of how they put their plan together. You would not believe how much legislation, now that guy from Denver probably knows, in the first 45 days, how they completely changed Colorado in the legislative fashion.
Well, so what we're seeing here with those Venezuela gang, riding Venezuela on those buildings and such, it's like basically what you're trying to say. It's planned.
Oh, this whole thing was planned. This thing has been planned for 10 years before Polis took office.
Oh, longer than that. Longer than that. Probably when Kennedy was assassinated.
No, I'm not talking about the big plan. I'm talking about the plan to take over state by state with a plan, with all the legislation written, with all the shenanigans to get those people in office. And in 45 days, they passed so much. I mean, it was just rubber stamped because they had it all prepared beforehand. And everybody that, I don't know about them, but their heads were just spinning because of office. Well, hell yeah, he did. Because they were all prepared, and every one of them goes against the people.
Well, this is exactly what they wanted. I mean, they're just going exactly as planned, and we're the resistance because we're getting the fuck along.
Right.
We're not supposed to be getting along and talking. Elon and Trump fucked everything up.
Good. I love it. Just keep on it, and and now they've thrown Robert Kennedy in the mix.
Oh yeah.
And that's going to go a long way. I think a lot of people are going to be surprised. I know I've spent 7 years researching and digging and researching. And, this thing has been in place since the Act of 1871, when our people our Congress illegally passed something for our president at the time. And we borrowed money from the financial city-state of London. And, with this whole thing of putting everything, no borders anywhere, that's the religious capital is going to be in the city-state of the Vatican and Rome, and the financial center is the city-state of London. And where they screwed up, dumb people, they made the military arm of the New World Order to be in the United States.
Do you have, because I know here in Canada we now have a legislation, I think, that Trudeau passed, that the army cannot be used against civilians. You guys have that in United States.
Well, they,
that's a big one.
I will tell you what Trump says.
When we take an oath in the military, it's against everybody, foreign and domestic.
Right, but
Sorry, I think I hit the wrong button. I muted everyone. Yeah.
That's going to work against the wrong actors. But the problem is, if you think about Trump, he's got your TV generals, and then you got your real generals. And yeah, they've tried to make our military be that way, but
well,
I don't think it's going to work.
I hear what you're saying, and I don't want to go down a Q rabbit hole right here a little bit because I've kind of gotten involved. And I'm not saying that that's necessarily what you are, but you're saying, but But I kind of get a little weird about like where the real power is and where the power is now, and I get a little like, weird like.
But I do know that
Okay.
there's 3 city-states on this earth, and that's the 3, and that was their intention, and I've known that for 40 years, long before any of that other stuff came out.
All right. Well, we thank you for that. We really appreciate that opinion. I thank you for bringing that to us tonight.
Yeah, and if anybody that can find the Rocky Mountain heist, I don't care where you're at, because you need to know so you can see it coming. If we don't get Trump back in there, it's going to go all the way across this country. That's all I'm going to say about the necessity of understanding the mechanisms and how they did it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes total sense, and we really appreciate that opinion. Thank you very much.
You're fantastic to listen to.
I'm gonna watch it and I'm gonna share it for sure, because it's stuff that needs to be shared. If it's the truth, like we can find it, look into it a little more, and that's how we get it. When we find out who's guilty of all these crimes that are being committed, and I mean, like in the highest level, that's when we can get against them.
Absolutely. And if anybody can pull it up and share it on with some of the other people that are on here, because sometimes I can find it and sometimes it ain't there.
I'm trying to get rid of her.
And it really needs to be seen not as a state thing, but as a national thing. They kind of started trying to implement it in Virginia with that crazy governor they had. But then they got rid of him, and it all kind of just slowed him down and trickled down and stopped.
I wanted to ask you again. Where you said you're in Colorado? How far are you from Aurora again?
Oh, over 3 hours, and I plan to stay that way.
That's gonna hurt you if when it happens over there. Okay.
Good luck with that. My son's a former Army sniper with 50 cows.
And he lives with you? Does he live with you?
He's minutes by, yeah.
Well,
and I'm from Texas. Where I come from, when you're 4 years old, your grandpa takes you out to a little pecan sapling that's about 5 inches wide, and puts you behind that tree, and puts the rifle stock or the shotgun stock on that tree, and you start target practice at 4.
Yeah, apparently America is some of the greatest sniper in the world. I know Brad has his hand up. Do you had something to add up to this, Brad, or you had another comment?
No. Yeah, I mean, we're way past the talking part of it. We can't be emotional about it. We just gotta fucking do what we need to do and take care of this country. Ultimately, we're all responsible, each and every one of us. 350 million, or how many people lives in the United States. We're all responsible equally, and fuck it, man. We're in the middle of it.
Fuck it, man.
Goddamn, I never cut it apart, man. What the fuck happened to the room?
I was muted and I was trying to say something. I just want to remember everyone for a moment.
Wait a minute.
On YouTube.
Wait a minute. What the fuck? What I'm over there making a goddamn cup of coffee. I turned the speakers up for like 2 fucking seconds. I'm like, surely I can walk across the fucking room and make a cup of coffee without you fucking numbskulls leaving the goddamn room go fucking dead. What?
I started to say something, but I was trying to be silent with my mic muted, but because I got fucking yelled at.
You sons of bitches, man! I can't even get
everybody got muted all of a sudden. I don't know fucking why. Even me.
And then this poor fucking guy over here feels like he fucking crashed the whole room.
No, I was agreeing with him, but my fucking mic.
How dare you make this guy fucking feel like
I was trying to say, for the people on YouTube, I've been reading the chat, and I'm sorry if the sound is bad. We will work on that. We'll do some tests, adjust it all, and try to get it rocking for you all. The best solution is not yet found.
Well, no, the best solution is to
My sound's great. I don't know.
Oh, it's
what's going on.
Streaming it through
it's probably my problem over here. My CPU is probably overloaded. But like if I reboot now, everybody that it's on X and YouTube is fucked. So you either got to listen to it like gargling through water tonight, and we got to get through it, or you don't, right? So if you don't, then go, and if you want to, just stick with it, and we'll do better. And it's not our fault.
Sounds good to me, man.
Look, we have 2,803 viewers on X Live. So
that's awesome.
We're sitting home and
we started over after 1,000. Remember?
How often you guys do this a week?
It's the second time we did this
this
ever.
is the second time ever. Like this is all organic.
Whatever information I can gather from my boys over there in Aurora, I mean, I'll I can always pass that down.
Truth has a link that you would probably be interested in. He's building something, and he wants some forces.
I do. Do you know about Discord, Dirty Steve?
Not particularly. I'm not really savvy as it.
It's more it's a more private platform, than X. Pretty much, invite only to reach shoppers. So, but that's where I'm trying to move up, over the week, stuff and gather information. So we're gonna be able to build up more content on like that with better information all the time, with a group of researchers and stuff. But right now with this situation there, like you can follow me or Truth, and you can give up that information, and we'll share it, as much as we can.
Jenny, what do you need? I mean, do you need an email address, or what do you need?
I can just like send you even a
link.
Just an invite myself. I can just send it to you.
Yeah, good to go.
Yeah, I'm just hoping you're just gonna have to make an account. You don't even need to give your credit card number. It's awesome, right?
Cool. So yeah, I mean, because I'm not just gonna let it ride out and see what happened. I got a lot of friends that live in Aurora, and I'm kind of fucking chomping at the bit myself to get over there and see what the fuck really going on. Going right.
Yeah, but be careful, brother, because that you're the good Samaritan that they'll fucking lock up.
No, I'm not talking about going to get frisky. I'm talking just to go and
we'll support you on that. We can do that. We can talk more in private tomorrow or something like that if you want. We'll just Tim on his account there, and pretty sure he'll give you his phone number and you guys can talk about it, right?
We are very interested in on the ground resources wherever we can be. Okay, this is an organic news network, and we need your help.
Yeah, I'd be more than happy to give it.
Yeah, well, get in touch with Tim in private. I'll send you the Discord right now. I'm looking into it, so I still want to tell people, like, if you want to come and chat with us, you got anything come up. Or else, myself, I'm getting pretty tired. I'm about to run it off.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, I'm about done, guys. I'm about cooked.
Me too. Brad, you wanted to say a little good night there before we go? No? Okay.
Yeah, no, it's a great night. I'm very happy. It seems that the number's going up, not going down. That's good.
Well, listen, guys. I want to thank you all for being here. Okay, I mean, this is like really serious. It's from the bottom of my heart. You guys are fucking hanging around here. It's 1:30 in the fucking morning, and I got a bunch of fucking numbskulls listening to me talking about shit in the middle of the night, right? And I was harsh a little bit tonight, right? I'm trying to control the fucking room. It gets a little randy every once in a while. But you know what? I'm trying to accomplish a purpose, right? What we're trying to do here at the TruthSlinger News Network is we're trying to bring fucking truth. We're trying to do it with zero fucking money. Do you understand what I'm saying? Zero fucking money. I'm creating a goddamn news network that's going to run 24 hours a fucking day, 7 days a fucking week, because I'm going to have resources from all over the fucking world. And so I'm praying to God to send them to me so that I can do something that is technically completely impossible. All right? So you're all part of this, right? And how do we do this without money? We do this with people, right? We're really people driven here. So, I mean, I'm trying to tell you the truth. This is not a fucking marketing gig. This is not some bullshit, man. I am driven by God to do what he told me to do. You either want to be part of it or you don't fucking want to be part of it. I hope you want to be part of it. So thank you very much for being here. We enjoyed the shit out of you tonight. And please, you know what? I think we're going to have to come back tomorrow night.
Have a good night, everybody. Talk to you tomorrows.
Talk to you tomorrow, everybody. Brad, you want to say something?
Oh yeah, I absolutely didn't mean. I didn't mean that to understand. I was making some food a while ago when you guys were talking to me. Yeah, I love this fucking space, dude.
Well, you're more than welcome to come back. You know, I like to have people around, and we're sorry for anybody that was offended by anything. You know, you're an adult, deal with it. You know, don't want to be rude, but this is the truth. And there's some people, you know, like people that know that, you know, I've talked to in private. We're good, you know. But those people that did not take the chance to come and talk to me and explain themselves or whatnot, that's what, you know.
I messaged back and forth with T-Bird, and she was real sweet. I asked her not to be upset, and she said she wasn't, and she was going to sleep. So.
Oh, yeah, she wasn't. She tried to call me, but I wasn't here, so obviously,
I mean, that's the thing, man. We can't get emotional, man. We just gotta fucking do what we need to do, you know.
The thing is, you know, people on YouTube, like me in front of me, I got really like Hells Angels, Aurora, and more, right? So, like I said, not everybody that came this bit.
Well, we only got so much to talk about. You know, we've been on here 6 hours. We can only talk about, we don't normally talk about that subject so many times before you got to move on and talk about other things.
Yeah, well,
hey, guys.
And stuff. Brad, thank you for
Just to leave on a final note, right?
Right on.
You got nothing fucking, you don't understand. Okay? I can talk continuously 24 hours a day, 7 fucking days a week, 4 fucking ever. And that doesn't even include whether you're going to fucking talk in between. So you have no idea what we've got planned for you here. Please fucking seriously come back, because I love nothing better than to talk with you. And I know Kenny loves nothing better than to talk with you. We're driven. We want to do this. We love to fucking do this. So please, seriously, come back.
Yes.
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Yo, good night on him personally. Good night too, my friend, and we will talk tomorrow.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, man.
Good night, all.
Good night, everyone.